I'll tell you, even walking into the building last night, just felt like there was a little extra juice. And that crowd is one of the better crowds I've been at a hockey game for. I mean, there were people saying, is this a playoff atmosphere? And I don't know because Little Caesars Arena has never had one. But it's as close to it as I felt being at a hockey game.
Now, I know Copp had a goal last night. I am wondering.
It was an empty netter.
Yeah, but okay. When you were watching him in person, like it's some of these things are hard to pick up because they're not always on screen. I felt like, first of all, super happy he was out there. I think it does make a difference, but he's clearly not even close to 100%.
No,
what did you think?
They bumped him down in the lineup accordingly. Yeah, I think there's still another gear for him to get his sea legs under him. But I thought it was just one of those things to get him out there to help put a shot in the arm. And they played with an edge. Like, there was a physicality to that hockey game, and I know how many times we get calls and go, guys don't play to their size. The Wings matched the physicality. They were finishing checks around the net, in the boards. They didn't back down. They took a couple matching penalties. We're not going to give an inch. They matched the physicality of what was call it a borderline playoff atmosphere. And even in a game where they were down 1-0, I didn't feel like the crowd was wallowing. Or it wasn't like it turned into a morgue when they gave up the first goal. Stay in the fight, battle for every loose puck, and they tie the game up. And it was kind of it's a puck-luck goal, right? You just throw something at the net and you tie the game up. And instantly the crowd is doing dueling Let's Go Red Wing chants. And it's not even really in sync. It's just everybody's trying to express how excited and into this game they are. It was, like I said, it's maybe the best environment I've been to since they've been to Little Caesars Arena. Because I think there's can we will this team to the finish line from the crowd? And the team themselves, they didn't need a boost last night. They brought it.
They did. And I am curious, because you were there.
Yeah.
So you obviously were watching the Wings. Wings, Pistons, Michigan, tournament. Like, it was all on at the same time. There's a lot of flipping around channels. What were people most tuned into last night? Obviously, Wolverine fans were probably watching.
Yeah, I mean, State was done.
Right. But there's also this morbid curiosity. Plus, it's the tournament.
Yeah.
Are you watching, those games? Or are you watching the Wings? Are you getting notifications? When are you flipping back? The Pistons, the same thing, too, because of the curiosity of what's this team look like without Cade?
And again, that news broke at the end of the show yesterday. We're going to dive into that stuff. In terms of flipping around, like, I'll tell you, they do have it like on the big TVs in the concourse, and that's where people would congregate during the intermissions. And it's like, wait, hold on. VCU's back into this game? You're right. There's a lot going on last night.
So I'm curious for you. We've had this conversation too. Like, we see people videoing the game and like, paying attention to their phones more than they are the game at a live sporting event, which drives me nuts. And again, what they're doing really doesn't affect me at all. But I'm like, why did you buy a ticket? Was there any part of you that was, or at any point, did you stream part of the Pistons game, part of the tournament while you were there?
No, I didn't. I didn't think I needed to worry about Michigan and Howard.
Right.
I felt like I could do they do the condensed version when the game's done and catch up on anything pressing that I missed.
But there wasn't any.
And for the Pistons, it's the Wizards.
Yeah, but it's without Cade.
They won without Cade basically just the other day. He only played 5 minutes and they won.
Yeah.
That's probably as big a gimme as there is right now is playing Washington. I mean, that's a team Bam scored 83 against.
Yeah. But, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have I'm going to get their schedule up right now. Didn't they lose to Washington? Yeah. At the beginning of February.
Yeah.
And that was with Cade. So, it's one-off.
I'm just going to tell you, I didn't feel the pull. Maybe you'll be proud of me. I tried to stay in the moment. Like, that felt like a big game last night, and I thought, hey.
No early bathroom breaks?
No, you time those up.
Missed the Parker Meadows home run again?
No, you time those up for the intermissions. Even though you wait in the line 5 times as long, you time them up for the intermissions.
Good for you. Yeah. I am proud of you.
And how about the DeBrincat goal? You heard it in our update locally. It's a play where, they give you a gift. You better bury it. And he had been playing well all game. I'll continue to stress, for a player who's only listed at 5'8", he does play a chippy brand of hockey. He's seen as a goal scorer. He's flirting with 40 goals again. He plays a chippy brand of hockey. And you could tell, hey, get him another shift. Get him one more shift. They gave him a gift. And it's one of those deals. That's the goal that I'm sitting in front of. everybody's standing before he even shoots because the sudden change and he's got the puck and he buries that baby. And John, I got a little airborne. Like involuntarily, like just a little off the ground, just the excitement of the moment, a little levitate.
Yeah, a little credit card vertical.
Yeah, not much more than that, but yeah. Like, I don't know, just the involuntary joy of like, this is...
That's awesome.
That's an awesome game to be at. And I know we had a lot of listeners there because people are coming up going, what do you think? Let's go, big third period. I'm so happy that they had that moment because they need more of them if they're going to hang in the fight. They didn't make the playoffs last night. I hope you don't ask me to walk back the doubts I still have, but that is one of those gotta have it emotionally, for as big as the 2 points are, emotionally to get people back in, Copp back in the lineup, Larkin in short order, back in the fight.
It was, I did not have the vertical. And I was getting updates on my phone because I was watching Michigan and I was keeping more of an eye on the Pistons. But I was in bed, Teddy had fallen asleep, and it was one of those, as soon as I saw it was 2-1, I gave the yes. And then I look at Teddy. Teddy kind of just moves around a little bit. I'm like, sorry, bud.
But we don't have to geek out about hockey all day. I know we're still in hoop season, and college hoops were a big deal yesterday.
I will say this, DeBrincat. How many times over the last, since the beginning of March, since they came back from the Olympic break, did we say he's got to be the one when Dylan Larkin goes down? Where's DeBrincat?
Yeah.
Where's Kane? Like, where are these guys? And for him to be able to step up last night in a gotta-have-it game and a gotta-have-it moment with an opportunity, we've seen those opportunities squandered. And he didn't.
No. I still want Lucas Raymond to shoot a little more.
Sure.
but yeah, DeBrincat's on that top line, and Kane's not prime Kane, and Compher's not Larkin. So, hey, buddy, let's drive a little offense here. Let's make a little impact.
Here we go.
And he did. You mentioned the Pistons. They did win. It's the first game without Cade Cunningham. News broke for us in the final hour. You didn't really have a ton of time to process it. Where are you at now knowing they're going to be without him for a stretch? And that stretch is unknown how long.
Right. And yeah, I mean, basically, we're hoping he's back before the first round of the playoffs. And ideally, if everything goes, and I think the key word yesterday, and I heard Doug Gator talking about it yesterday as soon as they started the show, Sham said it's a mild case.
Yes.
And so you're hoping that it's on the shorter side of things, and you're grasping at straws. Like, what does this mean? And I think we did the same thing everybody else in Detroit was doing. We Googled it. What does this mean? And we see the 2 or 3 days for normal people, like 2 or 3 days, 4 to 7 days, and then you see the 2 weeks, you see the 2 months, a few months, and we're like that. We were literally doing what everyone else was doing. Is probably. Collapsed lung was probably the most Googled thing in the city of Detroit yesterday.
It sounds terrifying.
Right.
Right. Like just the thought of your lung collapsing, you're like, are you going to die?
Oh, yeah.
Like you don't maybe know all this. So you're right. You start Googling. And I think the curve, though, is for the regular person to get back to the office and do a 9 to 5 is different than for Cade Cunningham or an NBA player to get back to playing 40 minutes, not regular season speed.
Right.
Postseason, because by the time he comes back, they're going to be in the postseason. There are other examples, and only a handful to pick from, but typically for an NBA player, we're on the 2 weeks on the aggressive side to 6 weeks on the
conservative
side.
Yeah. So here's what I did yesterday and last night. It's 13 games left, and it's the same for Boston. They've got the exact same games played at this point. It's a matter of looking at who they're playing with a 4-game cushion. Like if Boston would have to go 13-0, and the Pistons would have to go 9-4 for them to be tied.
Yeah. Now I want to point out, math is on the Pistons side.
That's what I'm doing. I go through all the math because it's all we have.
But the Celtics have lost 1 game since Tatum's come back.
Right.
I don't think it's out of the question that they rattle off the rest of the way with maybe only 1 or 2 losses.
Okay, so I'm glad you're taking us there.
For the Pistons, they've been scuffling with Cade, right? Roughly a 500 team over the last 10 with Cade. So if they play sub 500 basketball, the 1 seed is Boston's.
Right.
I also don't want to get too caught up in that because there's a world where the 2 seed's actually better for Detroit, where you get the Knicks in the second round instead of the Cavs in the second round. So my biggest thought with this is nothing to do with whether they get the 1 or the 2 seed, because the 2 seed actually could work out for them. It's where will Cade be at conditioning wise when the games are season altering, when you could be eliminated? Is he going to be able to? He carries the offense, but also still be a very active defender. Because what I don't want to do is say, well, he's got to get his lungs under him, so he has to play only offense, and then we're hiding him on defense. This team can't afford to be hiding dudes on defense.
Right. That's really going to be the question. And I think there's a lot of people, it's okay if they have the 2 seed. Mm-hmm. I'd still prefer the 1. I think the path, if Cade is able to return, is still a better path.
Because it gives you home court in that
all the way through
potential Eastern Conference final. Because we said, I don't know if they'll make it there, but if they're in the Eastern Conference finals, it would be the difference in hosting game 1 and 2, having game 7 in your back pocket. 248-539-9797. Get more into the madness, Michigan State thoughts next, and the tournament at large. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's honestly not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And why would you trust from the competition any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? It's moronic. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights, so we employ our own. And for comfort and easy-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram offers a 5-link coil suspension, and it's literally going to take one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is than the competition. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
Hey, it's Heather, and you know my daily routine starts before most people are even out of bed, and that's why 7-Eleven's Fusion Energy is a total game changer. My alarm goes off at 4:30. I'm on air at 6 a.m. After the show, I'm in mom mode. I get the kids from school, I make them dinner, do their bedtime routines, then I do it all over the next day. Fusion Energy's highly researched, slow-release caffeine is a good-for-you energy drink full of antioxidants and 4 patented ingredients not found in any other energy drink. Go check it out. Try my favorite flavor, strawberry lemonade. Grab some Fusion Energy today, only at 7-Eleven and Speedway.
That was the hardest and best I've seen the Red Wings play. That's Derek in Wyandotte. Unnamed texter, even Patrick Kane was throwing the body and back checking. Bob in Grand Rapids said I had the Wings on the tablet, college hoops on the TV, ESPN app open on the phone. I felt like the Pistons would win easy, so didn't bother with them. It was a busy night last night. We have Red Wing tickets to give away in the 7 o'clock hour for Saturday's game against Boston. And if the atmosphere or the play on the ice is anywhere near it was last night, it's going to be a great game to be at. Michigan and Michigan State advance, John. Can't say the same about Wisconsin or Ohio State, but Oregon State teams move on.
And I picked the Wisconsin upset, and it pained me, and I broke a rule. I normally never take Ohio State, and I did, and I couldn't have been more happy to be wrong in regards to Ohio State. It just kind of was fun to watch the misery and the shock on their faces. How dare we lose?
Well, they came all the way back.
Yeah.
Only to still have the heartbreak. It was great.
Yeah, it was. But it was a great first day. There were a couple upsets. Now, we'll see if we can get a Cinderella all the way through to next weekend. I still think it's unlikely. Mm-hmm. But it was a fun day. And obviously for Michigan State fans, like that game was over 5 minutes into it. That one was in control the entire way. And Michigan, it felt like they were in control, but I mean, Howard just kept launching threes and finding nothing but the bottom of the net. Now, Michigan did a great job of matching them and staying ahead, but there was always this kind of, oh no, are we going to have to be right there with Virginia, right there with Purdue, right there with a 16 bumping you off? And then, as the second half continued, it was clearly a matter of attrition.
Any concern level about the next round, having watched it?
No.
Okay.
No. And I know they're playing Cream.
Because St. Louis dropped 100.
Right.
And they'll shoot a bunch too.
They will. I do think having that experience is a great experience for Michigan, that they're going to have to push their defense out a little bit further. And when you have Mara, and I don't know if he's going to be the one that's on Cream, but you have to shoot so high over top of him. I mean, like he was blocking threes. I think that's kind of the secret power for Michigan against St. Louis.
It's
not a secret, but
it's
superpower.
It's been their strength all year is their front court, that they can switch and match up and throw length and size and disrupt. And even if one guy gets in foul trouble, because that's always the concern. If your team is built on a big or two, what if he gets two cheapies? What are we going to do? Michigan has some front court depth. My concern with Michigan making a deep run would be guard depth and how important guard play is. But I don't think St. Louis will be the team to trip them up. Survive and advance.
Yeah.
And for Michigan State, they'll get Louisville, who was very sloppy against South Florida. And Michigan State looked like a well-oiled machine. So you feel good about both these teams handling their business. They're going to play back-to-back on Saturday. For people who haven't seen the times
just
that are out.
Just flipping it. Michigan first, Michigan State second.
Yeah, it's like a 12 just afternoon Michigan game, and then
perfect Saturday.
And then Spartans after, But they did what they're supposed to do. I mean, they didn't really put the fear of God into you.
No, it's honestly at this time of the year, it's just win and move on.
Yep, and they did.
Mm-hmm. So and you could say Duke did. Win and move. Well, they won and they're moving on.
Okay,
but
so that's one I didn't see. So High Point gets their big moment. That's a 12-5. We've seen that before. High Point's a good team. Good on you for having for them as a Cinderella to watch. But that kind of took the oxygen up. I wouldn't even pay attention to Duke and Siena. I'm like, oh, that's going to be a nothing. And then I see the score at the half. You find out Siena hasn't played anybody from their bench. They're just coming out and slugging Duke. Duke's admitting, players are admitting that they were overlooking Siena at halftime. I'm like, oh boy, how's this going to go?
Yeah.
And everybody's rooting for Siena regardless of what they've got in their bracket. We're going to talk about the tone that was set yesterday. We'll do that coming up at 6:35. But first, Heather with the news.
All right, you guys, lots and lots of drama. The new season of The Bachelorette is over before it really began. ABC has pulled the plug after this really horrifying video emerged of the star, Taylor Frankie Paul, attacking her ex-boyfriend, Dakota Mortensen. So the video took place back in 2023, right? And it shows Taylor assaulting Dakota, throwing several metal chairs at him. Her daughter, who I believe was about 5 at the time, was in the room. And at one point, Dakota says that her daughter was hit by one of those chairs. You don't actually see that,
no, but you
can hear
crying.
her crying. So if you haven't heard it, here's a little clip. So she was arrested after that incident. She ended up pleading guilty to a 3rd-degree felony charge of aggravated assault, which would be reduced to a misdemeanor if she successfully completed the terms of her probation. So that was all common knowledge. Like, we knew about that, and yet The Bachelorette and ABC still moved forward with her. But then when this video was released, they decided to pull the plug, and it was meant to air on Sunday. So they pulled it 3 days before it was about to premiere. And it sounds like it could cost ABC tens of millions of dollars.
Sure, no
kidding. Because the Bachelorette franchise is huge. So now the other show that she is on, The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, is also now kind of in limbo because they paused filming because of
no longer a secret, yeah.
Well, no, not from this, but because of the second domestic incident going on between her and Dakota. And it's all just unraveling. I mean, he is now seeking full custody of their son they have together. A protective order was filed against her on his behalf. So it's just wild.
I think it's a great point by you that like this wasn't an unknown. This was very public that it had happened. But the comparison I would give to sports fans, when Ray Rice had his issue, initially it was 2 games.
Right.
Then we get video. And it was a whole different, when people could see it, hear it, experience it, it changes things.
Disgusting. Yep. It really is.
You want to talk about disgusting? Listen to this story. A former Detroit police sergeant who spent nearly 30 years on the force allegedly led a double life as an officer and a serial rapist. Okay, 68-year-old Benjamin Wagner is now facing charges in 5 separate sexual assaults of girls and women between the ages of 15 and 23 from 1999 to 2003. So according to the Wayne County prosecutor, Wagner utilized isolation and force armed with a handgun and threatened the girls' lives as he sexually assaulted them. So he worked for the Detroit Police Department from 1989 until he retired in 2017, then moved to Greenville, North Carolina, which is where he was arrested. He is facing 14 separate charges in the 5 cases. So they also say, hey, if you or anyone you know was a victim of Wagner's, you should notify the Detroit Police Sex Crimes Unit. Police are investigating after human remains were found in a recently purchased home in Genesee County on Wednesday. Man, so after the news, was disclosed of the human remains that were found, police were called. Michigan State Police brought in detectives, the K-9 team, to search the property and confirmed human remains were there. Everything still remains under investigation. Positive news.
You're not kidding about the news.
I know.
Man.
I got good news.
Okay.
It's the first day of spring.
Hey, here we go. And sunny and 70 from here on out, right?
Not so much, but warmer weather is on the way for the weekend. So today we should see highs in the 60s, some scattered rain. Saturday should be dry, highs nearing 50 degrees. More rain on Sunday, but still warm, 58, nearing 60. Next week, though, there'll be a cool down. And then it's kind of like a little roller coaster of some highs and lows and highs and lows.
Just waiting out better weather.
The beauty of March.
I got more good news. Hudsonville Ice Cream has launched a new flavor that combines classic dessert tastes with a chewy twist, it says. So, dirt cake.
I'm interested.
Yes. There's parts of this that I definitely would like. Includes vanilla and chocolate pudding flavored ice cream, cream-filled chocolate cookies, and gummy worms.
Oh.
That's where it lost you. Well, I like it. These are like specially designed gummy worms that are going to stay chewy instead of like freezing in the ice cream.
Right, yeah. What scientific experiment did they put in the ice cream now?
I'll try it. That's all right.
But you have to, because if you've ever done like gummies added, they just turn into like rocks in your ice cream.
You can't eat them.
Right, but they're also like you summer treat. You go to some of these places and they have I forget what it's called, but it's basically it's a dirt pudding. And they've got the pudding, they've got the cookie on top, and then the worms coming out. It's designed for Teddy. He loves it, or you, yeah. But those are actual legit gummies. I don't know what.
Well, these are too. They're
yes, but there's some chemical in there that makes them still.
I'm looking at the packaging. It says gummies stay chewy.
Yeah, pretty cool. So they'll be available at Walmart, Kroger, Meijer, as well as other locations.
Tone setter, day one of the tournament in the books. Biggest takeaways and storylines. Duke nearly knocked out. High Point advances. Will we see a little bit of Cinderella? I love what the High Point coach said after the game. We'll play it. Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions that you make on your home, and you don't make them lightly. When it's time, you need a company that you can trust with those decisions. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now, Shaner's bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Local family-owned company, that sets them apart. They treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and that's how you earn a 4.9 star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. Reputation's not bought, that's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a new roof, if you need new windows, if the siding could use an upgrade, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. Super simple, easy to remember, mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Get more into the Cade Cunningham injury at 7:02. Pistons won last night without him. But the outlook for the postseason, seeding, beyond, we'll do that at 7 o'clock. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov, Paul Serra behind the glass. And we've got one day in the books in the NCAA tournament.
There are so many great stories. And there's some audio we're going to use a little bit later from that High Point win. But there's also a guy, his name is Kent Pavlicka, and he has been doing Nebraska basketball radio for over 40 years. Nebraska has never, in the history of their basketball program, won an NCAA tournament game. And you get this in college radio where people are doing radio for 50, 60 years, right? Until they die in the booth. Mm-hmm. But to have that moment, to be able to actually call a tournament win, the prospects of actually getting two in the same year, because they did look good. They handled their business as good as anybody in the first round. I'm just happy for some individuals like that, along with their fans, along with the players. But
what was the stat? They're the only power school that hadn't won a tournament game?
Yes.
And now they have.
Now they have.
I mean, they are a story. High Point is a story. They're your Cinderella. Now, to be a Cinderella, you got to win more than one game. This is just one upset. But, John, they went toe-to-toe with a Big Ten school, and they didn't blink. They kept knocking down shots. The one kid hit like a heat check from the logo in the final 4 minutes of the game. High Point. And I love what their coach had to say after the game. This is a badass quote from their head coach.
If you watched, I don't know if you saw any of it, whether it was SportsCenter this morning, like, he was ready to fight.
Yep.
He was literally, I don't know if he was so excited, he was so in the moment, and he wasn't obviously offended. He was happy to be interviewed, but it was like somebody stepped up to him and he was ready to take on the interviewer.
Like he was up.
Oh yeah, he was just ready to go. That dude was on fire, as he should have been.
But his team won 30 games this year, and it's like, I don't want to hear about how we didn't play anybody.
Yeah.
Who would we just play?
And he pulls out Miami of Ohio too.
It's like, hey, we got their back, they got our back, you got to play us. You can't duck us anymore. We're in the tournament. We're going to kick your ass.
That was awesome.
I loved it. And I'm hoping that's a bit of a tone setter. So VCU's another double-digit seed that won yesterday. Mm-hmm. They had to come back and win in overtime.
Didn't somebody take VCU?
It's your boy right here.
Yeah. You pat me on the back for High Point. I got to pat you on the back. I laughed. And when you said, laugh all you want, I laughed harder.
You did.
Yet you got yourself a first-round victory.
It wasn't looking so good, but they did it. And look, we could spotlight some more teams today, but I hope we get more of that. That's what this tournament's about. We nearly had it in the most epic way.
Oh, yeah.
Siena, Duke. Siena, who played 5 guys the whole game outside the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Took Duke to the brink. They had an 11-point lead at the half, and I'm going, well, hold on, apparently I got to put this game on now. John, I had Duke advancing in my bracket. Everybody listening had Duke advancing in their bracket. Yet, to hell with my bracket. I'm rooting for Siena.
Yeah. Duke's just one of those teams. I know a lot of people feel the same thing about my team, right? And it was, hey, can Howard pull this one off? Now, Michigan, I can't remember if they were tight at one point. I know it was within 2 or 3, but you never really kind of felt that same feeling that you felt with Duke. And you kind of felt with Duke, like, okay, they come out of halftime, right? They make the comments like, yeah, we overlooked them. You figure they're going to get refocused and they're just going to annihilate them. Like, hey, how dare you step to us? And in the second half, we're just going to dominate. But they didn't. And it was every time Duke would pull within 2 or 3, Siena would come down and they'd hit a 3. Like they were, and then you could see within the last 5 minutes, that's where playing 5 players, first of all, that would have been an amazing story.
Yeah.
They just were exhausted.
I don't know enough about their team to offer like a real criticism.
No.
Should they have given somebody a breather so they didn't run out of gas?
Yeah, what's the drop off from 5 to 6 on their roster?
I'm just going to be honest. I didn't watch any. What conference are they playing? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it did cross my mind like, man, I wish these guys had just a little more of a breather so they could finish this job.
Can we just give them an extra timeout just for fun?
Someone spill something on the court or something.
Yeah.
Force them to towel it down and give these guys a chance to catch their breath. Were you rooting for Siena or were you rooting for your bracket? I think I know the answer.
Oh, you were rooting for Siena.
Yeah, your bracket be damned.
Well, because everybody else, to your theory, everyone else has Duke, so you got to be able to pick the upset. And if everybody loses, then everybody's in the same boat. So obviously, if you pick Duke to win it all and they had lost yesterday, now you're screwed. But if a vast majority of more people pick Duke to win than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean,
the tournament,
the betting favorite. Yeah, if you get outside of the state of Michigan and you just look at what's the average person picking.
Right, Duke.
I'm going to take Duke.
Yeah, it was Duke 1, Arizona 2, Michigan 3.
Yeah.
Nationally.
Yeah. So if Duke goes down, we all go down, but we get one of the great moments in the history of March Madness, and it was on a tee for him.
And it could not have been happening. So, like, when you saw UMBC beat Virginia, okay, it was the first time it ever happened, and you're like, okay, it's a great moment.
It was a great moment.
But no one has this visceral response.
Yeah, Tony
to
Bennett's
Virginia.
Kind of likable.
Yeah, he's sure. Yeah, maybe. Hey, great hair. Yeah. Wears the suit. It does all the things.
I hate how they, play basketball in the Stone Ages, but
sure.
But it's not the hatred that we have towards Duke. And Duke even fueled it in that game when one of their players comes out and says, "We thought it was going to be a cakewalk."
Right.
Well, you deserve to lose. I hope you lose.
I don't know that there would have been anybody other than the staunchest Duke supporters who would have been upset that it blew up their bracket. That's one where you celebrate and you're cheering on Siena the entire time.
I think we're also getting the answer to the question, is Duke hateable post Krzyzewski? The answer is yes.
Yeah, it doesn't change who they are.
Nope.
Well, it would have opened the path for Michigan State, too, way easier. I mean, from a local standpoint.
Yeah. Sure, they're still going to have to face UConn before they would get to Duke, but
one more demon, Blue Devil.
The most amazing thing from that game, I mean, you look at the box score and just 5 guys played 40 minutes for Siena. No bench.
My team's on the floor.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly wonder if that's ever happened.
I
mean, back in the day, I'm sure it did, but I'm talking
modern day
basketball. When the tournament expanded to 64 teams.
But I'm asking you, is it like if we're doing Siena radio, I don't even know, like, are they ripping the coach for not using the bench? Or is this like, no, man, like we only had 5 dudes that could hang with them.
Yeah, hey, all chips in the middle. We're going to ride with you guys.
Yeah, but my thing is a lot of times you'll see a coach give a guy just a breather at least before a TV timeout.
Yep.
There'll be a foul with 16:40 left in the half. The 16-minute timeout's coming. They'll give him a breather or something like that. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I no one knows enough about Siena.
What state is Siena in?
New York. And Jerry McNamara is their coach, who was on the 2003 Syracuse national championship team with Carmelo Anthony.
Oh.
So Jerry McNamara is a lot of people are calling for him to get the Syracuse job.
Well, I mean, the performance even though it was
he's
a
loss.
Use
his bench.
Right. Yeah, but at Syracuse, you probably have a bench.
Yeah, I mean, on the season, they played more than 5 players.
Oh, sure.
It's just very interesting. Like,
if somebody had gone down, would he have gone with 4?
My team's on the floor.
My team's on the floor. He would have pulled the Hoosiers. That would have been amazing.
I mean, they didn't even win their regular seson conference
Did they
championship.
have one guy stuck in the locker room that was still praying? If we're going to go full Hoosiers?
I don't know. I wanted desperately for them to pick that up and win that game. And
yeah.
We want to hear from you guys. What was the story of day 1 of the tournament? 248-539-9797. And I think I know the answer, but can you confirm it for me? Were you rooting for your bracket or were you rooting for Siena? It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That's so amazing. That's the student broadcast at High Point. Unbelievable. Those are the moments that make this, that buys into why Brendan says this is the best season in the sports calendar. I don't agree, but those are the moments that you're looking for.
It's your 12-5 upset, but it's the little guy, the mid-major.
Yeah. So I'll ask you this. Like, we always ask, okay, where's Milligan? Where's High Point?
I don't know where High Point is.
Yeah.
I think it's in Carolina, North Carolina. Is that right?
I don't know.
Nobody, even the guys behind the glass don't know. That's the beauty of this time of year. I like it better that I don't know where they're from. Does that make sense? I like that I didn't know what state Siena was in because it only adds to the mystique.
Yeah.
Like, it's a student broadcast. We'll see you in the round of 32. Hell yeah, dude. We will see you in the round of 32. I hope that's the tone this tournament sets. VCU's another double-digit seed that won. They did it in a big comeback against North Carolina. Siena nearly does it. I don't know. Maybe we get Akron or Miami today out of the MAC. Let a guy dream. That's what this time of year is all about. So we ask you, what's the story of day one? And confirm it for us. You were rooting for Siena over your bracket, right? That's just what you do when this tournament gets going. The response. The last time a team played only 5 guys 40 minutes, the entire game, 1979 DePaul. Our audience with the research.
Thank you.
I was rooting for Duke to lose. My wife hates losing so much, even though she despises Duke. She wanted Duke to win because she has them winning in her bracket. Okay. Story in my household, we don't have TNT from an unnamed text.
Just jailbreak it. That's the answer for everything. You need anything on your TV, just jailbreak it.
So they must not have like any cable then, like YouTube, Hulu, or regular cable or anything.
Yeah.
So you go to like a sports bar, or you bite the bullet and do like the trial.
Yeah, I mean that's what you guys were doing.
What's going on at our house? We don't have it apparently either. So Colin spent almost all day at a bar yesterday. He worked a half day. I didn't see him. He came home before the state game. He was home for a little while and
went back to the bar.
Left. Yeah.
That was the excuse. Yeah, we don't have it.
I don't think
I have to go back to the bar.
Because if he's at home, he has to be dad.
Oh yeah. And he
I'm not saying he's a bad dad, but I'm saying if he's at the bar, he doesn't have to be dad.
Well, right. Yeah.
He just did take Emily to dance, and he watched on his phone, which is, I don't know.
There's something fuzzy going on here.
What do you mean?
How could he watch it on his phone, but
I
he
have
can't
no
watch it
idea.
on his TV?
I don't know. When it comes to sport channels on our TV, I don't know. I don't know anything.
But I'm confused. Like if you want to just watch regular ESPN, you can't on your TV?
I have no idea.
Because I think if you have ESPN, you have TNT. It's kind of the same
Colin
package.
has been planning this for a long time. Colin, you're a genius.
I'm just wondering how many times in the mirror he practiced. We don't get the channel. What do you mean we don't get the channel? Heather, you got to come see this. We don't get TNT.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta
go
out
to
of
the
here.
bar.
I'm sorry. I hate to do this. It'd be okay. He's got it all rehearsed. It'd mean a lot if you could take care of the house while I'm gone.
Oh yeah, I don't ask a lot, but I really need to see these games. And Michigan plays at noon, Michigan State right after them. I'm going to have to be gone all Saturday afternoon too.
Yep.
Can you handle the kids?
That's a pro move. I would investigate a little more,
I
Heather.
will. I'll do some digging.
How are you watching on your phone? I guess there are
So
some...
can you do that? Can you watch on your phone if you don't have the channel through your TV?
I mean, there's a March Madness app, but I think there's only a short amount of time you could watch before you have to like sign in or do a trial or a subscription, I thought.
Yeah.
Shoot.
I mean, if you can watch on your phone, I sure
Really?
would think I'm sure
Okay,
you have a smart TV at home, right?
I don't know.
Colin is a genius.
I don't do the TV. Like I
Keep
watch
her in the dark.
very select few shows, and I know how to get to them, and he does the rest.
I'm going to get a text from Colin pretty soon here. Hey, stop it, bud.
talking.
Stop it.
Roy says, you're not screwed if your champion loses in the first round. If your other 3 regions all make the Final Four, you could still win, so you can root against Duke and still root for your bracket.
Sure. It just makes it really hard.
Yeah, much more difficult. 248-539-9797. What do you want to see today, John?
Oh boy, I mean, I would love to see some upsets, and Michigan and Spartan fans do not have to worry because we're not on the docket for today. We've talked about this. Santa Clara,
first game of the day.
Yep, we're rooting over Kentucky.
By the way, spread's like 3.5 points. It's right there. Mm-hmm. It's their first tourney since Steve Nash.
Akron, Texas Tech, another 12-5. And obviously Texas Tech having a player, one of their best player out.
Scores out. Akron's been to 3 straight tourneys. Come on. This is the time to do it.
What else am I looking for?
Could Hofstra? Am I getting greedy? Bama missing somebody? I mean,
a dirty little secret. Whenever you're in that bracket, right, and you look and once noon hits and you get the reveal of what everyone else has, and you're looking at it going, why would they pick this? Mm-hmm. There's somebody, and I won't name names, in our family bracket that picked Alabama to win it all.
Oh.
I don't have any understanding as to why, especially with the weed doctor playing or not playing for Alabama.
Yeah, he's not playing.
No. And so I'm like, okay, why would you pick Alabama? And it's kind of that morbid curiosity where you're sitting there going, all right, Hofstra, knock someone out.
Let's see it. Miami of Ohio plays today.
Yeah, against Rick Barnes.
Notorious postseason choker. I know they had success last year, but notorious.
Well, wouldn't you love to see Mick Cronin lose, too?
Oh, I would love to see Mick Cronin lose. But you better not raise your voice.
Yeah. And who wouldn't want FU to win? Furman University.
Sure. I hope we do get a true batch because, as we've said, a Cinderella is a team that gets out of the opening weekend. Yeah. The more teams that advance yesterday and today, we got a real shot for Cinderella to make her way back into the ball.
And my roommate with the Skins, Ethan Albright, his daughter played softball for Furman. And so as soon as she was admitted, he sent me the FU hat, which I proudly wore. No, I wore it so much it wore out, and I had to get rid of it.
If they advance, this is asking a lot. If they advance past this weekend, can we get you to get another one?
Oh man, yeah. If they advance, if they go to the Sweet 16, yeah, I would definitely be sporting one of those.
All right, 7:00 hour. We'll have the cookie jar, some March Madness themed questions, and more, including a question about a movie that's out. And I want to tie it into our station. Who would you want to play this role in the movie? We'll do that at 7:35. Cade Cunningham, I'm sure you saw the news yesterday, broke during our show. Collapsed lung. Mild, but not going to play at least the next 2 weeks. How does it change the outlook for the Pistons as we start to look ahead to the postseason? We'll explore that more in the 7:00 hour. Everybody's feverishly Googling collapsed lung and WebMD and trying to become an amateur doctor. We'll talk next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. A dominant win for Michigan State basketball yesterday, 92-67 over North Dakota State. Carson Cooper had a huge game with 20 points and 10 rebounds, becoming the first MSU player with 20 and 10 while shooting 75% or better from the floor in an NCAA tournament game since Magic Johnson. After the game, Tom Izzo spoke about Cooper's growth and maybe even getting him back next year. MSU will now play 6-seed Louisville tomorrow after the Cardinals survived against USF yesterday, 83-79. Michigan blew past Howard in the second half for a 101-80 win yesterday. Morez Johnson Jr. had a double-double with 21 points and 10 boards. The Wolverines will now face the Billikens of St. Louis tomorrow. That game tips off at 12:10 in Buffalo. The Pistons dominated the Wizards for a 117-95 win last night as well. They're back home tonight against the Wizards at 7:30. And the Red Wings beat the Canadians 3-1 thanks to a 3-point night from Alex DeBrincat and 32 saves from John Gibson. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just want to share a quick comment from Twitch. We totally glossed over this, but one of our frequent viewers, Kitech, says, today is the battle of iced tea supremacy. Long Island versus Arizona. That's a great comment.
It's a great find. People are not happy with you, John.
Oh.
On our text. Why would John be a narc and not follow the bro code? Colin has to be so mad right now. Another. Why are you guys dimming Colin? Bro code, dudes. Dave and Livonia, you guys are, I'm not going to read that word. How dare you blow Colin's cover? Leave the poor man alone. Another one says, leave him alone, jerks.
He could stand up for himself. Or can he?
John just narked on Colin. Great job, dude. If you have HBO Max, you can watch the games from TNT, TBS, and True TV.
Okay, we do have HBO Max.
There you go.
I think.
Apparently, I need to stay quiet.
No, we do because I watch The Pit, and The Pit is on HBO.
So there's your workaround, if this person's right. I think Paramount, too, because that's CBS All in the Family.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have Paramount. You
We
guys
don't
cycle
have
through
Paramount.
stuff.
Yeah, we do. We don't have Paramount, but we do have HBO.
But he's watching on his phone. At dance. And he just has to go to the bar because the TV at home won't get the game. Well done, Colin. Well done.
Yeah, even if it only lasted for one day, that is, hey, tip of the cap to you, bud.
This text says CBS and March Madness apps let you sign in through their computer or device. Yeah, but you have to use your cable login.
Right.
You don't just get to sign in and
Yeah,
say...
it says what's your TV provider.
Right, you don't go,
Okay, but-
basketball, please.
I don't think he's lying. Do you think he's really lying? So we log in sometimes using his mom's login information because,
Yeah.
okay, so that's how sometimes we get other things.
workaround, yeah.
We use her login. And I don't think he's lying to me.
Oh, he's
The
lying.
beauty
You
is
do?
that we've just planted that seed of doubt. Now let's see what grows.
I don't know how he would have got it on his phone, but he couldn't watch it at home.
Maybe he wasn't watching on his phone. I think he was. He was very distracted. I'm guessing he was watching.
I'm very proud of Colin.
Oh, yes.
And apologies if we screwed it up for him. Hey, we're giving away Red Wing tickets this hour on the show. If the environment's anything like last night, if they play as well as they did last night, you're going to want to be in the building on Saturday when the Bruins are in town. To win that pair of tickets, you got to listen to our show for the next hour. I know, torture, right? And here's how it works. When you hear Alex DeBrincat's goal, you're going to call in. He had a big goal, buried their mistake to give the Wings the lead. When you hear the goal, Ken Cal's call, you call in, you win that pair of tickets for Saturday against the Bruins. Pistons played last night too, John. Their first game without Cade Cunningham, collapsed lung.
Yeah.
As you processed it, slept on it, how does this change their outlook?
It's so hard because you just don't want to accept it. Yeah, thanks, Heather. I still don't think I've really fully adjusted to it. And I feel more for Cade. Obviously, he's the one going through it, right? He's the one with the collapsed lung. He's the one, when we asked JB at the beginning of the season, how much did last season's first round exit motivate him? What have you seen him do? And he talked about the work that he put in all offseason, the leadership that he has shown. And to be also, we didn't think, neither you or I, and I think maybe I was at 51 games. I can't remember what I said at the beginning of the season. They hit 50 yesterday. They've done all the hard work, but it's all been because of the investment that he has made, both in his game and as a leader. And so I hate it most for him because, and this has no bearing on the season, but if he doesn't come back, it doesn't play another game in the regular season, he can't get any MVP votes. He can't get any postseason awards. He can't be a part of the All-NBA teams. And I hate it for him. And on the, when you start talking about what does this mean for the Pistons, well, they've got that 4-game lead. And I know Boston's humming along. They got Jason Tatum back. I think that this is, we saw it early in the game yesterday. It waned off a little bit, but they ultimately won. It's the Wizards, right? Who cares?
Yeah.
There is a a part of that team that I think, because we've heard of how close they are, that it is a motivator. Hey, let's go out there and hold on to that 1 seed for Cade. He's going to come back. We've got to do our part for our leader. How much can that carry them, that momentum, that drive, that emotional connection that they have, move them forward in the final 13 games? I do ultimately think they hold on to the 1 seed.
The math is on their side to hold the 1 seed. 13 games to go. They got a 4-game cushion. I don't want to get caught up in this because I actually don't think it matters all that much if they fall to the 2 seed. It actually might be better for them because it would make the Knicks their second-round matchup as opposed to the Cavs. But I'm far less confident they hold the 1 seed than you. I mean, flippantly, yesterday I said you can wave goodbye to it, and here's my thought. They've only lost 1 game in Boston since they added Jason Tatum. It's entirely feasible they run this out with only 1 or 2 losses the rest of the way. The Pistons with Cade were 5-5 in the last 10. I wouldn't be out of the question that they are a below 500 team the rest of the way. And that combination is how you lose the 1 seed. But I don't even really want to dwell in that space.
Right.
To me, it's all about what you said, when they get him back.
Yeah.
I want to focus on when he's back. When is it on the calendar?
And what type of shape, or how long can he go? Not just throughout the course of the game, but is he limited to, well, he can only be out there for 5 minutes at a time?
Well, yeah, because the difference is the first thing that came down yesterday was TJ Watt. TJ Watt, Steeler pass rusher, he missed 3 weeks with a partially collapsed lung. But he doesn't play every snap of offense and defense. He wasn't even playing every snap of defense.
Right, and the average play of an NFL play is like 7 seconds. So he goes hard for 7 seconds, and then he gets to stand there while the other team takes the time off the play clock and breathe.
Right, and it's not like you can give him an oxygen tank. Like Kate Cunningham's not playing with an oxygen tank. It's not like you can go, hey, we're going to bring you in for this half-court dribble drive. You work a screen and roll, and then walk over to the bench.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you saw something else. Like, how did this happen? Was it a direct result of the injury that he had?
It was my guess.
Well, sure, that's kind of what you. But what did we hear about TJ Watt? What do they call it? Micro needling or whatever it was that actually caused it? It was the treatment he was getting for an injury that caused the lung deflation. Was he getting treatment for what we were assuming were back spasms, and that's what caused the collapse? Like and I'm not saying anything did anything wrong, but we're just trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, again, we're still in the first 24 hours of hearing this news. Immediately, it's a kick to the groin.
Yeah.
But as I've sat on it, I'm like, dude, I don't really care if they lose the 1 seed because it actually might help them in the second round. This team should still get to the second round, right? I mean, if Cade is coming back for the postseason, you got to get through the first round. And if he's back up to speed by that point, well, then the chips are going to fall where they were going to fall. I got Cade back. I'm playing the Knicks. I should beat the Knicks. I'm in the ECF, and we'll find out. Like, this shouldn't be panic. Where you'll get concerned is if his ramp up is extended.
Yeah.
If he can't go 100%, if you end up drawing a really hot team, like someone wins the play-in, like I know Charlotte's played very well in the new year.
Yeah.
You get a team playing hot and Cade's on a minutes restriction. Well, that's where I would start to get concerned. But I still think they're going to be 1 or 2. They should win the first round series.
Yeah.
And then Cade's got, I mean, I would hope at that point, John, the second round, he would get his sea legs under him. So then how big a deal is this then? That's how I'm rationalizing it.
Right. If that's the way it plays out, and again, starting hour 1, I was proud of you. Starting hour 2, I'm proud of you for glasses half full.
Are you looking for John's approval?
No, I know he's not looking for that, but I ultimately, if that is the course that this takes,
right,
then hey, it was a moment of panic. If they're able to overcome that, then it makes the season even more special.
Yeah. Are you with me, though, that like losing the 1 seed isn't going to be that big a deal if they draw? Because we want the Knicks in the second round more than the Cavs.
Right. And so what we know is they're not going to miss out on a trip to the playoffs. This isn't like the
Red
injury that the Red Wings have suffered, where they're just in this battle to stay as a wild card team. And so they're going to be in the postseason. It's just simply, when is Cade able to return, and what does it look like at that time?
And for reference, each case is different. We don't know. We heard it's a mild.
Right.
But we've seen instances where players are back in 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And we've seen instances where it could be as many as 6 weeks. Now, if it's 6 weeks, I'm absolutely panicking at that point.
Oh, sure.
Because I don't know that they're...
Well, who's the other scorer?
Yeah.
When you get into the postseason, that's what you're going to ask. Like, who? And we were asking that when Cade was healthy. Who's the other scorer?
I know. Guys, the Pistons have a 5-game lead because they own the tiebreaker against the Celtics. They literally have to play 500 ball to lose the 1 seed with 13 to go. Tony and Dearborn. Yeah, but I just told you they're playing 500 ball with Cade. So that would be why I still feel like that 1 seed is in the balance.
Right. Because it felt like the Pistons peaked. They were plateauing. Like, that's as good as they were going to play, but everyone else was raising their level.
And Boston, again, 1 loss since Tatum's come back. And I think it was against the Spurs, who everybody's losing to. It's entirely feasible Boston only loses 1 or 2 the rest of the way and then forces Detroit to be a 500 team, which they were barely doing with Cade lately. Mm-hmm. Skubal or Cade, who's more important to their team, guys?
Well, it's Cade.
Cade, yeah.
Yeah, clearly. It's a guy that plays every day.
Right. I thought the Pistons would struggle to get out of the first round regardless, but if Cunningham is rusty or misses time, the season's over. That story ended their season.
Not yet.
Not yet. Now, I did see the Pistons came out and said 2 weeks reevaluate. That's the best case scenario, would be in 2 weeks he starts to build, like,
right.
He plays a couple regular season games to close, right?
Yeah, and then the question is, how important is the 1 seed at that time? Do you want him to be ramping up in practice so that he is, like, because it's obviously a much more controlled environment,
right.
Or do they need to see, like, is the ultimate ramp up is, because we talk about football, hey, the only way you get in football shape is to play football. Is the only way to get that actual ramp up is to see him play in the final 3 games? I don't know.
I'm not a basketball trainer, but I think that's what I'm saying is I want to have the option.
Yeah.
You'd love for him to have built back up enough lung capacity and strength and heal enough to where, yeah, the game might not even be about the 1 seed at that point, but just can I get him 30 to 35 minutes,
right,
huffing and puffing, and make sure that he can go when the postseason starts. You don't want to throw away games in the playoffs. Right. You don't want to let a team that shouldn't beat you, all of a sudden they're up.
And what's the shot look like?
Yeah, and now you put it on yourself. You're right. And that's the other thing, John. He had been shooting so well. That was the one thing that his game needed to round out. He was shooting so well before this happened, too. Mm-hmm. I hate that anything would throw him out of his rhythm because he's an MVP caliber player and they need him. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll explore this a little more with you guys. Cookie Jar at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, nice little warm-up right now, but we all know cold temps will make a comeback, so don't risk a furnace failure. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure everything is running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Same-day service and financing are available. You can get more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, is celebrating Moran Madness this month with absolutely loaded deals. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2026 Equinox LT starting at $239 a month. That's a 36-month lease with $999 down. Moran makes car buying easy. Shop online anytime, MoranExpress.com, or give you great service in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Cookie jar coming up at 7:35. Involve our coworkers in one of the questions. I'll also talk a little bit about the madness that is March. We brought up the Cade Cunningham injury, chance to sleep on it, your level of concern and how it impacts their outlook for the rest of the season. Tex says Cade is way more important than any other athlete to any of our teams in the city. He's a motivator, and he cares for his teammates way more than someone like Scooble, Jonathan, in Dearborn. Pistons are 6-2 this season without Cade. The panic is alarming for no reason. He'll be back in 2 weeks. Doubting this team will fuel him, so keep it up, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't think we're doubting him. I still think that they hold on to the 1 seed, and they are 6-2 without him.
Right, but
they got Oklahoma City on the horizon. They're. It's not like it's an easy. And the Lakers, they're going to be playing the Lakers now. They get them at home, but Luka has been on fire. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah. He did factually, yeah. 6-2 with Cade Cunningham off the out of the lineup. 6-2 without Cade. Is your point that they don't need him? Like, I don't know what they'll be just fine without him. No, we know how important this guy is, so don't play stupid.
Right.
They were 5-5 in their last 10 with him. So should I say they're better without him because they're 6-2 and they don't have him in the lineup? Like, you can make numbers say whatever you want. Let's just call it what it is. Without Cade Cunningham, their defense had already been waning. 500 basketball is no gimme the rest of the way. Celtics with Tatum have 1 loss since he's come back. But even me, I guess I'm the guy he's referring to as panicking. I even said I don't care if they lose the 1 seed because the 2 seed might actually be better draw for them come playoff time.
As long as he's back.
That's the biggest thing. I don't really miss 2 weeks, miss 3 weeks, but make sure he is huffing and puffing, ready to play basketball come playoff time.
Yeah, hopefully he's not huffing and puffing, but just ready to play basketball.
Proper lung function, breathe in and out. I want him to have the conditioning to where he can go out there and it's okay.
Calm,
it's
cool,
okay.
collected.
Yeah, but it's okay if he's pushing himself and because they need him to.
Yes. And I think he understands that better than anybody else. So does JB. So does Trajan.
Yeah. So with the stretch coming up, do you think they'll be a 500 team?
I do.
Okay.
And so here's the thing:
they hold the 1.
This happened. All right. On Tuesday night against Washington, they still win, and for whatever reason, they're playing Washington back-to-back in Washington, and they come away with another win. They've got now 4 games at home. I'd much rather they be at home in this initial stretch of the final playoff push than being on the road. Then they got New Orleans as one of them. I just talked about L.A. That's game 2. Atlanta,
by the way, has won 11 straight.
Right. Well, they're due.
I don't think they're going to hold the 1 seed, and I don't even say it as like doom and gloom. I don't expect them to keep the 1 seed. If they do, hey, great. But if they lose it might actually be better for them.
I think this team is scrappy enough. They're going to yuck up enough wins in the final 13 here to hold on to that 1 seed. Cade's back, and this is all just, hey, we wake up, pinch ourselves, we're awake. It was a nightmare. Let's move on.
Who needs to step up the most in this 13-game stretch?
I mean, I think it's going to depend, honestly, on a nightly basis. And it's Jalen Duren has to be who Jalen Duren has been. It's what, 24 last night. He's going to have to always be. He's going to have to be the consistent. Now you're not getting 3-pointers from him, so they're all hard-earned buckets.
So the shot creating isn't going to get picked up by one person. Like Dennis Jenkins will play more.
Yeah.
But I think offensively, they might put the ball in Asar's hands to create. Duren is a good passer. Maybe an underrated passer is a big. Now, these guys aren't initiating offense for the entire game.
I tell you what, when you're playing against the better teams, you're going to need more than 7 from Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
That's who's going to have to step up.
Unk.
Yeah. All right. Hey, we're all learning to you. Culture can't have you not a part of this locker room. Now's the time for you to step up.
All right. Heather, your time to step up. It's the news.
All right. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, 4 years after that devastating fire and just in time for golf season, Oakland Hills Country Club will officially open its new clubhouse next month. So members will be the first to step into the new building, which looks very sweet and very similar to the original. They'll be able to step in for brunch on April 5th, which is Easter
right
Sunday.
around the corner, yeah.
I believe, right? Easter's on the 5th.
Yeah.
It's a little
5th, yeah.
Easter brunch. Yeah, pretty cool. So the club says that the rebuild project came in on budget and ahead of schedule. The clubhouse project cost more than $1 million, was paid in large part by an insurance payout, but as well as through increased membership costs. So pretty cool. Oakland Hills will host an official grand opening ceremony for the new clubhouse in the coming weeks.
Good.
Yep. A retired Detroit police sergeant allegedly led a double life that involved kidnapping and raping multiple victims while he worked for the department. So a slew of charges have been filed against 68-year-old Benjamin Wagner, stemming from crimes that happened decades ago. So according to Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy, the alleged sexual assaults happened between 1999 and 2003, involved victims between the ages of 15 and 23. Wagner worked for the Detroit Police Department from 1989 until he retired in 2017. Now, according to Worthy, Wagner utilized isolation and force, armed with a handgun, and threatened the girls' lives as he was sexually assaulting them. He is now facing 14 charges, including multiple counts of kidnapping and varying degrees of criminal sexual conduct.
Do any of us think that 4-year stretch was the only time that this happened? Like he all of a sudden just stopped?
No, and they don't either. And they're hoping that if you or someone you know may have been a victim of his, to call the Detroit Police Department.
That's what I was going to ask. How long was this actually going on? It's despicable.
It's disgusting. ABC has canceled The Bachelorette with Taylor Frankie Paul just 3 days before it was set to premiere. And this cancellation comes after video was released that shows her attacking her ex-boyfriend, Dakota Mortensen. And the video shows her just viciously assaulting him, even at one point throwing these metal chairs at him. And to me, the most disturbing part of the video is actually something you can't see, but it's something you hear, is the fact that he keeps saying, your daughter is here, who at the time, because it happened in 2023, was about 5 years old. And she allegedly is hit by one of those chairs. You don't see it in the video, but you can definitely hear her crying. She was arrested following that incident. She ended up pleading guilty to a 3rd-degree felony of aggravated assault, which technically, could be reduced to a misdemeanor if she does successfully complete terms of her probation. And if you remember, just a couple of days ago, I told you she was in a domestic dispute again with this same guy, which maybe violated her probation. So there's a lot going on here. ABC is basically in full meltdown mode because they are on the verge of losing tens of millions of dollars with this cancellation. Lots going on.
It was a stupid decision to even have her.
You know what they wanted is that The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives was
a huge hit.
The
cross promotion.
And they were, like, you look at what some of these women have done. They've been on Dancing with the Stars. There's one that has been on Broadway that brought in more money for the show she's been on than ever before, basically. Yeah. So it's like a huge, people are watching them. That's what they were hoping. But this was not old news. Like, we all knew about her arrest. But
it's once there's video, once there's sound, once you can experience it. It's like what happened with Ray Rice. It was 2 games, and then you saw the photos and the video inside that elevator, and it was like, no, this dude's not playing football. ABC goes, she's not going to be on The Bachelorette. I do want to note the fact that they picked her, like they're maybe trying to capitalize on some of the momentum. That,
sure.
At the same time, it does speak to the state of the franchise.
Oh, Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Desperate,
That they felt like they had to go outside and do something desperate.
Yep. I'm going to try to do this one quickly, but it's a good one. MLB teams have gotten really creative on the culinary front, and they're rolling out some over-the-top options for the 2026 season.
Oh, I'm always into this.
There's the top 8 have been ranked. So there's the 999 challenge by the New York Mets. You all know the 999 challenge, but they're mini hot dogs and like smaller beers. But still, they're capitalizing on. But they're using the momentum of the challenge to create a new food option. Watermelon habanero margaritas by the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they come in like a little cooler, like kind of like a cooler you'd get like Gatorade out of, like a mini. So you get like a souvenir cup too. That's kind of cool. The 128-ounce bucket of nachos by the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's exactly what you would think. It's just
now I'm starting to get
massive gallon-sized
extra
nacho.
cheese, please.
Let's see, the Southside Supreme, the Chicago White Sox. It's basically a deep dish pizza and an Italian beef sandwich combined, and it's in the shape of a home plate.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Which team has that?
That's the White Sox.
That's an easy road trip.
Yeah.
The footlong elote corn dog by the Diamondbacks. It's a corn dog with fire roasted corn, cheese, cilantro, all sorts of stuff on top of it. A machete by the Marlins.
Oh boy.
It's a quesadilla, but it's like a 2-foot long tortilla, and it comes in like a custom carrying box.
Oh my goodness.
And it looks like a machete.
You got getting excited.
Take Me Out to the Ball Game shake by the Diamondbacks, and it is just it's a decadent salted caramel milkshake that's topped with whipped cream, Cracker Jacks, Kit Kats, and Nutter Butters.
You got to have something for dessert.
And then number 1 is the chicken and churros by the Cubs, and it's fried chicken thighs paired with churros, drizzled with syrup and topped with some strawberries in it. I'd take it minus the chicken. Looks great.
Oh, come on. Come on, yeah. At least means West. Got to have a little bit of both.
That's Heather with some very tasty news. Cookie Jars next, 97.1.
Hey, you look outside right now, you know it's going to warm up a little bit. We all are hoping our grass greens up sooner rather than later. And if you want to make sure you don't have any weeds, that it is a nice full green lawn all summer long, you got to get in touch with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They're the best in the business. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. And you can do it on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time right now, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. You got to start early for the best results. If you don't want crabgrass, take care of it now. You don't want dandelions, take care of it now. You want a thick lawn all summer long, take care of it now. Get in touch with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They've been serving Southeast Michigan since 1990. Nobody knows this area and your lawn better, and they will just solve problems. They're not going to bring it to you. They just fix it. Again, that number, 888-GET-GREEN, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
The cookie jar is brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's March Madness. Give me an everyday occurrence that makes you mad.
The thing that makes me mad, and it has happened literally every day for a number of weeks, it's when people are late. Or, and life happens, you're going to be late. Communicate that you're going to be late, and then I can adjust. I'm juggling 5 kids. I got different jobs. Like my day is planned out to the minute. Do not make me wait for you and not know it ahead of time. If you're going to be a half hour late, fine. I can adjust. Just let me know. Give me a little respect. It makes me furious.
That's a good one. That doesn't really happen in my life a whole lot because I'm not as scheduled as you are. I instantly thought of bad drivers. That makes me frustrated.
A little road rage?
I don't think I'd get mad, but sure, that's when I feel the most upset. Simple things that kind of aggravate me are when I'm trying to look at a video online and I have to wait through a 5-minute ad. That gets me frustrated.
A 5-minute ad?
I'm exaggerating,
right,
but
it feels like
5 minutes into 30 seconds.
I like that one, Heather, and why can't we have a remote for those?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we've all heard time in the morning. Why do I have to watch this ad?
Paul, what's yours?
Oh, Twitter. Twitter. I have to have it for sports because I want to know what's going on, but there's so much stuff that pops up where I'm just like, okay, I need to stop for a bit here.
Mine is drivers not paying attention. It's just in general, that's what we're doing. Be active, and that's your priority, not your phone when the signal changes.
When the light turns green?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually the first thing that came to mind for me is people who are braking or are slow at green lights. There is no reason for us to be going slow.
Right.
We need to be accelerating. When you get bottlenecked at a green light, when people are tapping on we should not be braking. It all comes back to being maybe a little impatient because the other thing I was going to throw out, last time I went to the airport, we had to check bags. It's like it's everybody's first day on planet Earth. How does it take you more than 30 seconds to check the bag? Here's our passport. Here's the bag. We shouldn't be there more than 1 minute, yet the line takes forever because people, I don't know what they ask when they go up there. What's an airplane?
It's too heavy.
Right.
They have to unload it.
They're taking out a hair dryer. I could put this in my carry-on. Yeah, I could put this in the other suitcase.
I would love to know the questions they're asking. Like, where am I? What's an airport? Okay.
Grumpy old man.
Cade Cunningham's injury spooks everybody concerned about the collapsed lung. What's the one Detroit sports injury you wish you could undo?
Oh, for me, it's Hutch last year. I mean, with the 1 seed, not having him, and it's great that they still got the 1 seed, and they found different things, but I would have loved to have seen that defense in the postseason. I don't know if the offense plays so bad against Washington, he doesn't make a difference. I think the whole temperature, the whole tenor of the team changes when he is on the field or he is in the locker room. He is there participating. That one, I would love to have known what would have happened.
Tom?
The current one would have been Hutch, like the most recent one. I would have loved how that whole season would have played out. That Dallas game, they were a behemoth of a team in the NFL.
Yeah.
And it just all kind of fell apart from there. I think they could have survived the other injuries potentially, but the one all-time is Konstantinov. I mean, Little Cookies doesn't remember him playing, I don't think.
No, I mean, I would have been 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's the mini cookies?
Yeah, I mean, what the Red Wings
bite-sized.
could have potentially done with him playing a full career, I just would have loved to see that play out. And actually, too, for his life and as a human being and what happened to him and the life that he has to live because of that.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to go Hardings.
I'm going to go with, I'm going to agree with John. I'm going to say it's Hutchinson. And my only caveat being, though, is that it doesn't prevent Goff from turning the ball over as much as he did. And we already saw an elite defense last year with a quarterback having 5 turnovers cost him a chance at a Super Bowl with the Texans.
Mm-hmm. That was my thought process, too. Like, the Hutch thing is fresh, but they lost that playoff game
on offense.
And I'll fight people who say, well, it's because they had the injuries. You're not winning football games going 5 turnovers, going -5 in the turnovers.
Everything's different if you're healthy.
Yeah. I think everything is.
A game plays out differently. You're up 14-3.
You're not throwing the ball as much.
Yeah. I mean, strategy is completely different.
So Vladdy was my answer. It's the obvious answer. If you want to go a little deeper than
For
that.
you.
Yeah, I mean, I would have got to appreciate this
Yeah.
menace of a blue liner. And in addition to winning,
I wouldn't say it's the obvious answer. It's the obvious answer for you.
John, the guy lost the ability to walk and other functions because, it's the obvious one.
Well, if you're going back to, I mentioned Hardy, Jeff Hardig's. That might be more obvious because he died.
Yeah.
No, you mean Utley, right?
Mike Utley died, right?
No, never mind.
Who got run over in their
That
front
was
yard?
Andalsack.
Eric Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Poor Jeff Hardy. If you're out there.
Thoughts and prayers.
Well, when you said
Sorry.
when you said Harding, I thought you meant Tanya Harding, and I'm like,
no,
Nancy Kerrigan injury.
No.
Let's move on.
Yeah, sorry, I blew that one.
Okay. You're having 5 friends over to watch the game. You're ordering pizza. What's the amount that you order?
I order 1 pizza per guy.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, absolutely. You're watching games, right? This is a long one. It's gonna be all day sucker plus cheese bread and wings. I eat 1 pizza myself. I'm not gonna downgrade the guys. Say, well, I'm gonna eat 1 myself, and you have to share.
you'd go hungry at my party because I was thinking, well, okay, so 5 friends plus me. We got
5
6
guys, not just 5 friends.
It said friends. It didn't say men. It said friends. I'd get 2 larges and a breadstick. Call it a day.
I had 3 with breadsticks and wings.
I had the exact same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking 3 too, half for each guy.
Underserved.
To John's point, leftover
My
pizza's
friends are
never a
different
bad
than your
thing.
friends.
2 pieces each is pretty much it.
2 pieces each.
For me and my friends? Heck yeah.
You're not hosting.
You're like Stoney with the 2 pizzas and salad for like 10, 15
Yeah.
people.
No.
Okay, the NBA is considering expanding to Seattle and Vegas. Should they expand, and are those the right locations?
No, they shouldn't expand, but if they do, yes, those are the right locations. I want to see another team in Seattle, and hey, we got all the teams in Vegas. You're buying in, let's go.
Right locations, but absolutely not. Relocate 2 teams that suck and put them in those cities.
Yeah.
They don't need more teams to water down the product, but those 2 cities deserve teams.
And if Seattle gets a team, that should be the Sonics again.
Agreed. Okay, there's a new movie out called Project Hail Mary. It's getting great reviews. It's a sci-fi movie about a scientist who has to save the sun from dying. Who from our station would you send into space to save the planet?
All right, so this sounds to me like it's a one-way trip. And we're sending somebody into outer space.
Oh, boy.
I don't care if he fixes it or not. I'm sending Valeni.
I'd probably send Greg. I think he could fix it.
And if he meets an alien, he would actually probably know how to talk to him.
Well, he also would be able to talk to himself while he's
The
there.
entire
doesn't
time he can
need
entertain
friends.
himself.
Yeah.
Mine is Greg, too. I think he's the smartest person
Yeah.
here. And I do believe he actually has a degree from Michigan in chemical engineering.
Smart man.
Yes.
Yeah.
You think he's the smartest?
Yes, I do. I think he is.
Didn't Rico get into Harvard?
Well, he should have went then and got the degree.
Greg was my answer too. Paul, what about you?
Well, I think I would take Greg too, just because of his vast Star Trek knowledge. That might actually come into help if he reads aliens and other life forms out there.
I love how John read this. I can send someone away forever and they'll never
I could
return.
shoot him into outer space.
They may get absorbed by the heat of the sun.
Can I light the fuse?
Can you imagine Stoney going out there?
Oh, God.
Oh, come on. He'd just be going around the sun.
Yeah.
Never know
Over
how.
and
Yeah,
over
what am I
again.
supposed to do?
Maybe I should have asked who's the worst person we could send up from the station. That's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you. And whether I'm looking for long-term growth or I just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for myself and my family. With First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing that your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Ken Cal on the call. Alex DeBrincat, when you get a gift, bury it. He had been playing well all game. Wings matched the physicality in a great environment. And no, they didn't make the playoffs last night. No, you can still have doubts, and I do. But man, was last night fun and exactly what we needed to see. I mean, hell, even when they got down 1-0, the crowd didn't feel like a morgue. There was no panic. And when they tied the game up, everybody was like spilling out, let's go Red Wing chants. They weren't even synced up or anything. Just everybody felt like, hey, we got to will this team to find a way to win.
That's one that I really wish I had been able to be there for that one, because I did not have the same feeling at home. That energy, for me, didn't come across the TV. It's probably because I wasn't tuned in.
Oh, there's a million things going on.
Yeah, I was over the Michigan game. I was watching the Pistons game, watching other tournament games, and I'd check in, and you get the update that they're down 1-0, and it's kind of like, oh, man, just wanted them to take care of their own business.
With the DeBrincat goal, it's one of those plays like you get a favorable bounce and everybody's on their feet before he even shoots the puck.
Yeah.
Because it's a golden opportunity in a game that was played really tight. It kind of felt like a bounce was going to decide that hockey game. Mm-hmm. And Gibson played well and made sure none of those bounces came back to haunt the Wings. And they end up winning with Kopp scoring the empty netter. He comes back a full week early. It's like, man, hey, a long way to go. It's going to be an uphill climb, but everybody else winning, you got to keep winning. Isn't it funny how that works, John? Columbus won. I'm not mad because the Wings won.
Right.
Boston won. Okay, but the Wings won. If you just keep winning, it doesn't matter what anybody else does.
Yeah.
And I get it. The bubble is crazy this year. It feels like 100 points is going to be required, but keep winning and you make your way in. We got text coming in from the cookie jar.
Oh, okay, good.
I want an invite to Jansen's party. Perfect ratio, John and Wixom.
Oh yeah, one, and then you get to pick what is on your pizza. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, gosh, if we're watching March Madness all day, like I don't think one's going to be enough per guy.
We also didn't even go into like toppings. To your point,
yeah, but so
the default's cheese and pepperoni,
meat,
but
yeah.
Bacon,
yeah.
sausage,
I mean, with my group
ham.
of friends, and this is where we differ. Heather is like, I read it as you have 5 guys over, and
I'm thinking of my girlfriends. Like, you make sure you have 2 apiece, and that's
right.
That's
and
enough.
I'm sitting there going, gosh, I'm not even sure 1 is enough. And then what do you get on all of them? And it's just, hey, meat lovers for all 5.
Do you like chicken on your pizza?
No.
I didn't think you did.
No, that whole barbecue chicken pizza.
Hot buffalo chicken's pretty good.
Okay, if it's buffalo sauce, that's different. I'm not a big fan of. I make my own barbecue sauce, so I'm very particular.
Do you put any vegetables ever on your pizza?
No,
like
really?
peppers, onions.
Oh, I peppers and onions.
I can eat peppers and onions
Mushrooms.
on it. I'm not gonna. I'm mushroom sure, but if I order a pizza, it's just sausage and bacon. Go full swine.
Yeah, pizza
Yeah,
purist.
Pig, yeah, a pig for a pig.
By the way, I have confirmed, we have breaking news. Jeff Hardings is alive.
Oh,
Maybe.
Yes, I meant Eric Andelsek. Yes.
Maybe this was a subconscious thing. He lives in suburbs of Columbus.
No problem.
Oh, there you go.
And he's a high school football coach at a Christian school.
okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff.
Let's resurrect him.
Yeah.
We did ask about the worst Detroit sports injury, the one you wish you could undo. Vote for Joel Zamaya or Mark the Bird Fidrich, John and Warren. Damn Guitar Hero that did in Zamaya.
Yeah. Yeah.
How can Mike Utley not be the one injury you want reversed? Vlad was in an accident. It's different. That's Dan and Howell. I think Vlad's in the spirit of the question, though.
Sure, I would agree. Yeah.
You want to reverse what happened. And,
somebody that was playing and then they weren't.
Yeah.
Because they physically weren't unable.
Well, that's why I said it was obvious that it's him over Hutch. I know Hutch is the more popular modern answer. I don't know what happens if Hutch plays, because if Goff has 5 turnovers, they don't even get the Eagles showdown. I feel very confidently if Konstantinov played, we'd have more Stanley Cups.
It's
possible. They already won
a
few with him being sidelined and unable to play. Yeah, they would have won more. Isaiah Thomas, Game 6 of the finals in '88. It's Dan and Royal Oak. That's where he rolled the ankle.
Yeah.
He finished that one game, but wasn't the same the rest of the way.
Yeah. I mean, you see him limping around and you absolutely love the fight. And that's part of the issue. Like, our heroes have always played through injuries like that. And now in today's day and age, you don't play because you don't want to get hurt.
That 25-point third quarter is something every Detroit sports fan should watch, no matter your age.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
They win that one, it's a three-peat because they go on to win the next two. That's the same finals with the Phantom Foul.
Yeah.
Frank Ragnow's toe injury derailed a Lions dynasty. Colin in Marysville.
You could make that argument.
If he's still playing.
Yeah.
Line doesn't have the slippage last year. Easy one, Isaiah spraining his ankle in the finals against the Lakers. Franzen's concussion. He's just never the player anymore. Wasn't the same guy.
Yeah.
He was a big, strong power forward, and those are so hard to get, and his game was gone. Everyday occurrences that make me mad in honor of March Madness. People who slow down before merging into the left turn lane.
Yes.
That's Nate and Trenton. Everyday occurrence I hate. Scooble and Boris in the news doing something stupid. That's Roy. How about nursery rhymes from your star player's agent? Yeah, nobody likes it. Drivers driving slow in the fast lane on the highway. That's what makes me mad.
Get out of the way.
On the subject of the person you'd send into space to fix the sun, which is the plot of the big movie out with Jared Goff, Ryan Gosling.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you send from the station? Stoney would be the worst person. He wouldn't fix anything. Maybe send his wife. That's from Tony.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to send Cindy up there.
Can we send Logan and Jake Paul together to, quote, save the sun? It's from Tony.
Well, they're not from the station.
No. I would not send you, John, because you don't even think we've been to space.
I did not say that. And
Mr.
I didn't
Moon
say,
landing truther.
I brought up the conspiracy as one of the major conspiracies.
You like to fix things, but...
I do like to fix things. I think I could fix the sun.
I wonder what Greg would have said. Would Greg have said himself? Because we all kind of circled Greg.
Right. I mean, he may not have said, well, I don't have to be lonely because I talk to myself.
Would have left that out?
Yeah. I think he is the smartest. And he's clearly the smartest because there are some times where he'll say a joke and it'll take me another 3 segments before I actually understand it. And then I get it. I'm like, that's a good joke.
97.1.
The first day of the NCAA tournament is complete with 16 games yesterday. Both Michigan and Michigan State avoided upsets with dominant wins. The Spartans were first as they raced past North Dakota State with a 92-67 win. Carson Cooper had 20 and 10, while Cohen Carr pitched in 17 points. Jeremy Fears only had 7 points, but 11 assists in the victory. Michigan State will now play Louisville tomorrow at 2:45. For Michigan, they were close with Howard at halftime, only leading 50-46 at the break. Dusty May said he was reminded of the old story of David and Goliath, the way the first 20 went.
Everyone's a fan of Malcolm Gladwell like I am, but David versus Goliath, according to Malcolm, wasn't necessarily an upset because there's a slingshot involved. And in the first half, Howard had their slingshots out. They were shooting the cover off of it, off the catch. And so I was actually thinking, like, this is how they usually happen. Fortunately, we were able to score the ball. We did a good job against the pressure. We were able to get it inside, especially in the second half, and take advantage of what the game was giving us.
Michigan, of course, went on to outscore the Bison by 17 in the second half for a 101-80 win. The Wolverines will now face 9-seed St. Louis in Buffalo tomorrow at 12:10. Pistons beat the Wizards 117-95. They're back home tonight against the Warriors. The Wings also beat the Canadiens 3-1 to manufacture a three-way tie at 84 points with Montreal and Boston in the Atlantic standings. 6 teams in the East clustered at 83 or 84 points right now. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
We're going to roll the conversation over. Detroit sports injuries you wish you could undo. Give us one. 248-539-9797. The Kate News yesterday had everybody initially hysterical, right? Concerned and panicking because the injury could linger into the postseason. And the most promising Pistons season we've had in more than a decade suddenly was called into question. He'll be out at least 2 weeks. Then you got to catch your breath and hope he catches his breath, and he's playing in the postseason. We want to know the injury that you'd undo from Detroit sports history. 248-539-9797. A few more responses from the cookie jar on other stuff, too, including John, nothing but sausage on all 5 pizzas for his sausage fest that he's hosting. Mm-hmm. On the injuries, I wish we could undo Javid Best concussions.
Sure.
He was so electric at Cal, but it also wasn't a surprise because he had the issues at Cal, too. How is no one saying Kirby Joseph? Most interceptions 1 year, the next his knee will never be the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great one. And the cap ramifications for the Lions.
Yeah, if his knee truly is all effed up and he can hardly play, I mean,
he's made some social media posts alluding to it's not that case, but what do you expect him to do?
Right. I don't expect him to mope on social media. He's going to work his tail off to get
back.
back.
I could play again.
Woe is me. Reggie Brown would be my injury. Such highs and lows as Barry broke the rushing record same game. Mm-hmm. Matt Anderson blew out his arm bowling a frozen turkey. I'd undo that. Grant Hill, although I'm not sure he stays in Detroit, he would have been a top 10 all-time player without the injuries. In my opinion, that's Ryan working in Plymouth.
It's very possible.
He was leaving, so I'm not going to undo that one. Hutch's leg, I watched it live and I dropped to my knees.
Yeah,
that one took the wind out of the city.
It did, but it didn't affect them in the regular season. I mean, it did, but it didn't. They were able to overcome and still get the 1 seed. I just still would have liked to have seen what that team looked like in the postseason with him healthy.
Yeah, they won 15 games. And if they had faced the Eagles and lost, I'd be much more willing to accept that injuries derailed that season.
Right.
The cause of death, the autopsy of the 15-2 Lions, was not about the defense, no matter how many times you want it to be.
No. And when I say the Hutch thing, I'm not talking about that specific game. And I even said, if he was on the field and the offense played the same way, I don't know that the outcome is different. But if he is a part of that, the tenor of the team, what they're doing changes.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I feel like people have placed that season's failures on Hutch's and other injuries when certainly it would have been a factor if they played the Eagles. But the reason they didn't even get to play the Eagles is because as double-digit favorites at home off a bye, this team had 5 turnovers.
See, I adamantly disagree with you on this. If they were, let's say they remain relatively healthy, something was going to happen. Like the Anzalone arm injury still happens. Let's say McNeil even goes down. I'd have loved to see the rest of it play out healthy. I think you're dealing in such a different series of outcomes. Like I think they would handle the Commanders rather easily to the point where they would have completely had a different game plan offensively. They knew that they had to go basically Buffalo Bills game mode and outscore them.
And you think they pressed?
Yes. And I think Goff is a tier 2 quarterback and he showed his colors a little bit in that game, but I don't think that ever would have had to happen if they would have had Hutch and others healthy.
Do you get what I'm saying? If they played the Eagles and we just saw, hey, they don't have the dudes, then I would say, damn, that's a season robbed of injury. But when you stub your toe against a lesser team, I don't then go with the injuries as the reason. Like with our other teams, if the Pistons get Cade back and lose in the second round, then they just weren't good enough.
Right.
Now, if they don't get him back at all, then it's what we're talking about. That's an injury you'd want to go back and undo. Like the Wings right now, the Larkin thing sucks. And when you magnify it and multiply it with Kopp, who awesome to see him back last night, but all the injuries at once, people are saying, well, this is why they'll miss. No, if the Red Wings miss the playoffs, it's because they're a bad team 5-on-5 that couldn't survive a short-term bout of injuries.
Right.
They have some of the fewest.
Just not deep enough.
Yeah, like in terms of man games missed, the Wings have been one of the healthiest teams this year. If they don't get in, it's going to be because they aren't good enough to survive a brutal stretch. Every team has different stretches. I wouldn't undo that injury. You know, and maybe they still find a way to get in with these guys coming back early.
Yeah,
I'm talking about undoing an injury that like legitimately cost this city a championship or a spot in a championship.
See, that's why I do think the Hutch one and some of the others that could have cost them. I don't know if they would have beat the Eagles. I do think they would have beat the Commanders and had an NFC Championship game at home. I thought Detroit was cheated out of that game. I really do. And when we're talking about this and bringing this up, we've had so much misfortune in this town. You brought up Utley and Andelsek, just crazy thing. Reggie Brown.
Yeah.
The Konstantinov thing. I'll even go. It seems like our timing just. We were talking yesterday about bad karma and this just stinks. And I know you think it sounds like whiny eventually, but even like a Mahorn, just so happens the NBA's expanding, and the day after you win a championship, you lose Rick Mahorn, or the day after the celebration or whatever.
Yeah.
There's always seems like there's this little cloud over our teams being good.
Okay.
Most of it is self-inflicted, but when they are good, it does feel like there are things out of our control that prevent them from getting to the mountaintop.
The reason we're talking about this is Cade, and I think Cade's a great example. I think you get 24 hours to feel bad. But assuming this guy's going to be back for the playoffs, like the Pistons season will be defined by whether this team's good enough or not this injury. And the wallowing is a bit much. Like if the Wings don't make it, like wallowing, either they'll be good enough or they won't. The Lions, 15-2, they just weren't good enough because they effed it up in that game with turnovers.
Sure.
I'm not going to wallow about it. You make your own breaks. And I'm not telling you got to feel good about injuries. Like everybody, the air gets let out of the room when Hutch goes down. I said you get 24 hours to grieve Cade. Now, if he doesn't play in the playoffs, it's a different scenario.
Correct.
If this thing lingers, then that's one of those that you legitimately...
Right. And the whole if he's back for the playoffs, it's just a big if because we don't know anything about... Well, we know he has the collapsed lung. That's all we know. We heard it was mild.
Right.
We don't know what the recovery is. We don't know how his body's going to respond. We don't know what it looks like if he is able to come back. There's just a lot of ifs.
Young players, so you always tend to go on the aggressive side of coming back.
Sure. And athletes, especially a guy in as good a shape as Cade's in, they're going to heal faster than the general public.
The handful of examples in recent NBA history suggest 2 to 6 weeks. They're shutting him down for 2.
Mm-hmm. As of now. Even if there's a little bit of a ramp up, that could still get him back for the first round of the playoffs. They should beat whoever they play in the first round of the playoffs. Talk more about the specifics, but let's get to people's phone calls and what injuries they want to undo. Let's go to Ryan. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I was thinking Franzen. I know it isn't recent, but man, I think that probably cost a couple of Stanley Cups. His injury with the concussions.
Yep.
And then we chose him over Hossa. And he ended up winning 2 or 3 cups with the Blackhawks.
Sure
so
did.
I think that was huge, man.
Yeah, it's one of those great hindsight. Like, there's just no way of knowing it was going to go that way. I mean, but for context, Franzen, they win the 08 Cup. And he's a big-time contributor. They go to the Cup in 09. He scores 34 goals. Again, playing a physical brand of hockey, the stuff that we still beg for from the team. But he never scored 30 goals again. His career was forever altered, and there's no doubt it would have extended the Red Wing window. They were able to keep the streak alive into the mid-2010s, but they were on fumes by that point.
Those 10 and 11 seasons probably play out differently if he's playing. Because Lidstrom didn't retire, I think, until 12 or 13.
To me, it officially ended with Lidstrom retired. Until Lidstrom retired, you still had a chance. Like, wasn't it the 13 season? They played the Blackhawks.
Yeah, but they were
they're up 3-1.
They were kind of on fumes.
That was probably the last real run.
I'm talking about the Sharks, like the 10 or 11 season when they lost them in the second round. That's different with Franzen. He actually has one of the most forgotten dominant performances in Detroit sports history in my mind, and it was that Avs series in 08, he scored 9 goals in a 4-game sweep. It was crazy. 2 hat tricks.
You want the context of that postseason? They played 16 games en route to the Cup. He had 18 points. 13 of them were goals. Imagine and that guy was 28 years old. Imagine you get another 6 years of that play.
Right.
I'm not saying you win another Cup, but man, those runs have a little more oomph to them.
Sure they do.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. Jason in New Baltimore, you're on 97.1.
Hi guys, thanks for taking my call this morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
My two guys are Vladimir Konstantinov. The loss of him forced the Red Wings to have to chase a physical defenseman for years. They went to Chelios. They brought in different guys, but they never replaced Konstantinov. And you talk about like a hangover after a championship. You lose a guy who was never physically the same again. I mean, what a tragedy that one was. And then my other one, and this is selfish for me because I'm such a huge Michigan guy, but I believe Blake Corum, if he doesn't get injured in the Illinois game with his knee, I believe he wins the Heisman Trophy that year. And I definitely believe they beat TCU. And don't forget this too, Donovan Edwards had a broken hand. So your most important aspect of your offense is the running game, and both of your running backs are injured. And you basically, in my opinion, take a Heisman away from Blake because I think he goes over 2,000 yards rushing that year without that injury. What do you think, John?
Well, I won't give my answer then.
I don't know. The TCU game, that to me was more not the players, it was the coaches, it was the play selection. And maybe if Blake is there and maybe if Donovan is healthy, the outcome is different. To me, that was more of a bizarre coaching calls.
Who won the Heisman that year?
That was bizarre, but I still think Blake wins the Heisman. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Hey, thanks, Jason.
You guys really think they could beat TCU when TCU changed all their plays and Michigan thought the plays meant something else? I mean, that's just kind of fact, isn't it?
I was more focusing on the Heisman. Who won the Heisman that year? What year? That would have been 23.
Was it Stroud? No.
Daniels, right?
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels.
Unbelievable numbers that season.
Yeah, I don't know that he wins the Heisman, especially since he's not a quarterback.
Right.
But what effect does it have on the Ohio State game? Because that's the game that Donovan went for, 75 and 85. Mm-hmm. Like if Blake is there, does he make the same cuts? Does he see the same thing? I don't know. Like it's
248-539-9797. Text says, defense couldn't get a stop to save its life against Washington. They definitely contributed to the loss. That's Rob on the text.
Contributed, right. And they were put in some awful positions because of the turnovers.
Well, that's exactly right. Has nobody mentioned Yuri Fisher? It was a scary moment, but in terms of derailing a championship season, it's not on the same level. It was personally very scary. I think everybody, like, your heart sinks in that moment. 248-539-9797. We'll collect more of your responses. Some good names that still haven't even come up yet. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all their great sporting events, and boy, do we have some great ones this weekend, is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. You can book your spot today at Stadium Swim at circalasvegas.com.
Let's get you a truck payment under $200 a month. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. It's truck month with loaded deals during Moran Madness. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2026 Silverado 4x4 crew cab starting at $199 a month. That's 24 months with $999 down. Shop anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Detroit sports injuries you wish you could undo. Pick one. Cade Cunningham dealing with this lung. Mild case. I don't think it derails the season. Get him back by the postseason. But what is that injury for you? 248-539-9797. Kalen Lucas Achilles injury. Team walks to a national championship. They made the Final Four with a freshman point guard and a walk-on playing point guard.
It's not this isn't necessarily an injury, but it's all the, what if, I mean, it's Michigan State going into the 2020 tournament.
COVID.
And COVID hits.
Well, the reason my brain went there too is you think about the best chances Izzo's had to get his second, and Kalen Lucas or the COVID season. Yeah. Took me a second, guys. This is the easiest one ever. It's when Vladdy went down. We lost our greatest Red Wing defenseman ever. Look, I mean, Nick Lidstrom, but sure, 1A, 1B, he could have been. And that snarl, that physicality, they'd go on to win the cup the very next year without him. But how many more cups did they not get because his career ended prematurely? I think it's that or it's Franzen. Franzen really would have extended that window for the Wings. It didn't have to end in 2009, their final Stanley Cup appearance. Didn't have to end when Lidstrom retired in 2012. If Franzen could have kept them relevant, kept them charging for a championship. I mean, the cup he won here, he had 13 goals in 16 postseason games. And a good chunk were game-winning, big impact clutch goals. Hutch has come up a lot because it's recent, and they were 15-2 in what could have been. Tech says, guys, you have to factor in that those injuries changed the Lions' game plan against Washington. We had to be desperate. The offense was playing like that because of a Swiss cheese defense.
Yeah, and I think it was also you overthink some things offensively. And I'm not going to sit here and say that the interviews had anything to do with Ben Johnson and his play calling, but it's been mentioned on Twitch, like, was he just tried to be the smartest man in the room instead of doing what they do best, and that's running the ball.
It's what they had done all year, though. 3rd and 1 is 4-down territory. So all year long, they would be willing to throw, knowing they have another down to get a yard.
Yeah.
That play call, while it bothers us because Washington had a bad run defense, just run the damn ball, that was who they were. That's how they got to 15-2. We'll throw it on 3rd and 1 because it's like 2nd and 1 for most teams.
Yeah.
And then we know we can pound it for a yard. The problem is it's a turnover. And they had 5 of them in the game, which is why I don't blame the defense. That's a short field. That's giving... We just watched it in this last NFL playoffs. Turnovers completely screw you over. They were 10-point favorites without Hutch, and they lost the game.
Yeah, I just believe that the entire game plan in all 3 phases is different if he's a part of that defense.
Tech says it's easy to be surface level and say that injuries aren't derailing certain seasons, but it's like saying don't cry about being late to work when you've got 4 flat tires. Sure, but if your quarterback's flattening 2 of them in the game with his turnovers, or how about this? There's not enough gas in the tank to get you to work. That would be a concern with the Red Wings. We'll see. They're going to be down to the wire. My point is, if there's not enough gas in the tank, I'm not going to blame the flat tire at that point.
Right, and it's no, I'm not either. It's when you're talking about injuries and you're talking about windows, which we do more in football than anything else. It's somebody brought up the Kirby Joseph injury. Like, you give him a big contract, it's 9 interceptions, and then all of a sudden he may never be the same again if we see him again. How about Aleem McNeil? Kind of the same situation where it was the same year as Hutch, and then all of a sudden you're thinking when he comes back, again, and against Tampa, all of a sudden you're like, hey, this is great. He's back and he's at full force. Then there was nothing. How much is that injury going to continue to affect him after he got the contract? Kirby Joseph, after he got the contract.
Good point. Look, the Lions haven't won the Super Bowl here, and they've had great opportunities. So you start looking for everything. We had the guy that said Frank's toe. Or, I mean, we'll see how Aleem and Kirby heal. They're both under contract. I mean,
Brian Branch,
another really good one. Let's get to Tony in Ferndale. Tony, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Go Green, Jansen. Let's go. We're going to win it all this year, right?
Yeah, I hope you got your seatbelt on.
Yeah, I do. Hey, and I'll mention a Michigan alumni player, but the Hutchinson injury, the leg injury from the other year, that was, I think, if he doesn't get hurt that season, that everything kind of changes the outlook of that season. So even though he's back and healthy now and hopefully stays that way, if he would have stayed healthy that year, I mean, he not only probably would have got Defensive Player of the Year by the way he was going, but also where do the Lions go in the long run that year? Where's the end goal? And then where is the starting off point after that? Instead of now we're looking down the barrel of what it seems to be Brad Holmes looking like he's going into a rebuild year because Brad doesn't know how to pick up the phone and make a call to get some people on this team. Where does the trajectory change for the team? I think would have been interesting to see.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks.
We're going to talk a little bit about his Spartans, Wolverines, March Madness, the tournament, day one in the books at 8:35. But first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So as tax season ramps up, experts are now warning people to be careful with a growing trend. Using AI to help file your taxes. Yes, apparently it's happening. So
what could go wrong?
Obviously, AI, the tools can be very helpful for answering, general questions. And professionals say, though, you should never plug in sensitive personal or financial information like your social security number or income details into any of these chat bots or unverified platforms. So first they say, obviously, there are privacy risks since that data could be stored, shared, and even exposed in a breach. So be careful. Next, they say AI isn't perfect, so it can misinterpret tax laws. It could give you incorrect advice, which could then lead to some costly mistakes on your return. There's also a growing scam risk where officials say criminals are now using AI to create convincing fake IRS messages or emails, even voice calls to trick people into handing over their personal information. So basically, the IRS says the safest route is to stick with a trusted tax software or a certified
advisor.
Professional, right? Yep. My goodness. Can you imagine that? Hey, ChatGPT.
Yeah, do my taxes.
Here's all my information. Do this for me. This is cool. A Detroit man is being called a hero, but he says he was just doing what anyone would do or should do. Jamie White is being honored after rescuing 2 neighbors from a house fire before firefighters were able to arrive. So it happened during this early morning fire. It was in January, and White heard screams for help coming from next door. He found his neighbor, a 75-year-old woman, Lucille Williams, trapped inside. She was like hanging from the window at the time. So he made sure he got there, got her down safely. Then he went to find her roommate, Greg. He was towards the back of the house, was trying to get out of a window back there.
Yeah.
He had no clothes on at the time. So this man gave him his robe, got him out the window, got both of them to safety just moments before conditions of the house got far worse. Yeah. And because of his actions, he's being honored by the Detroit Fire Department, being awarded for his bravery. Pretty cool. Now Williams, the woman who was rescued, calls him her guardian angel, saying that he saved her life. But this man is just saying, hey, you know what? I'm not a hero. I'm just doing what I felt was right in that moment. And while the fire destroyed their home, unfortunately, they say this experience has created a lasting bond between the neighbors. And White says the lesson is really simple. You just need to look after each other, right? Look after your neighbors. They didn't know each other well before. Yeah. Cordial, but lived next to each other for about 4 years. And he's like, you just be aware and help those in need. So
and we use the comment all the time, not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they wear robes.
Yeah. Or, yes, very true. Tom Brady is going viral, this time for a joke that had people doing kind of a double take. So Brady took a playful shot at Commanders quarterback Jalen Daniels during a recent flag football event in Los Angeles, and he brought Daniels' mom into it.
I'm just happy his mom let him play. Yeah, it's a little hard to hear.
It was hard to hear. I didn't realize, I don't follow them to know what the heavy presence his mom has in his life, but man, it sounds like she's always there.
Oh, yeah.
She's his business manager as well, so I get it, I guess. But do you know the story?
Yeah,
okay.
His momager.
His momager.
Yeah,
Is that what they call him?
Does he still live in mom's house?
He may.
25. Was that? And maybe he sent in
Maybe
the Dear
he
John
emailed
yesterday.
us.
Yeah,
Does she still screen everybody he talks to? Dates? All of it?
probably.
Very involved. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, highlights from day one of the tournament, the story of the tournament. And did you all watch this game the way we did? It's 97-1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck, as I've been telling you, should be at the top of your list. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition. You could choose from the Ram side of things an award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust from the competition any full-size pickup at any price, no matter how much a host will tell you it's a great price, with a 4-cylinder engine? And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers the 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
Look, after last year where we didn't have a Cinderella, I did not know what to expect going into day one of the tournament. John, your High Point Panthers are the story of day one.
What an unbelievable moment. Having been down 10, making the charge back, and then the coast-to-coast pass for the layup.
His first 2-point make of the year.
So I did not know that at the time. I did hear that later. That's bizarre.
Well, it's these guys who were there for one reason:
Right.
space the floor, hit threes. And one dude hit it from the logo. And while Wisconsin had all these wins in the regular season, it's a level playing field when they tip off at the tournament. And John, I don't know if High Point's going to win another game and give us our true Cinderella.
Well, they got Arkansas next,
right? But VCU came back and beat North Carolina in overtime. We did get some moments yesterday. We nearly got the moment of all moments, which would have been Duke falling to Siena. And
so close.
Can you confirm for me that you watched it the way I did with a total disregard for your bracket?
Oh, 100%. Well, and because at noon when the brackets are revealed and you look and you say, okay, well, who's picking who? And to your point, like a lot of people in our family bracket picked Michigan. But I was sitting there going, this would be perfect, especially for the argument we had for, we picked Duke because nobody in the state of Michigan is going to pick Duke. Or pick Arizona because nobody's going to pick Arizona. If they had lost in the first round, and I don't have them going to the Final Four. We shared ours yesterday.
Yeah.
I've got UConn coming out of that bracket.
Right, but everybody would have been burning if Duke lost.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so whether you had them going to the Elite Eight or further, your bracket would have just been crumbled up and tossed away for a lot of people, especially those that had them going to the championship game. But it didn't matter. No one cared about their bracket in that moment because there is, especially in the state of Michigan, a disdain for Duke's basketball program.
Yeah, I think the question was, are we going to be able to hate them when Coach K's gone? And I can confirm, I very much wanted them to lose that game, especially when one of their players comes out at halftime and says, we thought it was going to be a cakewalk. He deserved to lose this game.
Yep.
It's unfortunate they, dropped to his zone and found a way to beat this powerhouse Siena team. Can I don't even know if I'm allowed to be mad. Like, shouldn't Siena have used more than 5 guys?
I don't know enough about their roster, their history, their injury history, who was available, who wasn't available, or their coaching decisions throughout the course of the year, because I think we could probably safely say that 99.9% of people in the state of Michigan don't even know where Siena is located, let alone has watched a game of theirs.
I'm not going to pretend make-believe radio and act like I know their guard rotation and I watched them play in the conference this year. I just wonder, you built an 11-point lead in the first half. Hard to question, but to have no reinforcements, you can't give your guys a breather. You run out of gas at the end of the game.
5 guys going 40 minutes each.
I think it's a fair question to their coach. At the same time, they're not supposed to win the game anyway.
Right.
I just feel like we could have had one of the all-time tournament moments. Duke of all teams. One thing for Virginia to lose to a 16 seed or Painter and Purdue. For Duke, the school we all hate, the school that we gladly burn our brackets over the campfire,
right,
just to see them burn.
So you think about Virginia losing to UMBC. No one hates Virginia.
No.
It's Virginia, right? Nobody hates their coach, the players. It just, we remember it because it's the first time it happened. And then when it happens to Purdue, again, I don't know that there's a lot of people that have much disdain for the Boilermakers or for Matt Painter, but for it to be Duke, that would have been epic.
I hope the tone, though, has been set, that we will have some underdogs. We will have some Cinderellas.
So the very first game of the tournament, right? Ohio State, they go out there and they're playing TCU. And it's an 8-9 matchup. So it's not an upset, right? The 9 seed wins, beats the 8 seed, but you didn't think at some point you thought Ohio State's going to turn it on a little bit and they're going to go.
Well, they did.
Yeah. But did it set the tone for?
But that's an 8-9 game.
Right. But then you see High Point. Then you see some of these other games, and you're like, is this going to be we thought maybe Cinderella was dead, and we don't know what's going to happen. Today, it's the first time we'll get a chance to see a bunch of teams. But High Point, playing Arkansas, they've got to make it to the Sweet 16 to be the Cinderella.
Yeah, I think that's just a regular old definition of Cinderella. To win one game is an upset. To win two, get out of the opening weekend, that's Cinderella. And I think our criteria is fair. You can't be a double-digit seed from the SEC or the Big Ten. You got to play somewhere where there's, foldable bleachers. Like, you are at a disadvantage economically. You're not supposed to be here. But you know what? Tip the ball off and see what happens. It's why I loved High Point's coach after the game. This is a badass exchange right after they beat Wisconsin. Can't duck us.
That dude was ready to fight. Anybody came up to said anything that wasn't complimentary, he was ready to roll.
His name is Flynn Clayman. Coach Clayman, you are incredible. I love it because you don't take anything from anyone. And I like that he lumped Miami, Ohio in there too. You know what? You don't think we're any good? We didn't play anybody? Yeah, it's one thing to say it up there. You got to play. And you can't duck us in the tournament.
The energy that he had. But I want to one-up it with the student broadcast. This was the student broadcast for High Point when the game was ending. Oh, what a feeling. That's amazing.
It's what it's all about.
Oh, what a great first day.
Yeah, it's not like there's really any drama with our teams. I mean, Michigan State took a chair to the back of North Dakota State. That thing was done from the jump.
Yeah. I mean, I think I saw at one point, I'm like, oh, Michigan State's down by one. It was, 6-5, 8-9, something like that. And then you look back, 2 minutes later, and it's a 10-point lead, and it was never close.
The first check-in with Tom Izzo, the question is, what are you going to nitpick?
Yeah.
I think it was the second question, but the first check-in, and it's like, yeah, because there was very little going wrong from the jump, and MSU got contributions from everybody. They were, come on.
Yeah.
That's a mismatch, and you do what you're supposed to do. Michigan end up winning by 20 points, got a little squirrely in the first half.
It did, and you were looking at, Howard and they were chucking it from the cheap seats. They didn't care where they were shooting from, and it all found the bottom of the net. The thing about Michigan was they were able to keep pace. They were always able to stay just kind of one step ahead, and then attrition, talent bore itself out in the second half, and they end up winning by 21. But we want to ask you this question. On day one of the tournament, what was that moment yesterday? And it almost had it with Siena beating Duke. They come in, I think they ended up winning by 6. Mm-hmm. But it was High Point. There were some great moments in the opening day. And on top of that, what do you think that moment's going to be today?
Okay, focusing on what already happened, the moment to me is that High Point game.
It's got to be.
It's getting that block. It's funny, as well as they shot as many threes as they shot, it's getting the block late in the game, little help side in the final possession. That's the moment. Now, what do we get today? I mean, can I be greedy? You got two MAC teams playing. Can I get one to win? Akron. Miami of Ohio's got Rick Barnes, noted postseason choker.
Uh-huh.
And Akron.
Texas Tech without their
best
dude.
Player, leading scorer.
I think Miami could really become the story of the tournament if they were to win a couple games.
Right,
I mean,
undefeated in the regular season.
High Point has a chance now too, but talk about shutting up your naysayers.
Yeah.
Like, these are 30-win teams who, quote, didn't play anybody until now when they beat people. And they're going to chuck threes. Like, John, that's the formula for these teams. It's the great equalizer.
Well, they're fighting for all the mid-majors and lesser conferences, those teams that go 30-2 but lose their conference tournament. Like, if they were to make a run, they're making the claim that these teams should be in the future.
Well, and can I make the point, if we expand, when we expand, as nauseating as it will be, it's going to be to jam in more mediocre power schools.
versus teams like this.
So it's why I love seeing them say, no, just let us into 68 and we'll show you what we can do. John, I think it's a great question. What was the highlight of day one of the tournament? And what are you most looking forward to today? 9:02, we'll talk Cade Cunningham's injury. You slept on it. How does it change their outlook? It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you got to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
It's High Points coach Lynn
Get her done.
Clayman. Hey, say it with your chest.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to play us?
I told you, that guy was ready to fight.
This texter says High Points coach needs to calm down. I disagree.
Oh, no.
He needs to get some of those energy drinks Heather's talking about. We need to get this guy revved up to a
Heck
12.
Yeah.
I love the energy he's bringing because you know what? He believes in his guys. He's right. They won't schedule them. A lot of these high caliber mid-major schools are denied opportunities in the regular season, but you will not be denied when you get to March. I love it. I love it.
No, I know. And the reason I say he was ready to fight, like if I saw the post-game interview on the floor and the little guy that was asking questions, he was doing a great job. He didn't ask any offensive questions, but it looked like the High Point coach was going to literally rip his head off. That's how jacked he was. It was awesome.
Tex says the best moment of the day was the first game because of the team that was eliminated.
Yeah, I agree.
The best part, too, is they got down early, and it would have been like, okay, our season's over, but they gave themselves and their fans false hope. They rallied all the way back just to lose at the end. The Duke hate is the best, guys. I was watching that game, but at the 15-minute mark, you could clearly see Siena run out of gas.
Yeah.
We have a comment.
And they kept fighting.
Oh, they did. I mean, Duke backing into his zone, just trying to get out.
Uh-huh.
Siena with 5 players exclusively. Took him to the brink. Twitch comment says the center missing dunks needs to be investigated. Did he owe money to a bookie? We wanted it so bad for Siena.
I really wanted Duke to lose to get all the value for cookies.
Value. Look, the world would be burning, and I think we'd all love it because that's what this time of year is all about. You ask people for the best moment from day one and what they're looking forward for moving into day 2 here. Twitch comment says Howard was shooting like 90% from 3. It was impressive. It worries me with St. Louis as we didn't defend the 3 well, and they can pour it on.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's why you got to – hopefully that was an eye-opener. Hey, you're going to have to bump that defense out a little bit. Get a hand in the face.
Spread's like 13.5.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll take Michigan to win, but I'm intrigued by the points, right? Knowing that they've got our guy Robbie Avila, cult hero.
Cream.
And all the shooters around him. I mean, they blew the doors off Georgia yesterday.
They did. And it was – so today, what is it you're looking for today? First game of the day?
Santa Clara.
A
chance to get Kentucky coach Mark Pope fired. I don't know. Look, they're an underdog story. They haven't been in the tournament in 30 years. But as a 10 seed, the spread says 3.5. They're going to be in this deal, right? They could pull it off. And then I gave you my MAC schools.
Yeah, Akron and Miami of Ohio.
Yeah. Is there something else you're looking for? I know we don't have a local team playing today.
Well, I'll be obviously watching the Purdue game, but that's only because it will be on in the house. Hofstra over Alabama.
Sure.
With Alabama, not having their number 2 scorer. That is one that I think is going to be intriguing. I'm intrigued for more reasons because somebody in our bracket, our family bracket, took Alabama to win it all. I think they clearly don't listen to the show.
March to the beat of their own drum.
Yes.
Which child is this?
No, it's not a child. This is my brother and his family, my parents, Lisa's parents. Like it's we got about I don't know, I guess maybe 15, 16 people in it.
Okay, I don't want to gloss over something. I made a note. You said quite a few people picked Michigan. Do you know how many people, what percentage of people?
Well, the percentage, I'm not going to do math on air.
Well, I don't feel like you put it into like whatever site you use will sometimes break it down. Or are you doing this old school? Is this like paper brackets?
We don't do paper brackets. Okay. No, I will tell you here in a minute.
You do your hand counting. 248-539-9797. It's funny, you won't out who picked Alabama.
So it's there are 14 brackets.
Okay.
And only 6 picked Michigan. There's an Illinois, which probably not rocket science to figure out that one. There's a Purdue, again, not rocket science. Nope. There were a couple of Dukes. There's a UConn.
Any Arizona?
A couple Arizonas. Then there's the Miami, University of Miami.
Like the Hurricanes? Is Paul Serra in your pool?
No. Paul was not invited. Huh. Those are all the
I
champs.
also wouldn't have picked him if I was invited.
Are you using an alias to get in the Jansen family bracket?
Yeah, so we'll see how long the U lasts, as well as Alabama.
I do get a kick of you not outing who took Alabama, but you were very quick to throw Colin under the bus earlier in the show.
Yeah, well, he is an adult. So it takes all the pressure off of the kids.
For people who missed it, we're very suspicious of this. So Heather said that Colin couldn't watch the game at home.
Right. Like we don't have TNT or whatever it's on. I mean, this is.
You don't think
like,
you do?
I don't think I do. No, I know nothing about our TV except for watching the shows that I watch.
Colin has kept you just enough in the dark because then you said he was watching it on his phone.
Right.
He took.
How do you watch it on your phone?
He
but you
was
don't
willing
have
to take
access?
Emily to dance because he could watch it on his phone.
So you said he spent a good chunk of the day at the bar watching games.
He did.
And then when it was time to be a dad, he took your daughter to dance, but could watch the games on his phone. To which we said, if you could watch on your phone,
why can't you watch it on your TV
you
at
could
home?
watch at home. Then we said, oh, we just blew his cover.
Right. Yes. We outed
Heather,
him.
I can't. How many times did he
I
practice?
have to go back to the bar because I can't see the game at home.
Sorry, sweetie. I don't know what to do. I really don't think we have it. I mean,
Are you 100%?
No. But no, because I've never looked for it. Would it just be like, and I feel like I'm stupid because I don't know how to.
No.
Would it just be an app on the
This is
TV?
all on Colin. This is genius work.
But like,
by
I
him.
don't even know how
Okay,
I
but
would
just for
find
example,
it.
like
It would just be an app.
You don't have cable.
We don't have cable.
Right, but like John has YouTube TV and I have Hulu for live TV. That's how we watch TNT and TBS and.
So I'd have to go through Hulu.
Or if you have Hulu or YouTube
Well, I have
TV.
Hulu, I think, for this month.
Yeah.
And then I just
just
or
for
do you
the
have
month.
HBO
You
Max?
just go
Who signed up?
month to month to
Who
month.
signed up for just the month? Colin?
No, like
we know they
before
cycle.
this is what we do. This was
Yeah.
not anything to do with.
Well, hold on. Do you have HBO Max right now?
We do.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so I would go through HBO Max and then be able to find it.
I think so.
Oh,
And I think
All you
Colin
gotta do
knows
is ask
so.
Colin.
Yeah, no kidding. Practicing in the mirror. Damn, we don't have the channel.
I have to go back to the bar.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Day 2 of the NCAA tournament starts in about 3 hours with Santa Clara and Kentucky today. Yesterday, the Pistons grabbed their 50th win of the season, marking the first 50-plus win season since 2008. They took down the Wizards in Washington, D.C. behind 24 points and 11 boards from Jalen Dern. Detroit is back home tonight against the Warriors at 7:30 right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 7:05. And the Red Wings had their biggest win of the year last night, but after 40 minutes, it didn't look that way. Here's what Tom McClellan said they talked about in the locker room during the second intermission.
We were aggressive. We talked about it between the second and third. We're okay. We're going to be in a lot of these types of games.
No, but it's a good bit.
Yeah.
I really don't. Okay. He'd go to the bar whether we had it or not. Every Thursday is like his night out, so he was going to go no matter what. But during the day,
Don't let them get to 2 or 3 because then it's going to be
but he seemed genuinely upset when he realized he was.
The Wings would score 3 goals in the final period. Alex DeBrincat scored or assisted on all of them. Detroit now has 84 points. They're tied in the East with Boston, Montreal, and Pittsburgh. If you're scoreboard watching during these last 13 games, keep an eye on Columbus and the Islanders now as well, as they're both right behind with 83 points. The Wings face the Bruins at home tomorrow. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
My headphones weren't working, and I just started talking to myself.
For a while. I was like, man, what are you saying?
Turn your mic on, dude. I said you had a night to sleep on the Cade Cunningham injury. We will elaborate and get to the outlook for the Pistons. We do have some great response coming in to the tournament and the day one festivities and what Colin pulled off yesterday. We think.
You think.
Very wise.
Unbelievable.
Tech says, real men of genius, we salute you.
Yes. Somebody needs to make a commercial out of Colin.
Twitch comment said maybe he has a short free trial.
Oh, could be.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Valid.
Just has a hard time standing up to his wife.
People confirming if you have either Paramount or HBO Max, you could watch games.
All of them? Like every single game?
I don't know. I just used the
Because there
Hulu
were
Live
games
TV.
on our TV, but not like the game.
Not the ones that he wanted to watch at the bar.
Damn, the Spartan game. We don't get it. I gotta leave.
Yeah, I swear he said that. Like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna be able to watch MSU. But there was a game on the TV.
His shocked face was well practiced, and you bought in.
I don't think he's lying. I really don't think he was lying.
People are asking, do you guys use Fubo for TV? They don't carry TBS or TNT. Maybe that's what you guys use. How do you not know what you guys use at home?
Like, I didn't know you had to have like a main source of. I just go on the apps. I just go on Netflix or on HBO, or I just go on those apps.
I'm trying to think of like a lot. Do you watch anything live?
No.
You watch nothing live.
You don't watch the Bachelor or the Bachelorette?
I watch nothing live. When I used to watch The Bachelor or Bachelorette, I watched it on the ABC app after the fact. Never watched it that. I mean, maybe a
This has
long
been
time
something
ago.
Kyle's been working on for a number of years.
Laying the groundwork.
You watch things live besides sports? What are you watching live? There's no appointment television anymore.
No,
Like, I gotta
the
be home
sports is the
Friday night,
only thing
7
I watch
o'clock.
live on.
So
I don't watch a lot of sports, so
I mean,
I'm
my,
not watching anything
my
live.
live consumption is, if you did like a pie chart, it would be like 90% plus sports.
Yeah.
But like when White Lotus comes back and they do that, I'll watch it right when it comes out on the app.
Yeah, on the
Game
app.
Of, Game of
I guess
Thrones.
on the app I
well,
will.
everything's an app. I don't have
But
a
I'm not
cable.
sitting down at 9
No, I'm watching
9
as soon as it
PM.
starts
Oh,
with
no, I don't
everybody
do that.
else.
That's-
Appointment TV. There's, to your point, less and less of it, but
I can't even think of the last thing I watched that wasn't sports live when it first came. Like Marshall's is the new show out from Taylor Sheridan, and I actually wait until there's like 2 or 3 episodes so I
you
can
binge
binge
a
the
couple.
first
Yeah.
couple, and then I've got to wait. But I never watch it actually live. Same thing
Neither.
with Landman.
guys, text, chill the F out on Colin. Dang. Haters. Colin's got to be thinking, guys, shut up. Text says that you can watch, like they watched MSU on HBO Max because they don't have cable. So there are workarounds. Huh, Colin, huh? Even Roku TV is March Madness, has March Madness this month for free. Guys, you just broke so many guy codes. Shut up and stop talking.
This is so much fun, though.
I'm surprised he hasn't texted me yet. Silence.
Either he was playing dumb or is dumb.
Yeah, and he's not listening this morning. Wink, wink.
We brought up that St. Louis is next for Michigan and the concern level. Briefly, it wasn't a full-on conversation, but a texter says that man Shaquille Oatmeal might be a problem for the Wolverines.
That's another one. I saw it was a little spot or something, and they were going through all his nicknames last night. The last one was Bert.
His name's Robbie Avila. How do you get Bert?
I don't know. I couldn't hear it. I was watching it with the sound off, but I obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was one of them. I can't remember what the other ones, but the last one was Bert.
Huh.
Does he look like Bert from Bert and Ernie?
I don't know, but he gives them a little bit of size
Yeah.
to match up with Michigan's length, and they've got the shooters.
Yeah.
Either way, we're having a good time. We do want to address the Cade Cunningham stuff because this broke yesterday, and like on the fly, we're Googling like, how long does it take to recover from this? As you slept on it, as you look at the landscape, what's your level of concern with the Cade Cunningham injury?
Well, there's so much of an unknown, and I'm holding tight to the mild of what they were talking about in terms of his deflated lung. It was mild. And because we did what everybody else, when you got the news yesterday, was the first thing everybody did. Well, let's Google what this means. Mm-hmm. And you Google it, and they actually bring up, like, if it's a mild case, in normal human beings, you could return to your everyday life after 4 or 5 days. Mm-hmm. That doesn't apply. But they would say, well, in more significant ones, it's a couple of months, right? But they said mild. So if he is back by the time the playoffs start, I think that they still hold on to the 1 seed. With only 13 games left, they got a 4-game lead right now, and somebody pointed out earlier, they do have the tiebreaker over Boston. So it's really a 5-game lead. I think they hold on to the 1 seed. As long as they get him back, whether it's a 1 seed or a 2 seed, as long as they get him back by the playoffs, I think it's no harm, no foul.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of nothing if it's just the 2 weeks they're going to shut him down for, another week to get up to speed, and then he can play 40 minutes in the playoffs. Then it's a whole lot of nothing. I don't really care if they lose the 1 seed. And I think they will. I mean, I know the math is on their side, but I think they will lose the 1 seed. But I'm not sweating it because there's a world where the 2 seed's better for them, where they would draw the Knicks in the second round instead of the Cavs. And here's how I arrive at the conclusion I think they're going to lose the 1 seed. Boston has only lost once since Tatum's come back. There's a world where they only lose 1 or 2 games the rest of the way. The Pistons were a 500 team their last 10 games with Cade. If they're below 500 without him, he's super important. That's the combination where you lose the 1 seed. But again, I'm not saying that to doom and gloom anybody, because I think there's a case that you want the Knicks in the second round, so you only have to play one of Boston or Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, where it would hurt you, John, is you wouldn't have home court. You wouldn't have games 1 and 2 and hypothetically a game 7 without the 1 seed. But get me to the Eastern Conference Finals with Cade Cunningham breathing right, and we'll worry about it then. To me, my only concern is, will he be able to hit the ground running when they're in the playoffs? Because if he's not, and then you draw one of these red-hot teams that wins the play-in, they steal game 1 or 2, come home, all of a sudden, this great season could be gone in the opening round. But I'm not there yet because he's not there yet. You know, his diagnosis he hasn't been shut down beyond 2 weeks. So the only thing they could lose in the next couple weeks is the 1 seed, which I just got done telling you I don't think is catastrophic or detrimental.
Right. And so it's, I mean, we're not going to hit the panic button. They're going to be in the postseason no matter what. And as long as Cade is back by that time, I've got nothing to panic about.
Yeah. I mean, if he's limited, they could still win an opening round series, right?
You would think so.
Yeah, and then he would then be ready to go at 100% for the second round, which is where we think the season really begins for this team anyway.
And is there a world where this team rallies around Cade and wins some games that maybe you don't think they should win? I don't think they go to Oklahoma City and get a win without Cade. But I do think there are games like we saw yesterday, and everybody's going to sit there and say, okay, well, it's Washington. Okay, no one was concerned about Washington. But the way that they came out, their hair was on fire, and they jumped out to a big lead, eventually winning the game. Is there a path for this team, and who is it that steps up on a nightly basis? Duran's going to have to be the most consistent.
Well, he's the all-star.
Right, you're going to have to get your 24 to 30 from him every single night. But we asked the question, even with a healthy Cade, who's your number 2? Is it Tobias Harris? Is it Dennis Jenkins? Who's going to produce the scoring to get them to where Cade is back?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious answer, and I think even JB alluded to it, like no one person takes that responsibility as the shot creator for this offense. But I would point to a couple guys. Asar Thompson can create. He's not a good shooter, but if he's got the ball in his hands, you actually don't worry about spacing as much. Mm-hmm. Can he take on a little more responsibility offensively as a creator, driving and forcing the defense to collapse and then passing? He's a good passer. Jalen Duren is actually a good passer for a big. It's going to be a collective because it's not like Dennis Jenkins is going to roll out there and average 10 assists a game. Tobias Harris actually led the team with he had 5. Karras had 6.
Yeah.
It's a collective at this point. Keep your head up. We say with the Wings, keep your head above water. For the Pistons, keep your head up.
Yeah, just keep playing, play hard, and you get to the postseason, and hopefully that's when Cade returns. But then the question is, what does that look like when he returns?
How about this for another way of looking at it? You said guys will step up and rally. Haven't we said the defense has waned? Like some of the intensity, they haven't been as good on defense. Is this what pushes them a little more on that end of the floor? We know we don't have Cade.
So we're going to have to play great defense.
We're going to have to get back to shutting down people and playing elite defense.
They're going to have to do all the little things right. Without their superstar, they're going to have to do all the little things right.
So in a weird way, could this force urgency and the details and the finer points right as the season's starting to get long in the tooth and you can kind of ease off?
Well, yeah, but you could see the light at the end of the tunnel now, right?
Yeah.
It's 13 games. Like you're not looking at it going, oh, well, there's 65 games left or there's 42 games left. No, there's only 13. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. They've done a great job of building up a nice buffer. Wish they had Cade. but you just got to finish it out.
People are pointing out that we're dumb, and they're right. Bert would be short for
Robert. Yeah.
That's why Robbie Avila has Bert as a nickname.
Right, yeah. Well, I was going with Robbie, and yes, Robbie is probably for Robert.
You ever feel like we get up so early and sometimes it just doesn't click? Because how did we not get there?
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't click for weeks.
Greg will tell a joke.
Oh, yeah. Well, Greg is by far the smartest one at the station, I believe.
It'll be 3 weeks later. You'll be at a kid's practice.
Something will come up, and I'll be like, oh, I get it now. It was funny.
You got to get the synapse firing early in the morning. 248-539-9797. We'll get your feedback on the Cade Cunningham injury. How does it change the outlook? The other thing we should bring up is whether the NBA needs to change its rule. Because Cade can't win the MVP, can't get MVP votes, and can't be NBA first team. Is 65 too high of a threshold, or is this just what it is? We'll talk about it next, 97.1.
Hey, you've heard me talk about Rapid Roofing before, and this one's personal because I actually had them replace my roof. Why did I go with them? Well, first of all, it was no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest guidance so I could make the right decision for my home, my biggest investment, and they followed through on every single one of them. They get most homes done in one day. They showed up, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new roof on, cleaned everything up, and they were gone. They also offer siding, windows, and gutter installation. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
You're thinking about getting outside more, especially as the weather gets nicer. You want to be active again. You may as well get that dental routine in order as well. If you've fallen out of that 6-month cleaning routine, if you need that tooth that's bugging you, go to Brightside Dental. Guys are notorious for putting off doctor's appointments, dentist appointments too. At Brightside, they aren't going to lecture you or make you feel bad or guilt trip you. They'll help you get a whiter, straighter smile. And if you do have to get a cavity filled like I did, they'll make it painless. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We have text on Kate Cunningham. We want to explore this all NBA stuff. Can I be selfish? Will you indulge a couple minutes of hockey?
Oh, sure.
Last night was awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to disavow any concerns I have. It's going to be a race to the finish. But last night was what it's all about. That place had a playoff-like atmosphere. I don't know what a playoff atmosphere will be like. The building's never hosted a playoff hockey game. But that's what I imagine it would be like. Loud, on the edge of your seat. And by the way, the team played like it. They matched the physicality. They hung in that hockey game. DeBrincat buries the mistake that they gave him. And John, those are the wins they have to have. Suddenly, I'm not referencing, well, what did Columbus do last night and what did Boston do last night? Win.
Yeah.
Win, and none of anybody else matters.
And we talked about like the teams that you're in direct competition with. Montreal, take care of business. How about Saturday? Boston. I mean, you want to talk about two teams that are, literally tied. Boston and Detroit both have played 69 games. Both have won 38 of them. Both have lost 23. Both have 8 overtime losses. Like, you couldn't get more tied up than the way that you are with Boston. And so take care of business again.
Well, this is how it shapes up. You get Kopp back early. Is there a chance you can get Larkin back early, either this weekend or Ottawa next week? I mean, he was skating, not cleared for contact yet, but getting closer.
Yeah.
Again, if you can be ahead of schedule, your whole thing was stay above water. Winning will do that.
Yes.
And just to give you a snapshot of what it was like at the game last night. So they give up the first goal, and it did not feel like a morgue. Like, people came there expecting a fight for 60 minutes, and they were watching the Wings finish their checks, behind the net, in the crease. It wasn't like people were waving the white flag when they gave up the first goal. When they finally tied the game, you got these let's go Red Wing chants breaking out, but they were not in sync. It was just, you could tell everybody was thinking it, and they wanted to reason, and they wanted to will this team. And then when you get the goal, DeBrincat gets the turnover. Everybody stands as you await him, and he buries it, man.
You said you levitated.
Yeah, got a little credit card, little off the ground, involuntarily, because you're standing, and then he scores, and it's that big pop from the crowd. And then, of course, it's Kopp, who's gutting it out to come back early, who gets the empty net. It's 3-1. I got to tell you, everybody leaving that hockey game had to feel like this is what it's supposed to be like.
Yes.
More please.
And just get into the playoffs.
Well, one of the big things that happened last night in the playoff chase is that the Islanders dropped out of a playoff spot right now.
Right.
They went from third in their division to below the wild cards. And they play Saturday, Sunday, Columbus and Montreal. They have the same amount of games played as the Wings, so that's a nice little thing that the Wings don't have over other teams. Maybe root against the Islanders here a little bit.
Well, you want someone to fall out of this.
Yeah.
Because it feels like more teams keep getting in.
Right, but they're the ones that backtracked last night, and Columbus jumped all the way up to third in their division. So I would say, since they're playing those two teams, man, that's the team, because they've got the least amount of games to play out of all those contenders, too.
It's a jumbled mess, but you got to win to stay in the fight.
Heard Brennan say 6 teams have 84 or 83 points.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's you'll drive yourself nuts watching this play.
It feels like, and I don't know if it'll work out this way, it feels like you got to add 100 points. It feels like 100. I'm not saying it will work that way. It feels that way when you see everybody win every night.
And the thing that happened to the Islanders last night was that they lost with 11 seconds to go.
Oh, boy.
So they didn't get the point for OT loss.
Yeah. Pistons were going at the same time. They won without Cade Cunningham. We asked people what their concern level is, the outlook for the season, knowing that, hey, he's going to miss at least the next 2 weeks. And then truly, what's the ramp up look like? Tech says the Pistons are going to keep the 1 seed, 5-game lead with 13 to go, and they have the tiebreaker over Boston. That's how you get 5.
Right, yeah, because they're technically at 4.
Says if the Pistons go 7-6, Boston has to go 12-1, Derek and Fenton. Derek's math is right. I don't know that Detroit's going 7-6 without Cade, and I wouldn't put it past Boston to go 12-1. They've only lost 1 game since Tatum's come back. But again, I don't.
Right.
Go be the 2 seed. Be the 2 seed and avoid the Cavs in the second round. This says, guys, is this load management? Is this a way for them to hide it with Cade, Jim, at work?
No, I don't think they're going to announce a deflated lung.
No. I just want Cade to win the MVP. He needs 5 more regular season games. He'll be back for the playoffs. No panic. So you got to get 65 games.
Right.
How does it sit with you? Like, this rule, when it was first adopted, was celebrated because if you're an NBA star, show up to work and play basketball. If you want to be an all-NBA guy, if you want to win an MVP, you can't be a part-time player. 65 out of 82 felt reasonable.
Yeah.
John, if it screws our guy, does it change the way you feel about it?
Not really. I mean, it's one way that they're trying to get the anti-tanking, or not the tanking, but the load management. I'm fine with the rule. Just because it may affect our guy this year, I don't have an issue.
It's also the only reason why he would have won it this year, by the way, because there's no way he's winning over Wembanyama if Wembanyama and him play the same amount of games and they're both eligible, because Wembanyama is going to win it. He's a better player. He's more valuable to his team.
Is Wembanyama, I haven't looked at games played, is he going to hit the threshold?
No.
So Wembanyama's not going to hit the threshold. Jokic was going to be close, right?
Right. He could only miss 1. I'm not sure if he's missed it or not.
I know SGA was going to be close. All I'm going to illustrate is if none of those guys are all NBA, did we make the number too high? Because it would be cartoonish to look back at NBA history and go, oh, none of the best players were all NBA.
Right.
Because they missed by a game or 2.
I mean, you can make an argument.
Maybe make it 55. Still got to play the majority of the games.
I just don't have an issue with it.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. I did find the nicknames for Robbie Avila.
Oh, yeah, the list I was talking about.
And when I say I found them, I mean one of our listeners
sent them to us.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Tom in Flat Rock. Some of the nicknames: Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Right, we know that one.
Milk Chamberlain.
That's a good one.
Larry Nerd.
That's the one I laughed at.
College Jokic.
And Bert.
Yeah. For the big man for the St. Louis Billikens. Yeah. By the way, do you know what a Billiken is?
No.
Any guess what a Billiken is?
No relation to him.
I looked over at Tom.
Billiken, yeah. I don't know. Is it? I don't know.
What is a Billiken? It's like a ghost.
Oh.
But it's like a mate. They created this out of thin air.
Well, I mean, that's the definition of a ghost.
Right, but the concept of ghosts existed before St. Louis decided to be the Billikens.
Okay.
That mascot looks pretty creepy.
It's a creepy mascot. Anyway, we don't need to dwell on it. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. You guys, there's a couple of school employees in Macomb County that are in some big time trouble after appearing to be engaged in some X-rated activities on a school bus.
Oh, no kids were on the bus, were they?
No kids were on the bus. This was at some point, I think, during school hours, because the bus was parked at a Walmart parking lot in Chesterfield Township, and a mom saw what was going on. And she said at first she thought they were scrubbing something off the seat, but no, it was not that. It was something much dirtier. Oh. And the mom recorded it, and then she went and took it to the Macomb Intermediate School District. And now these 2 employees have been placed on leave, and they're being investigated for potential professional misconduct.
Just looking for a quiet place.
And the video has been blurred, but they're definitely not trying to hide themselves, because you can see it through the main window of the school bus, the front windshield.
Oh, okay.
And while they've blurred what's happening,
they couldn't pick a middle seat?
You can clearly see the motion, and you can figure out from there what's going on. Yikes.
This bus is rocking.
Oh my gosh. Don't come a knocking. Oh my gosh. The World Baseball Classic just wrapped up with some huge buzz, big TV ratings, records, or people watching. I don't know what I'm trying to say. And now, because of the success, Major League Baseball is seriously exploring a new idea, moving the World Baseball Classic or creating something similar into the middle of the MLB season instead of during spring training.
So the challenge is just you're going to have to condense it. It can't go on for weeks and weeks and weeks.
And you've got the All-Star game in the middle.
I think this would probably take place.
Yeah, so that goes through 2028 with their contract with Fox. So in 29 and 30, which they'll have another World Baseball Classic with this kind of...
we'll still be dealing with the same issues. Who's going to play? Who's not going to play? If you're in contention, are you out?
I guess the difference would be the pitchers are in midseason form. They're not ramping up. But you would have to condense it. It'd have to be like a Four Nations thing where it's real quick round robin and then but
then who are you going to cut out?
Right.
I mean, there's a lot.
I agree with
you can cut Great Britain
out.
I don't think anybody would care.
So the U.S. government has purchased a pair of some eyebrow-raising domain names, including aliens.gov. And now people want to know why.
Insert X-Files music.
So the two sites are alien.gov and aliens.gov. They're not live, and there's no official explanation for why the domains were created, but they are part of the official .gov system. So when asked about these domain names, a White House spokesperson just said simply, "Stay tuned."
Oh.
So it sounds like it's not that they're going... I don't know. It sounds like it's in relation to the president announcing plans to declassify federal information about
UFOs.
Yes, and alien life, and that this could be a place where they could
release all the information,
the documents and information. But I guess stay tuned and we'll find out. I don't know.
It's Heather with the news. By the way, a Billiken.
Mm-hmm.
St. Louis University's unique mascot brings more than team spirit. The Billiken is a mythical figure representing, quote, things as they ought to be, end quote, on campus and wherever he is found. The Billiken is more than a mascot. Every member of the community is a Billiken. Are you more confused now than when we started?
Yeah.
It's 97.1.
Hey, I just want you to know, Michigan Hair Restoration is one of those places where if you wait too long, you're going to end up on a wait list. Dr. Mark Berkowitz has been doing hair restoration for over 30 years, and he does intentionally limit how many patients he takes at one time. So when that consultation calendar fills, it closes, and yes, there is a wait list. So I know that a lot of men look into flying overseas for hair restoration because it seems cheaper, right? Turkey comes up a lot, but what they don't think about is follow-up care, because what happens if something doesn't go perfectly once you're home? This is medical, and follow-up matters. Accountability matters. And Michigan Hair Restoration is local, medically supervised, and the same team is with you before, during, and after care. Dr. B has trusted this process enough to have it done himself. He's also done it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if hair loss has been on your mind, this is one of those moments where waiting usually means missing your window. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and request a consultation before your time is up.
You want a great place to work out, you got to get over to Planet Fitness, no matter what you like to do. If it's cardio, they got plenty of treadmills, plenty of bikes, plenty of Stairmasters. If it's weight training, they got plate-loaded strength machines like the hack squat, supine benches, seated calf raises, free weights, cable towers. They've got it all, and it's all in a great, clean environment. That's one of the best things that I look for when I look for a gym is how clean is it? You don't want to lay down on a bench and some sweaty, hairy guys just got off of it. So it's a great place to work out. And right now, the value couldn't be better. Base membership, $1 down, $15 a month. The Black Card membership, which gets you unlimited guest privileges, access to every single location. It's $1 down. First month is free. So you get a chance to feel out and see what it's like. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Stoney would fly around the sun for hours trying to find the exit, just like he did Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Send Jeff Rieger and his Blue Chew boner into the sun. Valetti would meet an alien, let them know they cannot have an opinion because he has a 25-year career in sports radio. John, I would not send you to space because I'm not even sure you think we can go to space.
We've been to space. We go to space.
Just not
I
the
brought
moon.
up the what we call them, the conspiracy theory about the moon because it's one of the top conspiracy theories. We did have somebody call in saying they believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we invited that. We had some fun with it.
That's bizarre.
All right, Michigan's going to play St. Louis on Saturday, and MSU's going to play Louisville, and we're going to be locked into a block of local hoops.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another layer to this, John. You found this. We saw this together. St. Louis has a player on their roster with Spartan lineage. So we've got the audio. St. Louis walloped Georgia yesterday. They put up 100 points. They rained down threes, and they can tear apart any good defense because they move the ball so well. So after the game, we have the audio, Paul, right? Yeah. So after the game, one of the players on their team, and albeit he's not a starter, it's Cam Hudson. His dad was Andre Hudson, who played on Izzo's 2000 National Championship MSU team. Cam Hudson did a little trash talk.
We shall see. It's the same thing I've said before. I don't think any of this stuff adds once the ball is tipped off. It doesn't. The whole bulletin board material stuff. Come on, let these kids have some fun. Say whatever you want to say. He grew up in East Lansing. He knows all about the rivalry between Michigan State and Michigan. He's lived it.
And by the way, this is kind of tame.
I'm glad he's puffing his chest out.
Right, but it's relatively tame. I mean,
sure.
He couched it on both sides, and of course, what do I? Yeah, of course, we want to smack him. We want to beat him worse than the last team we played. Of course, he does.
Yeah.
So yeah, throw it up on the bulletin board if you're dusty, or do what you got to do. I do think it's going to be one of these games where Michigan's got to be on their P's and Q's. I know the spread's 12.5. Don't mess around.
No, don't mess around. This is a team that you don't want to give them hope at halftime. You don't want to give them hope halfway through the second half to where, hey, all we're trying to do is stick around close enough. Maybe we can make a run. Maybe we can hit a shot at the buzzer. No, take care of business and put them where they're supposed to be. It's out of the tournament.
Yeah, and if Howard can scare you, St. Louis can beat you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they won their first their game against Georgia. They scored 102 points against an SEC school. And there was never a doubt in that game. They manhandled Georgia.
So they track all kinds of stats for college hoops. One that I've noticed that's come up is these 10-0 runs. They're called kill shots.
Yeah.
St. Louis is one of the most dangerous kill shot teams in college basketball. So Evan Mia does he's like a Ken Palm, one of these guys. He tracks this stuff, and St. Louis is absolutely a team that in a blink of an eye can flip a game.
Oh, sure. You run the floor like they do, and you jack up as many threes as they do, and you hit at a percentage that they do. Absolutely, that's a kill shot.
And the other thing I would say for Michigan, you got to be careful. Turnovers, your guard play is certainly more vulnerable without LJ Kaysen.
Yeah, and Mara is a really good passer, but there's some times where I'm like, you're just trying to force it.
And I think Michigan's biggest strength is their front court more than it is their back court. Their front court. So if they were to match up against a mid-major, you'd think they'd simply overpower them with size, but that's where our guy, Robbie Avila, becomes a very valuable chess piece in this game where you're playing up in a level of competition, but you've got someone who can pull bigs out of the paint, who can create those passing lanes, and then you can go back cuts to the basket and pull Michigan's bigs away from the rim. I'll be very interested to see, because they have a dangerous offense, how they try to go at Michigan's front court.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't get beat by a guy that goes by Bert. Who beat you, Bert?
Shaquille Oatmeal.
Larry Nerd.
Larry Nerd's a good one. Milk Chamberlain. And they just keep coming in, these nicknames for this dude. How about Kevin McPhail? We got robbed. This guy was on our radar a year ago at Indiana State.
Right.
But they missed the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And now he transferred to St. Louis, and
here
he
we
is
are.
in the round of 32, chance to go to the Sweet 16. Got to play Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
For the Spartans, I don't feel like we've really previewed the Louisville thing. Did you watch a good chunk of Louisville, South Florida? Because I bet that game. I was watching a lot of it.
I watched a little bit of it.
So South Florida couldn't buy a bucket.
Right.
They were 4 of 29 from 3. I mean, if they were 6 of 29 from 3, they win the game.
Right.
And Louisville had a ton of turnovers. Missing free throws, turning the ball over. They're without one of their 2 best guards.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good spot for Michigan State.
Oh, sure. It gets a lot harder after this.
Oh,
but
you know how I feel about their
Louisville
region.
is a very, very inconsistent team.
Yeah.
On the flip side, though, if they can not to turn the ball over as much, and it goes to Michigan State's defense, which they're going to force some turnovers. But if they can play consistent defense, not turn the ball over, if they get hot, it's what concerns you about them. But I don't think Spartan fans should really be that concerned.
We got Doug and Gator standing by. Twin Peaks, another day of hoops. Boys, what's up?
Well, getting ready to do it all over again as March Madness continues here at Twin Peaks. And doors will open soon, and people can start claiming their spots for what is going to be another exciting day.
What was the atmosphere yesterday when Ohio State was struggling?
There was one Buckeye fan here, and he was frustrated.
One in every bunch.
And I was, what the weird thing is? I was rooting for Ohio State. I want the Big Ten to have a outstanding March. I don't want them to have too much success, but I was rooting for them in that game. And I got cornered by a Michigan fan who said it was unacceptable.
Oh,
I understand that.
So there you go.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, but well, whatever. To each their own.
Don't care.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is there was some excitement as those games were coming down to the wire, all the early games. And it's so much fun to be in an atmosphere like this during March Madness.
But John, I was really impressed with your faith in Mike Valeni to get it done.
Oh, I didn't care if he got it
saving
done.
the sun.
Hey, I really don't care. I just want to shoot him into space.
Wow.
We were given the choice, and I figured, hey, who better?
Yeah, I think we all agreed with that question. The answer would be Greg.
Greg,
Yes.
smartest guy.
100%. It's Greg.
It might be the smartest guy in Southeast Michigan. Let's call it what it is.
Very much could be. Hey,
Do you guys have any interest in seeing that movie, by the way?
I actually do. I like sci-fi movies, and I've seen the previews for this one, and I like Ryan Gosling a lot. He brings humor to it. And
You guys talk to him every week in the season.
Yeah, I mean,
this is true.
Yeah.
Well, it's a combination of Ryan Gosling and Michael Cera. So yeah, the actor.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, did that fall on deaf ears?
Yeah,
No, I know Michael Cera is.
Hello?
I don't.
No, I don't either.
Well, yeah, you know who you're
The
hosting.
guy from Superbad.
Movies. Oh, is that who it is?
Yeah, lead
Oh,
character
okay.
from Superbad and
Gotcha.
Ryan Gosling.
That helps.
That's what Jared Goff looks like.
Yep.
So, what are you guys going to talk about today?
Obviously, Michigan and Michigan State, all the happenings of yesterday. Were you ever in this position a team found themselves in? Got some Red Wings. Got to get into the Red Wings. Wow, what a win. So all that coming up.
Yeah, I'll tell you, being there last night, that crowd was, I don't know what a playoff atmosphere is going to be like at LCA, but that's got to be pretty close.
Yep. And let me tell you that I could really feel it. I know, John, you said you couldn't. I could through the TV. That it was intense.
It was a vibe.
Yep.
Carson
It was.
Anderson,
Yes.
97.1.
Second full day of March Madness, and we are at Twin Peaks again in Madison Heights, where they'll have all the games on with all of the audio blasting in for people to take in what is one of the great, the elite days in sports, day 2 of March Madness. And glad to be here again, being hosted by the fine people here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Where is it, you might ask? One might ask that.
You'd like to know how to get here.
Yes. It's just off 75, exit 65, the 14-mile road exit, and then you can't miss it. On the corner of Stevenson and 14 Mile. And we'll be here until 2 o'clock. So how are you, Scott?
I'm doing fine. I had to drive through John Jansen's former stomping grounds to get here.
Yeah.
City of Clawson.
Gotcha.
Went past the iconic Clawson Steakhouse. Always brings a smile to my face.
Okay.
Delicious steak.
Why I was about to say, why does it bring a smile?
It's underrated, man.
Okay.
I think it's one of those, if you know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You stop in there and it's great. So it's you can go to the highfalutin steakhouses or go to Clawson Steakhouse.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Right. Well, John will tell you all about it.
I'm sure he will. So, day 1 of March Madness. Interesting day, huh?
Just all the chalk, right?
Not quite.
No, not even. No, but it's you know what? It is what the tournament is. Every year, it's the 12 upsets of 5.
Yeah.
Even though I thought Rico said it's not going to happen, but it did.
Yeah.
Then you've got just kind of nail-biting situations. You get down to last-second shots that are opportunities. Either you make or break you, and I mean, just heartbreak and elation in the same breath. It's everything you want from the tournament. The first 2 days of the tournament are great.
Well, let's start with the first game that took place with one of our local teams, Michigan State and North Dakota State. And, we talked about it leading into the game. Defend the 3 was one of the key things for the Spartans. But quite frankly, if they're going to execute like that on the offensive end, they're going to be a tough out. Like, that was one of the better versions of Michigan State on that end of the floor. And I thought Jalen Rose made a great point about Jeremy Fears. He said Fears' assists aren't just your typical assist. He so many times feeds a player right into the basket, like leading them to the hoop. That it's like the classic hockey assist where the guy who scores the goal just tips it in, and the guy who does all the work is the guy who has the assist. He made that point about Fears that so many of his assists lead directly to the basket.
He had those lobs to Carson Cooper. One of the lobs to Carson Cooper was just like, wow, okay, got it right there. And then the lob to Cohen Carr was like a wide receiver on a fly pattern, screaming past the corner, getting past the safety. The ball's already up in the air, and it was just perfectly timed. And Cohen Carr goes up, gets it, and dunks it because when you have a 51.5-inch vertical leap, that's what you do, apparently. Think about that for a second. At 51.5-inch vertical leap.
He's ridiculous.
That's insane. But, yeah, Fierce is the straw that stirs the drink. He had 9 assists in the first half. He had them going, and that was just a mismatch, right? You look at it, we said ahead of time, North Dakota State doesn't have the size to compete with the bigs inside, and Michigan State bullied them for a while. I mean, Cooper and his counterpart, and Jackson Kohler, between them had, 32 points and 19 rebounds? They were also dishing the ball off, too, for big men. They had a number of assists, too. And then you got Cohen Carr going off for 17 points, knocking down all his free throws. He went 1 for 2 from 3, and he does what he does. And he's a physical presence. And Cohen Carr is emerging as a star in this team. A little bit like Jace Richardson last year, just kind of coming down the stretch. I don't want to see Cohen Carr go to the NBA just yet. I hope that doesn't happen. I want to see him another year at Michigan State because I think I'm just really excited what he is turning into and what he could be. If you stay at Michigan State, you get better as you stick around. But it was just one of these performances that, then now you got to worry about the bigs inside. You pay more attention to them, and then it frees up guys for open shots. And they were knocking down their open shots and knocking down their three-point attempts and hitting 50% from there. And that was one of these things going into the tournament is Michigan State can have enough shooting. Well, they did in game 1.
Yep.
Now go do it again in game 2.
Yep. The one thing about Michigan State that I am somewhat fascinated with is Izzo's rotation. And, I continue to wonder how much Kurtang, Cam Ward, and Trey Fort will continue to play for this team, because it felt like it wasn't unusual to see those guys get DNPs or very limited minutes. And here at the most important time of the year, you get into March, and they are playing more. And I'm really interested to see what Izzo does moving forward, if those guys have truly now earned the playing time and can be counted on in some big moments for Michigan State.
Yeah, and they're all contributing right now, at least through the first game of the tournament. That was great to see. But I think, Michigan State's formula is pretty simple. Everything starts with the defense, and you play defense, you're going to stay on the floor. And that's what these guys, I think, are learning, and you'll get rewarded too. You've got a dynamic point guard who's going to find the open man, and that's his number one objective is not to score. It's to find the guy who's going to score and let him score. And Izzo said after the game last night that it is all about the defense. The defense sets up their fast break. He said, I'd rather not call set plays. Just let our defense set the tempo, and once we get the ball, we just fast break and go. And
get out and run.
They are such a good running team. And, that's been a hallmark for Michigan State for years.
Yeah, but, the thing about Michigan State, and we touched on it briefly, but when you are the heavy favorite, when you are Goliath, and you're trying to make sure that David doesn't hit you, one of the things that almost is always the case is you have greater size. Like Michigan State, all these top seeds are almost always going to be bigger than whoever it is they're playing. And so that formula includes taking advantage of that and getting the ball to Cooper in the low block. And Michigan State was very efficient in doing that and taking advantage. Michigan did the same thing, and we'll get to them a little bit later. But, it's an obvious thing that doesn't always happen, and you also have to make sure you don't get your bigs in foul trouble. I thought the Bison were trying to get Michigan State's bigs into foul trouble unsuccessfully.
Well, and that's another key for Michigan State is to not get those guys in trouble.
Right.
Because if you lose a size advantage, when you have a size advantage, that's then you're just, it's a level playing field. You don't want that. You want to tilt it in your favor, and it was severely tilted yesterday afternoon. We'll see how tilted it is tomorrow when they take on a Louisville team that just knocked off the sweetheart of the tournament. Everybody picking South Florida, including yours truly. And Louisville said, yeah, not up in here.
So here's my question about Michigan State, and I want to know this from Spartan fans at 248-539-9797. The regular season ends with a loss to Michigan, then the game at the Big Ten tournament, a loss to UCLA. And they actually played pretty well in the game against Michigan. People not happy after the UCLA game. Are we to the point where this one game, if you were really concerned, are you back to being chesty? Like, did that one game completely change your expectation for this team? Like, that's the team that can make a Final Four run.
Well, obviously the opponent is different.
Yeah.
Taking on Nodak State is not the same thing as taking on, Purdue on the road. But what yesterday showed them, because it was, in fact, last I checked, it was, in fact, a tournament game.
Yes.
And a big tournament, not the dumb tournament. What it shows you is if you play your style, you can impose your will on another team. And that's Michigan State basketball. And now that they've got that in their back pocket, they didn't struggle at any moment yesterday. It's not like this was a tight game for the first 15 minutes. Michigan State got out to a lead. They kept the lead. Nodak State tried to chip away at it a little bit, and then Michigan State just blew them out. And in the end, it was, a 22-point win. They've got the template there. They've got the blueprint on how to get things done, and now this whole group of players gets to see that going into the rest of the tournament.
Spartan fans want to hear from you, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We are at Twin Peaks. We'll get to Michigan coming up, but, of course, it being open lines. If you're a Wolverine fan and want to jump in and give your thoughts on Michigan's victory over Howard, 101-80, we will take your phone calls and feedback here. And, of course, the Red Wings with a big game as well, and we got plenty to get into with them. In fact, we tweeted out a Red Wing question if you want to go answer it. Kang, your thoughts on the Spartans yesterday? Anything you'd like to add?
It's same for me with Michigan, too, to be honest with you. I know you're going to get Michigan soon, but it's basically survive and advance. The first two games for, higher seeds like that, to me is I think your warts are your warts. I think those two, just get by those two. Then when you get starting to get into, the bigger schools, and even Louisville for Michigan State, I guess the next game this is where you're like, hey, have we worked on this enough? Have we game planned enough to cover up what were our deficiencies? Have we gotten better at our weaknesses? Because Howard and North Dakota State, just win. I don't even care if it's a blowout or it's by 2 points.
Right.
Just move on, because that's what this tournament is about.
I do care if it's by 2 points, because those games in March Madness shave time off the end of your life.
I get it, but you know what? You don't get extra points for blowing out a team.
It could scare you to death, but
unless you're betting.
And
then it matters too.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's March Madness Friday. We're at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We'll be here till 2 o'clock. Come by and take in. Great place to go for lunch. Watch a little basketball. Outstanding menu here. Fantastic food. Everybody says it. So I hope to see you out here at Twin Peaks today. It's Carson Anderson.
Flatbread was great yesterday.
Carson Anderson here on 97.1. I've known the Bernstein family for a long time, and I've seen how they work firsthand. If you're injured, call Sam. They're a firm that demands respect, not just for you, but from the insurance companies as well. 50 years of winning earns that. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Is this confirmed,
All
Kane?
right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1, 248-539-9797 at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Just met a listener, Mike, who ponied up to the bar for beer number 1. What a hero. What a hero.
There you go, buddy.
I love it. We are going to be here until 2 o'clock. We do have some sad news.
Yeah.
Yeah, celebrity news.
I heard last night that this person was in the hospital, and that they said his spirits are high, and that's all they said. And didn't know if it was serious or not, but it was in the hospital in Hawaii. And Chuck Norris. And this morning they're confirming that he passed. 86 years old. Chuck Norris. Just, the word icon gets thrown out a lot.
Yeah.
I threw it with the Clausen Steakhouse. But truly, Chuck Norris was absolutely an icon.
So, do we know what happened?
I don't know. I mean,
all I saw was medical emergency.
Yeah, I saw that too, or I heard that last night, but don't know unless there's more details this morning about it as they're announcing that he has passed. But what a life! I mean, the thing about Chuck Norris that makes it even better is it's just the memes, right? It's one thing to have his acting career in movies and TV and stuff, but it feels like we haven't seen Chuck Norris in forever, But he's still Chuck freaking Norris.
Yeah.
And
don't step.
No, do not. All those
message loud and clear has been received by everyone everywhere.
The Chuck Norris jokes are absolutely hysterical. I remember one show we did probably 18 years ago. We did like a whole segment of nothing but Chuck Norris jokes, and they were hysterical. So this is sad. This is sad.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Chuck Norris movies back in the 80s when he kind of burst on the scene as the lead. He was a kind of a bit part villain in a Bruce Lee movie, but he kind of got late 70s, early 80s. He got it going with. I think it was Good Guys Wear Black was a movie, and The Octagon was another movie. Breaker Morant and a whole bunch of other stuff. He was great. I love Chuck Norris.
Did you guys watch the 30 for 30 with Bruce Lee?
I did. Yes.
Chuck Norris was involved a little bit in that too, and that was kind of cool how their lives cross paths and all that stuff. So yeah, that's crazy. Chuck Norris, man.
The Chuck Norris jokes are now flying in. I
can't get enough of them. Let's go. I want the people to send them in because I love them.
From Cure Duchesne, please. Chuck Norris caught the coronavirus. He keeps it chained in his backyard. Chuck Norris won the Tour de France with a stationary bike. Chuck Norris. Who's reporting, by the way, that he passed away?
His family actually announced it.
Okay.
And then TMZ just posted that. Yeah, I mean, Chuck Norris didn't go to the hospital. The hospital came to him.
Yep, I'm sure.
Chuck Norris didn't meet death. Death met Chuck Norris.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad.
Chuck Norris will burn the cremation to ashes.
Oh, unbelievable. Well, an icon passing away, Chuck Norris. If you want to send over your best Chuck Norris jokes, I mean, in honor of him, it only feels appropriate, right?
Right.
Yeah.
These are all funny guys. I could do it.
I don't want to. We did a whole segment doing it like 18 years ago, and I don't want to stop.
The texts are coming in nonstop.
Chuck Norris counted to infinity twice. He doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the earth down.
Yeah.
It just.
Oh, good Lord.
If we want to get Chuck Norris to just uncollapse Cade Cunningham's lung.
That would explain.
Yeah, he could blow the.
He could have gotten it done.
Yeah.
He could be the guy. All right, so we talked a lot about the Spartans and Spartan fans. We want to know, did that one game completely reinvigorate you with this team? Coming off back-to-back losses. They didn't play bad in the Michigan game. In fact, I thought they played pretty well in the Michigan game. It's just Michigan's really good, and they're on the road. It's a tough place to play. But the UCLA game, certainly in the Big Ten tournament, was something that I'm sure bothered fans more. With that said,
Izzo called it the UCLA debacle. Is what he said.
With that said, is that such a get-right game that you're back to being chesty? 248-539-9797. For Michigan, all right? So Michigan played Howard last night, and it was a close game at the half. What Howard did from beyond the arc was pretty incredible in the first half. They missed their first 5 threes. Then they hit 10 of their next 11 in the first half. Their season high for made three-pointers was 12 in a game. They went 10 for 11 after opening up, missing their first 5. Now, I happen to be watching the game with a former college basketball coach who kept making the comment, and we're watching him. You're figuring out, all right, how much of this is a product of Michigan not playing great perimeter defense? How much of this is Howard just getting white hot and making some, contested shots? And his comment was, Howard's getting a lot of slop, meaning he wasn't. He said, hey, they got hot. Give him credit. But they were making tough shots.
Yeah. King, did you see that flex Doug did? He was watching a game with a former college coach.
Well, the reason is I just want to give it credibility as to what he had to say.
Yeah,
but
we know he wanted to give credibility to.
Well, okay, fair enough.
I'm kidding.
The second half, Howard 4 of 13 from 3. So they cooled off. But they did hit that shot right before the buzzer. It's a 4-point game at the half. And I'm going, okay, so this is the formula. This is how a 16 beats a 1 is they have an out-of-body shooting experience. And Howard was in the midst of doing that. And I'm going, okay, can they keep it up? Or is Michigan eventually just going to wear them down and they won't be able to shoot at that pace? But, we talked about Michigan State with the bigs. Michigan with the bigs, Morez Johnson, when he is on, and he kind of had a rough Chicago, he goes 8 for 8, 20 points, 10 rebounds. How about this for a shooting stat? Clayton Sayfie of the Wolverine had this. Michigan inside the arc for the game. Mm-hmm. Inside the arc, 26 of 31.
Wow.
Their average distance from the basket of shot was 3.2 feet.
Well, this is what we said yesterday. If you have the size advantage, take advantage of the size advantage. And this is just something that I espouse all the time with basketball these days because everybody wants to talk about three-point shooting. And, of course, it's important, but so is making your two-point shots. If you're going to knock down, whatever percentage that is, 82% of your
right.
two-point shots, here's what I do. I would take two-point shots
right.
and say thank you. If that's what you're going to give me, thank you very much. And they dominated. And, between Johnson and Mara, they were what? 18 of 20 or something like that?
Yeah, they were some incredible
16 of 18, I think it was. One was 8 of 10, one was 8 of 8. So, that's unbelievable.
Yep.
But that's what happens when you can't handle that size. Now, things are going to change. Well, maybe not change because it's not like St. Louis is a ton of side, but St. Louis is a whole other
Dude.
I couldn't believe what I was watching last night.
Since the brackets have come out, I've said the same thing
yes, you have.
over and over and over. St. Louis should terrify you. And the crazy thing is, St. Louis, and we'll get to that coming out, but I do want to get into what happened last night. I thought they got good contribution and all-around play from Elliot Cadeau. Roddy Gale made some plays for him. Will Cheddar hit a couple of big shots for them. So overall, I thought Michigan played just fine and didn't panic when Howard was white hot. Kang, you have thoughts on the Michigan-Howard game last night?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. They're up 8, and I'm like, I feel like they're down 8. Like, it just didn't feel like,
right.
You never felt comfortable, and then the end of the half happens where they cut it to 4, and I'm thinking, can Michigan's offense continue to play this way? Because that's what's keeping them in it, because if their offense was off, Howard was going to be up. But, they settled down in the halftime. It didn't seem like they panicked. And this goes back to, I don't want to overreact to the first-round games. I think you advance and move on, and then they're able to take care of business. But Michigan's who they are, man. They're big, they're long, they have a lot of length. And if they can start hitting shots outside consistently, because they're tough to beat. They're a reason why they're a popular pick to win it all.
Yeah, so here's the thing about Michigan and Wolverine fans. They're still – I think everybody's sort of getting used to life without L.J. Kaysen with that season-ending injury. When they had L.J. Kaysen, it felt like they had 2 of everything and could answer the bell on a day where somebody was having a bad day. There was somebody else that could pick them up. Michigan fans, what concerns you most about this team? What concerns you most about this team? And for me, it's I hate the matchup with St. Louis.
You really do.
I've said it all week.
You've been talking about it for several days.
All week. I could see it coming a mile away, and now I think this is going to be a war tomorrow at noon.
When I flipped it on, flipping it on and off throughout the game because I was watching everything else that was going on. But with the St. Louis game, I flipped it over, and there were it was almost 7 minutes left, and they had like 93 points. Like, wait a minute, what?
Yep.
They have 93, and there's still 7 minutes to go. That's a blowout, and I don't know if Georgia Jimmy's all that happy today.
No, he's not. He said it was embarrassing, and he turned it off. But 248-539-9797, Spartan fans, does that team have their mojo back? Are they ready for a Final Four run? Michigan fans, what concerns do you have? Are you getting used to life? Are they getting used to life with LJ Kaysen? Do you still feel chesty about your team? It's Carson Anderson from the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights here on 97.1.
Well, we're starting to get a little bit warmer now. We're starting to see some rains coming, and that means your grass is going to start growing. Better call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number. You can get green, stay green, and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount, and it's great. Plus, they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Natural Way is a company I've been using in my house for about a dozen years now, and I'm completely satisfied with how my lawn looks. Look, if you're tired of fighting the weeds and watching your grass grow thin every single summer, give them a call. Great lawns do not happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Call right now. You get a limited time only. You can purchase a full lawn program, and you're going to get free grub control when you mention me, Gator, and the station, 97.1. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season. Call right now for that beautiful wheat-free lawn. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
I just can't stop laughing. And we could do it for 4 hours. In honor of Chuck Norris, who sadly passed away. The Chuck Norris jokes are flying in right now. And I swear we're not going to do this for 4 hours. but we could.
I wouldn't swear.
Here's a couple from Bear Slays, or a couple from Twitch. Bear Slays writes in, when God said, "Let there be light," Chuck Norris said, "Say please." From Cure Duche, please. He's got a bunch of them. Chuck Norris can squeeze orange juice out of a lemon. Chuck Norris lost his virginity before his dad. Oh, so good. And then a bunch of texts here. Chuck Norris doesn't eat honey. He chews on bees. Chuck Norris actually died 10 years ago. The Grim Reaper is just too afraid to tell him. Chuck Norris doesn't sleep. He waits.
I don't even know when these things started. Like, when was the first meme came? Like I said, I think it was like 18 years ago when we were doing the show and we just got into one of these things. But, I mean, all of a sudden, Chuck Norris, TV and movie badass became like this amazing meme in the internet world. It's definitely
park a train.
It's not easy to do, man. Only one guy can do it.
Unnamed texter, Chuck Norris has passed away, and he can still kick your ass.
Yes.
So there you go. Again, we won't do this all day, although I'm somewhat tempted. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. I'm not an Ohio State fan, but after listening to the announcers talk about the captain for Ohio State and how he stayed with the program for 4 years, I just felt bad that they were not able to move on to the next round. But I think it's cool to see that students are staying for 4 years with a program. Yeah, I mean, look, I talked about it yesterday. It is somewhat refreshing, and it's Bruce Thornton is who he's talking about. And Bruce Thornton, as a 4-year player at Ohio State, again, I'm not an Ohio State fan either, but I respect that, and I love the way he played the game. And unfortunately for him, he had a chance to have his one shining moment. Ohio State didn't make buckets when the game was on the line against TCU, and TCU did, and it was that simple because TCU raced out to a lead, like 15 points. Ohio State roared back and took, I believe, a 5-point lead. And where Ohio State really blew it is TCU on the offensive end. Ohio State let them get the ball too close to the basket. Like their last 2 possessions, they got shots. They got an and one and another bucket right next to the basket where they executed perfectly in crunch time. And Ohio State on the other end did not execute perfectly. And I agree with you. I like the Bruce Thornton story. I was rooting for him.
Do you see how many bench points Ohio State had?
No.
So just so you understand, the starting 5 were all in double digits. They had 3 points off the bench. It came from Cups, who knocked down a 3-point shot.
Indiana transfer. Little Gabe Cups.
Yeah, there were not many minutes to be had. There were only 16 minutes total for 4 bench players.
It's more than Siena. I don't know how many people saw that, and it's one of the more amazing stats from yesterday. Siena's first substitution, for people who missed it, came with 9.2 seconds left in the game.
That's amazing.
That guy was going to play his 5 starters for 40 minutes. And I can't tell if it was brilliant or dumb because, hell, they were beating Duke.
Yeah.
It was Siena beating Duke. He put 5 guys out there at the opening tip and didn't make a substitution until there were 9.2 seconds left. And they definitely ran out of gas. But he knows his roster. He knows his team. And I'm sure with them run, and look, they went like 7 minutes at the end of that game without scoring a basket. And
that's brutal.
It's not stunning that your starters are going to run out of gas. There was 5 guys going to play 40 minutes.
I got to imagine that's a college player's dream is to have a coach that just, we're going to let 5 guys go.
I bet 7 guys on that roster.
Well, I'm sure, the rest of them not so much, but maybe. The starters are loving it because they all got a chance to shoot. They all had at least 9 shots in the game, and everybody wants to chuck it, wants to shoot it, and but they 9 seconds of bench time. That's unbelievable.
If you told me that Duke would be in a dogfight with Siena late, I would say whatever Siena did worked. But if he had just had a chance to spell his guys, get him a breather here and there, would they have been better in the last 7-8 minutes? Maybe, but the guys off the bench might have blown the lead. We don't know what would have happened. I tend to lean towards it was brilliant because he gave his team a shot.
Yeah, when you're beating Duke, whatever you're doing is the right thing.
Yep. Regarding Michigan State, from an unnamed texter, MSU lacks that consistent pure shooter needed to win the tournament.
They do if you look at season-long statistics, but if you look at how this team has shot over the last, 10 games, you find some guys that have been actually quite consistent, led by Jeremy Fears from beyond the arc. He's been incredibly consistent, and Jordan Scott has knocked down his shots, and Kurt Tang has come up big again, and they're getting the contributions for the guys. They started the season pretty hot. Jackson Kohler was very hot to start the season, and then went a long stretch where he just couldn't knock down an outside shot, and now he's knocking them down again. So, look, it part of it is going to be the product of who they play in North Dakota State, but another part is just that, okay, this team does gear it up for March every year, and now they're in it, and they've got some confidence going into the game tomorrow against Louisville.
248-539-9797, Wolverine fans, Spartan fans. Your thoughts on yesterday's game and what's going to happen moving forward. Michigan State, moving forward for them, it's Louisville. Louisville got up 23 against South Florida, and South Florida started forcing turnovers. I think Louisville had 12 second-half turnovers. They did late in the game, and the David Pinion kid scratched and clawed and got it down to 4. And South Florida was a bit of a vogue underdog pick, but a shorthanded Louisville team got the job done. Your initial thoughts on that game tomorrow, Scott?
Well, I'm hopeful that that's the best Louisville has to offer, and it's only downhill from now for them. They are missing some players on that team that are pretty big players, so I hope Michigan State can take advantage. Is it a game where just the one guy got hot? Was he 7 for 10 from three-point range? And that's a guy you got to pay attention to. But it looks like Michigan State will again have a bit of a size advantage with Cooper and Kohler inside. If they can continue to feed those guys and take advantage of the high percentage shots, then Michigan State should be okay. But Louisville is one of these blue blood programs, and they've always got talent, and they certainly have talent. And are they getting hot at the right time?
From Twan regarding Michigan, their lack of coverage of the threes, St. Louis is not the team to test that against. No, they're not. St. Louis is legit, and I don't know if I need to do any more convincing. I've been talking about it since Monday, and now Michigan's going to have to slay that dragon. And I think back to the year the Fab Five faced UCLA in a second-round game in Tucson, Arizona. They beat, I believe, Coastal Carolina in the first round big, and then UCLA got up 17 in the second half. And Michigan had to scratch and claw and do everything they could to survive that game, and eventually won it on a putback by Jimmy King, I believe, off a Jalen Rose miss. And let me tell you, this is the kind of game I'm expecting tomorrow between Michigan and the whimsical imps that they call the Billikens. 248-539-9797. We'll get more into that. Plus, Wolverine Spartan fans, we got those questions out there for you. We'll get to the Red Wings at 11. That last night was huge. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now's the perfect time to trade in and trade up, because you'll get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $159 a month. Need power? The 2026 Chevy Silverado is just $199 a month. Or zip into spring in style with a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, only $269 a month. That's right, 3 amazing deals, 1 incredible spring event. So whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily drive, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Hurry in today or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, Kang is out here at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, where we have the second full day of March Madness getting underway in just over an hour's time. Glad to be with you here on a Friday. And in honor of Chuck Norris and the sad news that he passed away overnight, Thug Aim just wrote in, when Chuck Norris was born, the doctor said, "Congratulations, it's a man." From Big D Dog, ghosts sit around the campfire and tell Chuck Norris stories.
Yeah, they do.
All right, so let's get back to college basketball talk here. Michigan and Michigan State. John in Riverview writes in, Doug, you love St. Louis? You were so geeked over South Florida, I took your advice. I took him to make the Elite Eight. Thanks for your tip. John, you're welcome. Yeah, look.
He wasn't the only one.
You know what's funny about that is I was convinced that I was convinced by others, but I did my research and looked them up and started paying attention. And I'm like, look, they got all these transfers from these big-time programs, and they just absolutely sucked yesterday for most of that game. Scrambled, came back late, but you're right. You're right. I took another L there. Let's see here. I watched the Miami of Ohio SMU game, writes an unnamed texter. Miami's whole offense seems to be centered around the three. They hit 16 from that game. Yes, they did. And, if you are an underdog, you come out gunning, man. That's what you got to do. And I guess they weren't really they were an underdog against SMU, but that was an 11 versus 11 playing game. So my brother's about to have his first son in July. We've been joking around for the last 2 months about naming him Walker, and his nickname would be Tex.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
My son-in-law is not on board. Then the news broke this morning, and she texted the group, I feel like the universe wants me to honor him now by naming my son Walker.
100%.
Yep.
100%. Right. Or, listen, the name works for Yellowstone, too.
That's true. Nick in the Zeitgeist writes, not to overreact, but Elliot Cadeau is a concern for me. In games I've watched, he's not good. In the big games like the Duke game, he turns it over. He misses free throws. Guard play is crucial in the tournament. Turnovers in general could be an Achilles heel for Michigan. Cadeau is so important. Cadeau and Morez Johnson are two guys that feel to me, if they don't have a good game for Michigan, they could be in trouble. Now, Cadeau yesterday was fine. And Cadeau, what drove North Carolina fans crazy was Cadeau turned it over. From what I was able to gather, was his turnover problems. I've gone back and forth on Elliot Cadeau. The cool thing was when he was off, like that Northwestern game that they came back and won, that was done with L.J. Kaysen and Trey McKinney taking minutes from Cadeau and Damari Barnett. And I don't remember exactly what it was, but Barnett came off and Cadeau came off with like 16 minutes to go in the second half, and I don't think they got back on the floor. Now without L.J. Kaysen, yeah, they really can't afford a bad Elliot Cadeau game. Others will have to step up if it happens, but I understand this guy's concern, Nick's concern, but I've seen more good than bad out of Elliot Cadeau.
Well, the funny thing is that Michigan being so good and so dominant this year is that they haven't really faced a ton of adversity. Now they are, with the injury to Kaysen, but they do have so many different players they can go to in a pinch if they have to. Last night they didn't really need to do that. The first half was a little bit of a struggle, but as your college coach friend said, look,
slop.
A little bit of slop. You're not expecting those shots to go in, but they went in. They're not going to go in all night long, and they didn't go in all night long. But they didn't have to depend on Yaks last night. He was kind of mild in the scoring column, but if they need to, they know they can. And that's the difference with Michigan's roster than a lot of rosters, is they've got so many options of guys that can step up and you can lean on if things are starting to go in the wrong direction.
From an unnamed I'm sorry, no, this is from Chad in a truck. My bad. All they have to do is cut down on turnovers. That's what the most frustrating part of the first half against Howard was yesterday. They had some bad-looking turnovers, not catching a ball when it's thrown to you. And was it Roddy that sailed a weird pass out of bounds? But, yeah, turnovers can be an issue. What they didn't have was foul trouble at all. They got whistled for their first foul like 16 minutes into the game or something crazy like that. From an unnamed texter, I didn't watch the St. Louis basketball game yesterday, but I did go over their season and saw that they lost to Dayton twice. So whatever Dayton is good at, Michigan needs to do the same. All right, so look.
That's some quality tape you got to watch right there.
St. Louis is the second best three-point shooting team in the country. They're over 40% as a team. They didn't rely on the three yesterday, as they primarily dominated inside the arc. And I got to find the numbers here, but they were tremendous near the basket, and they weren't that good from three. I think they were like 7 of 28 from three. But you got to cover them on the perimeter.
Well, I think advantage Michigan here is that, okay, you know that they're going to be shooting threes. That's what they're going to do. So go out there and defend that. Most teams would say, if against St. Louis would try to do that, then they can throw it inside. You've got an eraser there.
Yep.
You know, Mara can just block anything. He's a guy that makes you alter your shot, and, you know, Johnson can get it done too. So it's I know you're terrified of it.
Yep.
I wouldn't be that terrified of it. I think that it's going to be one of these days where there's no way that they're going to shoot that well from outside against Michigan. Michigan should force them into bad shots.
All the leg humping I did at South Florida, they're out, and I've been doing the same with St. Louis, so you never know. Now, Dusty, interestingly.
How does Jack Campbell feel about that?
Jack Campbell's probably glad that I've stopped. This guy won't leave me alone. The St. Louis coach is one of Dusty's best friends in coaching. And the Georgia coach, Mike White, Dusty worked for him at Florida for 4 years. So if there's any nuance that he needs to get, he can get it from Mike White in terms of because Georgia played St. Louis yesterday. That could be a helpful asset.
Get some intel.
For Dusty, yeah. But Howard played some zone against Michigan. I talked about I expected to see some zone, and St. Louis probably will as well. And then that means on that end of the floor, you got to be great with your entry passes, whether you're going over the top or you get the ball to the high post and enter it from there. But, Michigan's going to want to get it near the basket. And I think on the other end, St. Louis is, you talked about Mara being the eraser. Purdue challenged Michigan with the ball screen where whoever Mara was guarding set the screen outside the arc, forced the switch. Now Mara's on a guard. And I think that's something they might try and do to keep Mara away from the basket. But, yeah, I mean, it's not like St. Louis is unbeatable. I could see them being a headache from moment one, and maybe they won't be.
You're just terrified.
I've used that word. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Red Wings with a big win last night over Montreal on what was a intense game, was it not?
It was very tense. I mean, scoring in the first period, and then things just kind of settled in like, this is going to be a defensive battle the rest of the way. You just had that feel to it. Red Wings couldn't get it going on the power play, and then Montreal gets a power play and took advantage of it and go up 1-0 late in the second period, and it's like, no, let's not go down this road. And fortunately for the Red Wings, a few minutes into the third period, they get a goal by doing what they've been doing, throwing pucks at the net from the blue line. And was it Patrick Kane that threw it from just inside the blue line, and it goes off of Comfer's hip or whatever, and it's a goal. It's an ugly goal, and you'll take it. And they played pretty well overall, I would say. It was not the same crisp passing we saw against Calgary. It was far from it, actually. But it was a more defensive style that they were playing, and it got real tense. When you see the other team possess the puck for like a minute and a half straight in the zone, and you realize you're expending so much more energy playing defense than you do on offense, these guys are getting tired out there, and you thought bad things were going to happen. Unfortunately, they were able to weather the storm, catch a break themselves. The DeBrincat goal was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And then to seal it with the empty netter it was a great win to get it in regulation so that Montreal gets no points and Red Wings get 2 because everybody else keeps winning.
I didn't think they played poorly, but I think last night was a prime example of a night where our team got the puck luck, right? I mean, the Patrick Kane goal, he just threw it at the net. It deflected off Dobish. I'm sorry, yes. It deflected off Dobish, then Compher. I mean, that's puck luck. They got a good bounce there. The DeBrincat goal, the finish was outstanding, but that was after Mike Matheson totally whiffed on it. And you know what I was so happy to see? I was so happy to see an NHLer struggle with a rolling puck. I was so happy to see that.
Because you as a beer league player struggle with a rolling puck?
When that puck is rolling, I may as well just go for a change.
How about when it's lying flat?
I struggle a little bit then too, but if it's moving, if it's sitting still, I can.
Right. Let me sneak up on it. I got it.
Yeah, but to see Matheson, the turnover, and DeBrincat capitalized in great goal.
But I think, getting the ugly goals and getting some of the puck luck, I mean, it's about time it shifted in the Red Wings' favor. And when you throw pucks on the net, you're going to get chances like that. And the one thing the Red Wings did throughout the third period, where they dominated the third period, they would throw a lot of pucks on net, and they got a ton of rebounds. They weren't necessarily in position to take advantage of the rebound, but they're getting the big rebounds. Keep doing that. That's the style of play that's going to get you to win. And then the other team, if you get a lead with that, you knock a couple goals in, then the other team starts pinching in and playing a little bit more offensive style, which opens up the odd man rushes going the other way and the pretty pass plays.
All right, it's Carson Anderson. We got some Red Wing stuff to get to, obviously, as we continue to talk about them. On Twitter, we posted the question, are the Wings going to make the playoffs? And then once they're in and why or why not? And if they do make the playoffs, are they capable of making a playoff run? 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your answers. You can follow us on Twitter at DougAndGator971. Go answer that question, and the best answers will be read on the air. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. March Madness resumes today with 16 more games set to get underway just after 12 noon, with Santa Clara and Kentucky kicking off the action today. The Big Ten went 4-2 yesterday thanks to wins from Nebraska, Michigan State, Michigan, and Illinois. Today, the conference will look to avoid recent historical letdowns in the first weekend with 3 more games. Iowa's first at 6:50 when the Hawkeyes face Clemson in the 8-9 game in the South region. At 7:25, UCLA looks to stay hot with a win over 10-seed UCF. The same goes for Purdue, who is hoping to avoid their 6th loss to a double-digit seed in the last 9 years. The Boilermakers face Division I newcomers Queen's University at 7:25 tonight as well. Women's tournament action also starts today. Both Michigan and Michigan State are on the docket as the Wolverines host 15-seed Holy Cross in Ann Arbor at 5:30. Michigan State is a 5-seed this year and will play Colorado State in Norman, Oklahoma tonight at 7:30. Pistons will be right here on 97.1 at that same time. They're back home to face the injury-riddled Warriors in the second game of a back-to-back. Detroit is 9-2 in games on no rest this season, and they're favored by 5 points to improve on that record tonight against Golden State, who will be without both Curry brothers, Steph and Seth, Jimmy Butler, Al Horford, and Moses Moody. That game starts from Little Caesars Arena at 7:30 this evening. Our pregame show here on 97.1 begins with Jeremy Otto at 7:05. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So we're at the Madison Heights, Twin Peaks. We'll be here till 2 o'clock, just off 75, 14-mile exit. Can't miss us. Hopefully you can make it by today. Great day to watch sports, of course, here as people starting to file in. Get a chance to meet some listeners. And yesterday, met Dave, met Joe, met Adam, met Aaron, met Duke. Duke was a cool guy. Met a guy, Robin, who had a Michigan Tech hockey jersey on and became my hero because I found out he skis Mount Bohemia in the Upper Peninsula, which I'm dying to do. So I got caught up about that, but had a chance to meet a lot of listeners. But there was one that stood out.
The guy who came up that late?
Yes. Okay, so
he's waiting patiently.
Kang is laughing already.
Oh, this is fantastic.
So
it's my best part of the day yesterday.
Because I ran it. There was a guy who was talking to me, a gentleman who years ago had done some work on my house, my previous home.
Yep.
And was a really good friend to my mom and dad.
Yep.
Way back when, and I hadn't seen him in probably 20 years, close to it.
Yeah.
And asked me if I remember him. I'm like, oh yeah. And there was this younger guy behind him, just kind of patiently waiting. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's his son or not.
Arizona State sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got done talking to Glenn, and he walked away. He shook his hand. Hey, great to see you again. And then the kid came out.
And so, just so people know, if you follow us on Twitter, there's links for us to do Cameo videos. So we can record a message for you if you want to do that. Go click on Cameo, and I don't know what it costs, but you can get an opportunity to. We could send a message to somebody.
Birthday wishes, or you want someone to get well, or whatever.
Yeah. One of the more popular things to do is to have us do fantasy football draft orders.
Yes.
So they'll give us the names of the guys in the league or the names of the teams.
Hopefully a little bit of information about the people.
Yeah, the more information you give us, the more fun we can have with it. And I've incorporated you in some of the Cameo messages, and you as well, but I've seen you record these things, and you can be, as is typical, very amusing. I don't know what instructions you got, but it prompted this kid to come up to you and say something to you. And Kang and I could not stop laughing.
Dude, the funny thing is, he was patiently waiting.
Yes.
So I'm standing here, kind of wrapping
Polite?
up the show. Yeah. And I'm thinking, this guy really wants to talk to Gator because he's just waiting. I don't know how long you were going to talk to the one guy you kind of knew, right, who did work for you. And he waited. I'm like, man, he cannot wait to just meet the Gator, right?
Well,
and then he meets you.
Well, you guys tell the rest of it because I think you remember it verbatim more so than I do.
He leaned in. He said, "Yeah, I just wanted to come over and say hi. You did a cameo for us. And you did our draft order in fantasy football, and you called me an arrogant P word. It rhymes with Rick.
Yeah.
and And I've been sitting on that for a while here, and I just want to come up and say something. And
It's sitting on it for a few months.
And I'm dying laughing. I'm like, why? What possessed you to call somebody in a cameo?
Because the instructions you get are either really detailed or no detail at all, right?
That's true. When we get
so
ones
I
with no
literally,
detail, you're not sure what to do.
and I've done, I don't know, a dozen of these for the draft order. So, what I do is I'll crump up a little pieces of paper and write numbers on them, and I'll just pull it,
Right.
and then I'll associate it with one of the names. And this guy's name happened to be Ethan. And, I don't remember if the instructions I had actually it said something about, he's a little arrogant or whatever, or if I just riffed on it.
Yeah.
Well, I know a guy named Ethan who I'm reasonably friends with.
Right.
We have there's a good relationship there. We kind of rip each other back and forth.
That's what you do.
So so when I'm going through all these names and I pull this out and I get to decide who's going to go where, and I think I had this guy drafting later in the draft.
Yep.
Solely because his name was Ethan. So that was the criteria, and they told me, however you want to do it, we'll live
do
by
whatever
it.
you want.
So that's what I did, and I said, well, unfortunately for you, I know a guy named Ethan, and he's an arrogant, Rick with a P, and so tough for you. You're going to be drafting at 10 or whatever it is, So he was holding on to that for months and couldn't wait to come up and say.
God, it was
and I
funny.
thought for a second, and I think still. There's 20% of him that was pissed.
Yeah,
I think there's 80% that was like he's cool with it, but there's still
His
part of it's like
delivery was so deadpan.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if he
I
was
couldn't
pissed
tell
or not.
either.
I don't think he was.
I couldn't tell either.
I hope he wasn't really pissed.
I just
about
wanted
it,
him to end it and go, by the way, I won the championship.
How you like them apples, right?
And you'd say, checks out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Nice job.
Anyway, funny. That was one of the highlights of yesterday.
I had a question. I asked King this during the break, and as I'm looking around here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights,
Yep.
part of the decor is outdoorsman stuff, right? They've
Yep.
got the antler chandeliers, which are always cool. I actually always have liked those.
Okay.
And they have a number of taxidermied animals throughout.
Yes.
Doug Karsh, I know you're not a hunter, and nor am I, and nor is King, but I will ask you all the same question, and King already answered it for me, but he can repeat it after. If you could grab one of these taxidermied animals and put it in your house, which one would it be? I mean, there are probably 20 of them, at least.
Interesting. Is that up there a Wolverine? Could be.
Okay, yeah.
It'd be
It's
hard
that
to
or a
pass on
badger
the
of some
full
kind.
wildcat. But
This one
yeah,
up here?
I'm not a taxidermy guy, but that full wildcat might
He's
be
snarling at you, ears
Yeah.
are down.
Yep.
Looking mean.
Yep.
Okay, King chose the buffalo head up over towards your right, which is awesome because all I think was
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills when I see that.
Okay.
Or the Buffalo Sabres, and throw a sword in front of it, and there's your logo.
Good God. What is this above me? Is that like an elk?
Yeah.
A giant moose or something? I
I
don't know.
think,
Anyway.
I think it's an elk above you. But
why? Okay.
I was just curious. So for me, it's straight across above the TV up there is like it looks like some sort of dire wolf with its head sticking out of like a knothole in a tree.
Okay.
I think that would look cool. But I was just curious.
Kang, any reasoning behind why you went with the buffalo?
I like his hair. Got good head of
Got
lettuce.
It looks like a 20-year-old.
Right. It looks like the new hairstyle.
Yeah.
What do they call that dog your kids have? Right?
Dude, the bird's nest, my boys, their hair.
Yeah, it looks like your son.
It looks like a total bird's nest. All right, feedback coming in.
If you could just grow some horns.
This is regarding the Red Wings. Big win for the Wings last night over Montreal. Wings fans, do you think the Wings make the playoffs? Why or why not? And if they make it, can they make a bit of a playoff run? Why or why not? Here's the feedback as it's come in via Twitter. Last night's game, this is from Pat. Last night's game was a statement game. They stood toe-to-toe with Montreal, battled all game long, and fought back in the third. That's how they have to play from now on. They make the playoffs. I just hope they don't exhale just for getting in and they keep up the playoff intensity. Next tweet from Nick. They might be able to win the first round series depending on the matchup, but anything beyond that would be highly unlikely. They're just not set up yet to make that kind of deep playoff run. Need to get the experience or of just being there first. From X-Ghost on Twitter, we have to play playoff-style hockey the rest of the way just to get in, given how wild the East is. Get Larkin back, get in, win the first round. One big difference this year is how we respond after losses. So if we can keep that mentality going, it will pay off for us to steal some games.
I'll tell you what, if this team does make the playoffs, there are only, I don't know, there's maybe just one team that I don't want to really face in the playoffs because everybody else, it seems like we're all bunched together. There's like 6 teams that are within a point of each other.
Yep.
That's how crazy this is, and then you're only a couple points ahead of, teams on the outside looking in. It's crazy with this. Like, I don't want to match up with Carolina because it's a bad matchup for the Red Wings. It just seems that that's absolutely true. But, like, Tampa's not that far ahead of the Red Wings in the point total. Buffalo is a little bit more distance, and they've got a couple games in hand, but, Buffalo, are they more of a one-line team or whatever? It's like I like the Red Wings' chances to be competitive in any series. I'm not saying they'd win any series, but I'm saying they have the chance to because Gibson has been so good in net. The addition of Falk it's a big difference you can see on the defense. They just look like they're a more competent defense all around. He's got a calmness about him. He's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, taking more chances with the offensive side of it too, and that they will be healthier down the stretch. But they got to make the playoffs first. Last night's game goes a long way. You're taking on a Montreal team that you're chasing. They're already in playoff mode. If you were at the game last night, everybody says it was playoff atmosphere last night. Yep. And it felt that way. This was one of those ready, set, puke games. As soon as Montreal got up 1-0, you're like, oh, here we go. No, don't do it. And the Red Wings are able to battle back and persevere and take the lead in regulation, which is so key in a playoff run because or in the stretch getting to the playoffs because you need every point possible. And more importantly, when you're taking on these cannibalistic games in the Eastern Conference where the good teams are taking on each other for the playoff caliber teams are taking each other on in the end of the season, you do not want to go to overtime. You don't want to give them any oxygen whatsoever. And fortunately, they were able to get it done in regulation so Montreal doesn't pick up a point for participating in overtime.
Right.
They get the 2 points themselves, and now they're really in the thick of this whole logjam situation that goes on in the Eastern Conference.
Twin Peaks, Madison Heights will be here until 2 o'clock, about an hour away from the second full day of March Madness tipping off. Great place to watch the games. Come on out. Great menu, great service, great atmosphere. It's everything you want on a March Madness Friday, and we'd love to see you out here as we continue to broadcast live from the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, just off 75, the 14-mile road exit. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof that they install, it comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it is earned. And it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
Gator, the Detroit Tigers play the San Diego Padres in 6 days.
Are you going?
No, I'm not. It's in San Diego, and I got to work. But I'd love to. Petco Park is a really cool park.
Why?
San Diego's a nice city.
Yeah, why didn't we petition Jimmy to start the
Like,
baseball season on
go
the
on
road?
the road with them?
Yeah, do some shows from.
It's not too late. Jimmy, I know you're listening back there, sitting in your office with the show being piped in. How about a trip to San Diego next week for Doug and Gator?
I think it sounds great.
Yeah, we'll do the show.
Can
from
you
out
down?
there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Today's the first day of spring, too, boys.
It is.
Yeah.
Officially.
About a half an hour ago, it became the official first day of spring.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the best thing about spring?
I'm going to go with a low-key thing that's the best part.
Okay.
Starting to open your windows.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh.
Getting the breeze coming in, fresh air.
I like that.
I like that.
Okay.
But I did shut down the season yesterday. I think I told you guys before that I had some outdoor Christmas lights that were in my backyard for a long time.
Yeah.
Around the pond, and the landscapers came by yesterday to do like dethatching of the lawn and stuff like that, and do some spring cleanup, which I appreciated. And he's like, "Hey, do you want us to take down the lights and the fencing around the pond?" And I thought,
You hear that? Ken Gator got his puddle cleaned up.
no. But yeah,
You said no. You didn't want him to do it. But
I
they
didn't
did
want him, but I said, yeah, please. So by the time I got home last night, it was all down, and it was weird because I had the lights on constantly. So last night when I go to let the dog out at like 11 o'clock at night, it's dark in the backyard. I'm like, well, where are the lights? Oh, that's right. The sad lights are gone.
Okay, so
I do love the windows open for the fresh air.
I'm about to launch into my annual spring ritual. It's going to get warm, and we've had some warm days, and I am going to do what I always do when I get inspired by the weather and say, make the declaration that this is the year I get good at golf. This will be, I get fired up. I go to the range a few times, and I'm convinced I can put in the time this year. I'm going to hit the range 15 times before I step on the first tee.
Really?
I make that. I do it every year.
How many times do you actually make it to the range before you play the first time?
I maxed out at 4 one year.
Okay.
Yeah, but I really, really vow that this is the year I'm going to get good at golf. And I go to the range a few times, and then I go, God, I need a lesson. And then I break down and I get the lessons. And
well, people are definitely going to get out there in
yeah.
the next couple of days. It's supposed to, I think this afternoon is supposed to get to like 62.
Yep.
So if you can stay out of the rain, if the courses are open, probably more walking the course than riding on the course, I imagine.
Yep.
But
yep.
Get out there. Kang?
Me is light jacket. Get rid of the winter jacket.
Right.
You know what I mean? We've been
Yeah.
you feel like you've been carrying a winter jacket around forever. Like
You go to work in a sweatshirt, right? You
Yeah.
don't have to have that. Yeah, no, I hear you. No, that's a good one.
it's like the lining of a bear. You know, I'm like, enough. I don't have to use the coat rack anymore. And
Do you think we'll see white guy in shorts here at Twin Peaks?
I think we will.
Well, white guy in shorts is back in our studio.
What?
Oh, is he? He's going.
Really?
He went with shorts today, huh?
White guy in shorts.
What?
It was aggressive.
Yeah, I'm here.
Corbin showed up today in shorts. And Corbin, tell me what you. I looked at you and I said, "White guy in shorts, huh?" And you said,
This is the time of year where you dress for later in the day. You don't dress like yesterday. I pulled up. I was wearing some chinos. I had a hoodie and I had like a little like puffer jacket. Right. I leave the office. It was hot. I couldn't bear it. I was uncomfortable in my car. Now I know, like, did I struggle this morning in a cold car? Sure. But I know once I leave around 2-ish, I'm going to be warm. It's going to feel nice.
Corbin, I walked outside moments after you said that and thought, this guy's crazy, because it was not anywhere close to shorts.
But he's got the right attitude. It's
Well.
about what it's going to be when you leave. Now, is Kenny in the studio with you?
Kenny is not. He had to go out for a second.
Okay, because Kenny is like, he's the barometer of white guy in shorts. Is Kenny wearing shorts today?
He is not. No, he is wearing jeans.
I'm surprised. Now, Kenny's got the policy that
weird policy
that once he puts the shorts on, it stays shorts until late fall, early winter. That he does not go back to pants. So it's very particular about the day that he decides to go all shorts.
See,
I think there's a forecast and to see what it's going to be the next week, if it's still going to stay warmer. So he's going to wait a little bit.
See, I'll switch it around. I mean, because obviously, what was it now? Like 2 or 3 weeks ago when we had that good 4-day stretch where it was like in the 60s and high 50s and whatnot. Knowing it was going to get back down, I mean, it sucks to kind of have to put the shorts back away for a moment. But back then when I used to be in high school, I was kind of like Kenny in that mindset to where once I wear shorts, it's going to stay that way until it gets colder down the road. But I'm more than willing to switch it up.
One other thing about spring that is underrated and I love, the smell of freshly cut grass.
Oh yeah,
that's one I like. I can't wait to get out there and mow.
Thursdays.
I got a text from Powers regarding the Padres thing.
Yeah.
He says, shoot, if you would have asked me yesterday, we could have done it.
Right. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We're at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. Get some March Madness stuff coming up before the hour is done, and games will get underway. 12:15 is the first tip. I believe it's Santa Clara and Kentucky. Yeah, Santa Clara and Kentucky, first game, 12:15 today. They got 1 million screens here. Maybe 1 or 2 shy of 1 million, but close to 1 million. And all the games, when they got 4 games going at once, you're able to check them out here at Twin Peaks.
Did Wisconsin seriously lose to a team called High Point?
Yes. Yes, they did. And, we had the Siena fact that they played the same 5 guys until there was 9.2 seconds left in the game.
And they subbed 1 person?
That is an amazing statistic. But maybe more amazing is High Point charged back. They were down double digits. And it was led by Chase Johnston. Did you hear this Chase Johnston fact?
I did not.
Chase Johnston, let me give you his stats from 3 this year.
Okay.
68 of 138.
Wow.
He made 68 three-pointers on 138 shots. Yesterday, he hit 4 threes late, many contested. It was unbelievable. And High Point got a stop, threw the ball out to Chase Johnston down 1. Chase Johnston went in and made a layup. I'm going to update his season stats. His three-point shooting, 68 of 138. Now, his total shots, okay, including 2-pointers, 69 of 143. It was his first 2-point basket of the season.
Seriously?
Yes. He hadn't made 1-2 all year. Wow. And he gets it right before the horn to beat Wisconsin.
Oh, my goodness. That's spectacular.
Isn't that crazy? First of all, the shooting percentage is amazing.
Yeah.
But secondly, the fact that was his first made 2-point bucket is just incredible.
That's wild.
Yeah.
High Point.
Yes, High Point. And their coach, boy, did their coach get guffy afterwards.
Did he?
Oh, he was
was he the
angry.
one that was...
Nobody will play us.
Yeah, that was okay.
Yeah,
I did see him. Yeah,
really, really mad. Nobody will play Miami. Nobody will play us. Nobody will play UNC Greensboro. And we just want to play so we can prove on the court who the best team is. And I kind of get it a little bit.
Yeah, but all right.
Do you know what High Point's all-time record is against power conference teams? Before that,
no.
0-57.
Okay. Slow down, hotshot.
He was guffy, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is a point to that.
There is a point. There is a point.
Miami of Ohio coach said the same thing, that hey, look, we sent emails. We tried to schedule with some of the Power 5 conferences, and it just didn't get done. And, so if they're making the effort, I don't blame them for sticking up for themselves. But tone it down a little bit.
I mean,
just a little bit.
He was angry guy.
But they took out Wisconsin. Good job. Now, good luck in the next round.
He had the forum. He had everyone's attention, and he wanted to get a message across.
Yeah, message sent.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, coming up, update on Cade Cunningham as Pistons last night adjusting to life without him for a while. Didn't bother him last night. But how big of a problem could this be? We'll get to that at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, you heard us say it is, in fact, the first day of spring, and Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is there for you. We get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, which is great. They've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they've been working at my house for about a dozen years now. I love Natural Way. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. They've got programs that are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control those weeds. They also offer tree care and pest services, so that's pretty great. They've got the full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN. Like I said, it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. And for a limited time only, a purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you have to mention me, Gator, and the station 97.1. Again, 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. From Josh in Ypsi, Purdue fan here. Obviously, we've had some bad tourney losses, but 6 double-digit seed losses in 9 years is simply not correct. From an unnamed texter, regarding the Wings-Canadiens game, both teams played like crap. I thought it was a boring game. 2 teams that shouldn't be in the playoffs. What do you think of that?
That who shouldn't be in the playoffs?
Said both teams played like crap. 2 teams that shouldn't be in the playoffs.
Okay, who should be? Because there's like 6 teams all with the same,
all
point total.
Together.
So I don't know what you're saying there. You just want to be angry fan, I guess.
Well, I mean, look, I'll acknowledge those nights when you get puck luck. They got puck luck last night.
They got puck luck for sure, but I mean, at the same time, you look at the standings and it's like, okay, how many teams truly do you think can win the Stanley Cup in each conference? And if you look at the Eastern Conference, Buffalo has 92 points in the Atlantic Division, and so does Carolina in the Metropolitan. Okay, the Red Wings have 84. there's not this canyonous gap.
No.
And that's between what would be first and 8th seed.
Right.
So what are we talking about here? Because everybody else is all lumped together.
Well, I mean, as I've said before, sometimes sports talk turns into who has higher standards, and whoever hockey guy is there is a standard. He just doesn't think that was playoff hockey. But
right. Well, I mean, the difference, well, it was playoff hockey. I thought it certainly had that kind of atmosphere to it. But if you're looking at how teams have played in the last 10 games, no, I think you can make the argument the Red Wings do not look like a playoff team in the last 10 games. But the last 2 games have showed a lot of heart and gotten those wins. Will it look better when Dylan Larkin comes back? It should. It should look a lot better, because then you're going to have 2 scoring lines going at it, and let's get some more 5-on-5 scoring. But yeah, there are teams that are on a heater right now. Buffalo is 9-1 in their last 10 games. The Blue Jackets are 7-0-3 in their last 10 games. The Senators are 7-2-1. So is Philadelphia, 7-2-1 in their last 10 games. Teams are playing really well right now, and Red Wings are just kind of middling through it here. They've put a couple wins together here now. Keep it going. The game tomorrow against Boston has huge playoff ramifications. They'll play Ottawa on Tuesday night. I believe both of those games are at home for the Red Wings. So, take advantage of these games. Win these games, and it puts pressure on everybody else. And get them in regulation too. But there's cannibalization that's going to take place all over this conference coming up. So enjoy it. It's a fun ride.
Okay, we mentioned before the break, Cade Cunningham collapsed lung. That was the big story yesterday. And we were looking for comparable injuries to try and figure out, how much this is going to hurt him and when he might be back, because it was just, it was very vague in terms of he'll be out an extended period of time.
Right.
So C.J. McCollum came up as an example. C.J. McCollum in his career, now I believe he's with New Orleans. I don't know. Anyway, he's had 2 collapsed lungs. One had him out for 6 weeks. One had him out for 3 weeks. Back in 2023, in December of 2023, when he was out for 3 weeks, he suffered the collapsed lung. Somebody called and said, do you know what happened when he came back? That was during the show, late in the show yesterday. We didn't have time to do that research right then and there, but doing that research, yes, I can tell you what happened when he came back. He came back and hit the ground running. After missing 3 weeks, first game back, he played 28 minutes and had 20 points. Second game, he had 38 minutes and 19 points. So it's an example, at least, and everybody's body responds differently. And obviously, if they were able to predict it, they would probably tell us exactly how long he'd be out. It is kind of unpredictable, but it's an example that, hey, yes, collapsed lung sounds terrible, and there might be some ill effects. In this particular case of C.J. McCollum, there wasn't.
Which is good to see, that there is some precedent there, or at least something you can look back on and have a comparable. So I like it. They need Cade Cunningham at full strength. Hopefully this happens with a timetable that lets him play a couple games prior to the first round of the playoffs. But the good news with the Pistons is they're guaranteed a first round in the playoffs. They got their 50th win of the season last night. They have a legitimate shot at 60 wins on the season that they can push for. This is a really, really, really good basketball team that people are upset in a way because they see how good it is, and they could have made it even more formidable at the trade deadline. They chose not to. My guess is the prices were way too high for what teams were asking for those players, and they didn't want to terribly disrupt what this team is. Other teams would want players that have expiring contracts. Did they want to get rid of Tobias Harris? I don't know if they wanted to do that because that disrupts chemistry. Did they want to give up on Asar Thompson? Well, if you do that, then that takes away your defensive identity, and I don't think they wanted to do that either. So I understand why they didn't make the big move, and who knows what the trade offers were, but they stood pat. It's a really good team. And now we're seeing the last couple games, again, it's against Washington, but you're seeing how they will counteract that injury. How are they able to perform as a team? And they're playing well. Again, it's Washington, but we're without Cade Cunningham, Show me that you can do something offensively, and they have the last two nights.
I wasn't a big fan of how Trajan Langdon did. We don't know what happened. We don't know what trades were turned down or what the price and the asking price was. But I do know that I felt like when he came on the air with the morning show, it felt like he wanted to see what this team would do on its own, as is. And they made the minor move of trading Ivy, but I think that was one of those things where it was just going to work out for both parties. He wasn't going to be, a key part here. But I think they wanted to go with, of course, they wanted to see how this team was going to do with Cade Cunningham on the team, not without him, right? They've actually, by the way, they clinch a playoff spot if they win tonight. Now, that's official. They make it official tonight if they win tonight. The Cade Cunningham thing, the funny thing is they actually have a better winning percentage without Cade Cunningham this year than with Cade Cunningham.
Are they now 6-2? Is that what they are?
I forget the exact.
I think it's 6-2.
It's funny. I went back and looked at who they played in those games, and they haven't played a great schedule without Cade.
They just played Washington twice without Cade.
Right. They did play a playoff team that they could see in the first round without Cade, and it was Philly, and they beat Philly. So earlier this year, and they got Philly again in the next couple of weeks where they might play him again. They got Atlanta coming up. Atlanta could be a first-round matchup. We might be operating in a world where they have to win a first-round series without him against a team like Philly and Atlanta. So those games in the next few weeks, I look at them as pretty important. And I think that game they played against Philly earlier in the year without Cade Cunningham is important, to your point about them being better without Cade.
Yeah, obviously they're not better without Cade, but the point is they've played better.
They played without.
Yeah, they played without him. And it's a small sample size, and it's not against the best competition on some of those games, but it forces other guys on this team to step up, and they've done it before. So, I mean, they can just, hold the ship until Cade comes back, whether it's, in the middle of the first round or the first round or the second round. They've shown they can do that. Javonte Green, Paul Reed, Jenkins, those guys, and now Herter's been getting some more minutes lately.
Yep.
And he showed up last night, even though he's still not knocking down three-point shots, but he's doing everything else, which is nice. And, Paul Reed is just efficient scoring off the bench. And you talk about efficient. How about Jalen Duren? I think he had, whatever it was, 24 points in 26 minutes last night. He is a budding star in the league, and it's nice to have two of those guys on your team when they're healthy, and see if they can develop some more offensive players around them.
I was thinking about today, that news yesterday that Cade was going to be out for an extended period with a collapsed lung. Where does that rank in the last 20 years in terms of devastating injury news? Where before you got, when you heard it, the moment you heard it, you thought, oh, God. Where would that rank in terms of last 20 years, devastating injury news?
I mean, it's I feel like the Lions had, the Hutchinson one was the real kick below the belt. That's probably the over the last 20 years, that's the one that does it the most. But it's probably up there. But at the same time, though, he's coming back. And it should be hopefully before the playoffs. But if it's not, it'll be in the first round of the playoffs.
Because you have to have a team with championship aspirations.
Yeah.
That losing that key player severely damages it. Now, the Cade thing, as time goes on and we learn more about it, it might not be a hindrance at all. Who knows how this is going to play itself out? But that initial first thought, I think losing Aiden Hutchinson was pretty devastating to a team's Super Bowl chances. Cade, that's a big one.
It is a big one. And, I mean, with the Lions, it feels like Hutchinson from a couple years ago. I think last year, the Kirby Joseph injury that just kept lingering. Like you kept expecting him to come back, and he just didn't come back. I mean, and the same thing with Brian Branch late in the season with the Achilles. You can go back a couple years ago, not only Aiden Hutchinson, but then you had Aleem McNeil.
Yeah.
So losing both of those guys on the defensive line was devastating. Yet the team went 15-2. It's kind of crazy. But obviously, it would have helped to have both of those guys playing in that playoff game against Washington. That ended up being a little bit of a shootout, and the offense turned the ball over too much.
Last 20 years. Where does this rank in terms of devastating injury news? And maybe it's not. Maybe people look at it and after a while go, he should be back. Hope he's back.
But initially, I mean,
Initially,
that was like it kind of shook you. You're like, well, because it wasn't like when he took the back spasm injury. It's not like, all right, back spasms, he didn't return.
Yeah.
Then you find out the next morning, collapsed lung.
Right.
Well, and think about it and compare that with like Dylan Larkin's recent injury. Like when we were watching that game and you see the knee, and you're
Dude.
like, I initially thought that was going to be far worse than my initial
too.
thought on Cade Cunningham. Even when I found out it was a collapsed lung, again, they said mild, and then you heard a prognosis pretty quickly. Dylan Larkin, we had to wait a little bit longer, and it sounded like he was really going to come back quickly, and then not so much. And now it seems like maybe it's any day now that he can come back and play with his team. He's skating by himself. We just got to wait for it to get cleared with the contact. But yeah, both of those injuries within a 2-week time, pretty devastating to each team.
248-539-9797. Where does that injury rank? That news, your initial reaction, last 20 years, is that number one? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Thanks, man.
It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Thanks for coming out, Brian. Good to see you, buddy. Having a good time here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Hey, we're moving in on the first tip-off of the day within a half hour, Kentucky and Santa Clara. You want to be here to watch games all day long. Great spot to be. We got some giveaways that you can participate in as well. And great menu, great food here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights.
Did you see that the Tigers have announced their rotation
for
start the season?
Well, that could be interesting because does that include opening day in Detroit?
Yeah.
All right, what do we got?
According to Evan Petzold, said the first 5 games, the rotation looks like this: Skubal, Valdez, Flaherty, Justin Verlander, and Casey Mize. I think the first 6 games are on the road.
Yep.
So that means that Skubal has another start on the road. So the home opener at Comerica Park will be Framber Valdez.
Okay.
On April 3rd. And Justin Verlander will pitch April 5th against the Cardinals.
Sunday night game. Very interesting. Okay. I wondered if they manipulated a little bit to have JV pitch the home opener, but
yeah, I was wondering if they were going to do that too, because I thought it could be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But Framber Valdez pitching at home is also cool,
I
because
agree.
that's the big free agent pickup.
Yeah. Let's go to Adam. You're on 97.1. Hello, Adam. Oh, we lost Adam. Okay. Feedback coming in regarding the most devastating injury news the last 20 years. And where does Cade rank? Ragnow, injured when we thought he was coming back, was devastating.
That's low-key actually spot on.
Yeah.
When we thought he was back, and next thing you know, he failed a physical. Like, what do you mean? And he's like, I didn't know I had a problem with whatever it was, his knee or something like that. He was ready to play, even though he physically, a hamstring, right?
That was such a damn it
That
moment.
was, oh.
It felt like so many problems were about to be solved.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That did not work out that way.
From an unnamed texter, the Brian Branch injury rocked me. Yep. Last 20 years, the most devastating injury when Chauncey got hurt against Orlando. That injury cost the Pistons a chance at a title. That's a little over 20 years ago, maybe, but it has to be number one, the Cade injury, because of where the Pistons are at and how close we are to the playoffs. Well, let's hope that's not the case. From an unnamed texter, most devastating injuries, L.J. Kaysen and Karis LeVert, both with Michigan basketball. Obviously a huge Michigan basketball fan. Hey, guys, this is Mike B. from Detroit. To me, over the last 20 years, the worst injury was Beef Stew, Isaiah Stewart. Last year for the Pistons in the playoffs, the Pistons missed his defense and outside shooting. That's another underrated one because he's a role player, but if you think about what he might have provided defensively against the Knicks, it's not the points per game that you're giving up, but maybe the points allowed is where that injury really impacted him.
Yeah, Isaiah Stewart is definitely a presence for this team and helps to add to the identity of what this team is. They're a physical team, a defensive-minded team, and he brings that every night. And it'd be nice to get him back soon. And again, with this run getting towards the playoffs, I feel the same way about him as I do with Cade Cunningham. No need to rush it. Come back when you're ready to come back. This team's still going to be a playoff team.
Here's a really interesting one. Unnamed texter writes, I think you guys are being a little flippant about losing Cunningham. We lost the best player and the most valuable player in this city for the rest of the regular season, and it's definitely going to affect the playoff run. I wonder what he's interpreting as us being flippant. We're having a discussion about whether or not this was the most devastating injury news in the last 20 years. It might not be relevant if he comes back and he's fine before the playoffs start. That is a possibility. It might not be that damaging at all. Or it could end their season. If we're being too flippant in his opinion, whoever this is, fine, but it's hard to process what this is and how much it means, right?
Yeah, it is, because there's a big unknown with it. I love the stat you had of McCollum when he came back from the collapse long, and it didn't take him long at all. In fact, first game back, he scored 20 points. The second game back, he played 38 minutes.
Yep.
So it seems like this is one of these injuries that, give it time to heal itself, and then when you're ready to go, you're ready to go. That's why I say I'm glad it was this and not a sprained ankle or a knee, because those are injuries you feel like you can tweak. This isn't something you're going to tweak.
Kang, are we being too flippant?
I mean, I know you guys tend to have glass full, right? And you don't want to over panic or anything like that. I don't think so. I think this is, like I said yesterday, I think this is one of those injuries that actually sounds worse than what it is. A collapsed lung sounds terrible if you don't know anything medically, right? Mm-hmm. Like if you say, hey, you have a collapsed lung, I'm going to die. Oh, my God. But, no, I think we all know what it is, but we're also looking at, hey, the Pistons released the statement. 2 weeks, you're going to, he's going to shut it down. You're going to reevaluate it. I think we all know what's at stake here. If Cade Cunningham's not completely healthy, we all know they're kind of screwed. We know this. That's not the case yet, right? And they've shown they can win without him this year. Other guys have stepped up. So I wouldn't say you guys are flipping about it. I mean, we're taking this seriously.
Clackalakin on Twitch says, it's because you guys mentioned the record with and without Cade.
But it's a smaller sample size without Cade. I mean, they've been playing different lineups all year, though.
And as I pointed out, the teams that they played without Cade aren't a lot of playoff teams, to be honest with you. And last night was another example of it. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It is Carson Anderson at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. March Madness, the second day, full day of March Madness about to get underway. And we will get into that coming up today at 12:02. From an unnamed texter, that High Point coach was downright scary. I actually want you to watch it during a commercial break.
No, I remember seeing it. Yeah, I just I didn't know that was the High Point. I knew it was obviously one of the teams that made an upset. But yeah, he was intense.
Yep.
And he was like lecturing people.
I felt like we were all getting scolded.
Yeah. Like was I supposed to put my head down and say I'm sorry?
Yeah. Right. Flynn Clayman is his name. From
what?
Flynn Clayman.
Sounds like you're transposing letters in it, you know?
Yeah, his name's Flynn Clayman.
All right.
Sounds like a character from the movie Tron.
Right, Flynn. Nice.
My favorite first thing this spring is firing up the riding mower, then participating in recreational marijuana and mowing my 2 acres. There's nothing better. Riding around on the mower, getting high. There you go. 248-539-9797.
I hope it's a straight mow in those 2 acres.
We also got the sad news today that Chuck Norris had passed away, which led to a whole bunch of Chuck Norris texts that have come through in honor of Chuck Norris. Tony says, Chuck Norris never called the wrong number. You just answered the wrong phone.
I'm telling you, they don't get old.
No, they really don't. Very, very enjoyable. From Dave in White Lake. I was at the Red Wing game last night. It was at least 25% Montreal fans there. It was a fun game.
Yeah, that helps to contribute to the playoff atmosphere. Montreal is the blue blood of the NHL, even though they haven't done much lately. Now there's any Canadian team over the last however many years, but Montreal was a team that always won Stanley Cups. Like every decade, they're winning Stanley Cups, and now they're in a drought, as is the entire country of Canada. But I love seeing those sweaters come out, man.
Do you?
And yeah, I always love the Canadian sweater. I mean, you get the whole red, white, and blue things. You already hey, it's American. No, they're not American at all. But
there's something nice about that. It doesn't apply at all to the Yankees, right? I can't stand the Yankees, but with Montreal, it is kind of a iconic sweater and respect for that organization.
Yeah. And I mean, I grew up when I started watching hockey, and that Canadians one of those teams I latched onto, and Guy Lafleur.
It's Carson Anderson for Twin Peaks, Madison Heights. Back to March Madness talk next. 97.1.
Brought to you by C&L Ward. New this hour, A.J. Hinch announced the Tigers' pitching rotation today. As expected, Tarek Skubal and Framber Valdez occupy the first 2 spots in the order. Then Jack Flaherty, Justin Verlander, and Casey Mize will follow in that order. This means that Valdez will likely start the team's home opener on Friday, April 3rd. Justin Verlander will make his first start back in Detroit on Sunday, April 5th for the Tigers' night game against the St. Louis Cardinals. Day 2 of the men's NCAA tournament starts in about 15 minutes with Santa Clara and Kentucky in the Midwest region. The Wildcats are favored by 3.5 points over the Broncos in what has been a popular 10-7 upset pick this year. Michigan and Michigan State are both off today after wins yesterday. Tomorrow, the Wolverines face St. Louis at 12:10, and MSU follows against Louisville at 2:45. The women's NCAA tournament begins today as well. Michigan is favored by 41.5 points against 15-seed Holy Cross from Ann Arbor at 5:30. 5-seed Michigan State tips off at 7:30 against Colorado State from Norman, Oklahoma as well. And the Pistons welcome the Warriors to downtown Detroit tonight. Those two will tip off at 7:30 in a game where Draymond Green might be the only recognizable name for Golden State, as they will be without both Curry brothers, Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, and Al Horford. Even LJ Cryer is questionable. Our pregame coverage before the 7:30 tip-off starts here on 97.1 at 7:05. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Back at Twin Peaks today in Madison Heights, which is a great place for March Madness if you are anywhere nearby, or heck, even if it's a bit of a haul for you, you will not be disappointed in the setup. There are TVs everywhere.
That's right.
You won't be disappointed in the service. It's outstanding. You won't be disappointed in the menu. Gator and I, the Venn diagram crosses. I love the menu. You love the menu.
Yeah.
Kang loves the menu. So we invite people to come on out for day 2 of the first 2 full days of March Madness. One of the great things about day 1 is that it is followed by day 2. And
I feel like day 2 gets forgotten, because I always saw the excitement yesterday, but then you're like halfway through the day, and then you're reminded it's the same thing as day 1.
Same thing.
We still got the same kind of upsets that are going to take place, and the nail-biting games and all this last-second shots, and it's what makes the tournament enjoyable for sure.
Sure. We'll get into Michigan and Michigan State coming up here shortly. But other things that happened yesterday on day 1, there were the 2 unbelievable stats. One, Siena playing close with Duke. They were playing close. They were beating Duke in the second half with their starters on the floor the entire game. The Siena coach didn't make a sub until there were 9.2 seconds left. And eventually Duke, their size were, and Siena ran out of gas. They had 61 points with 8 minutes to go in the game, and I don't know what they finished with. It wasn't much more than 61. And I'm trying to figure out if this was a brilliant move by the Siena coach or did he blow it. And I don't know his personnel, so I can't sit here and tell you that, he's got so-and-so on the bench. But I figure, they had 61 points with 8 minutes left. They finished with 65. Whatever he was doing got them there in the first place. When you play your whole starting unit the entire game, they got into the 40th minute of the game before he made a sub, and yet they were playing with Duke. And if you, on the surface, you say, hey, if you do anything strategically that puts you in a dogfight with Duke when you're Siena, it had to be brilliant, right?
Yes. I mean, check plus and points to you anytime you get a lead over that team and have it for that long. That's great. Now, was it a case where they just were dead tired at the end of it?
So.
I mean, it could have been. Or just Duke woke up and played Duke basketball and figured things out. But nonetheless, provided that scare a little bit. Kang sent me the text about what was going on with Duke, and I knew what was happening, and I enjoyed it.
And everybody's phone, that's one of the fun parts, is everybody's phone starts to buzz. Yeah. Hey, you watching Duke? You watching Duke?
Well, what did I say yesterday? I said the best part about the tournament, one of the best parts, is when Duke is losing.
Yep.
Everyone lets everybody know about it, and the ratings will spike, and people want to root for Duke to lose.
It's always a good thing. Well, they came back and won. The other most amazing stat, look, we said yesterday, somebody's season's going to come to an end that shouldn't, and you just don't want it to be your team.
Please don't let it be your team.
Wisconsin had the biggest nightmare ever. Double-digit lead in the second half. They're beating a High Point team who starts shooting. This one kid, this Chase Johnston kid, started shooting miracle threes, and they were going in. Like he was curling off screens, off balance, just chucking it at the basket. It was going in. He was on fire. And then in an unbelievable statistical anomalation, as we like to say here at Carson Anderson, after he hit 4 threes, Wisconsin's up 1 late, and High Point gets a stop, a pass out to Chase Johnston, who makes a layup for his first 2-point basket of the season. He, on the year, 68 of 138 from 3, which is an incredible percentage. Yeah. That's from 3. Including 2-point shots, he's now 69 of 143. He took 5 2-point shots all year. That was his first make.
So with that kind of information, do you think that it was emphasized in practice for Wisconsin that anytime Johnston has the ball, don't worry about him dribbling on you. He's only going to shoot from 3.
Probably.
And then they get to the end, and they pull the old switcheroo, Doug.
Well,
it
was a breakout. It wasn't like they let him get the breakaway, fast break. But, yes, it was a breakout 3. But that's unbelievable. And another team that had a nightmare day was North Carolina. North Carolina.
Oh, you hate to see it.
They lose to the Virginia Commonwealth. And, it's just like the Ohio State game. You get late in a game. If you're in a dogfight, it's simple as you got to make plays at the end of the game. North Carolina didn't, and Virginia Commonwealth did. And how about my Huskers? First win in program history in the postseason. Why do I call them my Huskers? Because I got them making a bit of a run. As a forgotten team, I kind of played the value there a little bit. They finished the season 6-6, and after the 20-0 start, kind of fell apart. But they absolutely dominated in their game. And the Peyton Sanford kid hit 7 of 12 from behind the arc. They got Frager back and healthy. That helps. They got the coach's kid running around. He runs the show. Their bigs can shoot it from the perimeter. That was the best version of Nebraska. They finally came back.
Yeah, it was good to see. I want to see the Big Ten do well. I was actually rooting for Ohio State to see them win because Big Ten wanted that. I wanted Wisconsin to win. It didn't happen. Even though I picked against Ohio State in my bracket, I went with an interesting strategy. I think it's interesting anyway. I took all the 9 seeds over the 8 seeds.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting St. Louis beating Georgia and Ohio State losing. I also got lucky and got the I had UNC losing. That was like one of my lone upsets, and I called that one. I feel good about it. And
boy.
Now let's not go too much further with that.
All right, so we were talking before the show, Kang, about Siena. Were you ever in life Siena, where you're somehow, some way find yourself in a game where you're winning and you have no business winning, and where you're just trying to hang on? Because you can almost see it in the Siena kids' eyes, like, how do we make this clock tick faster? How do we massage this small lead we have? How do we get there?
Yeah, I don't care if you played rec ball, Gus Macker, high school, whatever. There was a time when you went up against a clearly more talented, better, juggernaut of a team, and you found yourself in the game.
Yeah.
You may have found yourself winning that game, and you're just like, please, can the clock move any faster? Can it just please move any faster? And that's what separates the big boys from the little schools, though, right? Because the big schools are used to the bright lights, the big crowds. The smaller schools, they're not used to these type of pressure situations, and you find yourself not playing how you got there, and
right.
You just start, like I said, you just hoping the clock runs faster. And I think we've all been Siena at some point. You start tightening and missing your free throws.
I've got 2 stories. One is I went to Ann Arbor Community High School. We did not have athletic teams. If you're an Ann Arbor kid and you go to community high school, you go play at Huron or Pioneer and now Skyline. You could play whatever public schools, what district you were in. You'd go play there. We played soccer on the backyard at community at lunch. And we challenged the Pioneer varsity to a soccer game. And got refs, played 90 minutes, the whole thing. And we were in a 1-1 game in the second half. Looking around going, how the hell did this happen? And my buddy Gunky scored a goal.
Gunky?
Gunky scored a goal.
Is it a nickname?
Yes. His real name was Aaron. His nickname was Gunky.
Why?
I'm not sure how he got the nickname Gunky.
Stuff in the corner of his eye? We just call him Gunky?
Gunky scored a goal We're tied at 1 with Pioneer. We're not a soccer team. We're playing their varsity. Now, to be clear, I don't think they were playing their varsity. Like they were playing like bench guys. Okay, we'll have this scrimmage. Cute little team for community. But Pioneer scored late to make it 2-1, and we're still like, oh my God, we're still in this game. And right at the end on a corner kick, Gunky scored again. On a corner kick. We tied Pioneer.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And then rec basketball, one team won the league every year. We were always in the same Sunday afternoon, church basketball, whatever it was. And I think it was Goodman Automotive. Dude.
I love the sponsorships.
I know, right?
Goodman Automotive.
We hung on and beat Goodman Automotive.
Way to go.
Yeah. And couldn't believe it. Goodman Automotive wiped us out every time.
Pistons and shocks.
And we somehow, some way, had like a 6-point lead against Goodman Automotive, and they never got closer. And we were just shocked. Then we played them in the city championship and lost by 28. But that one Sunday, we beat Goodman Automotive.
I feel like the soccer story.
Yeah.
It was probably more about the goaltending than anything else.
Brian Dunkel was in goal, I believe.
Oh, it wasn't you?
No, it wasn't. I was playing out.
No,
you were trying to give
me the pat in the back there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You're looking out for a brother. No, I played out that game.
Yeah,
I think it was Brian in goal.
The moment that there were two that I could think of. One was just a pickup basketball game where it was me and 3 of my buddies were ahead of where it was up to 20, and we were up. We had like a 15-5 lead or something like that, and we're like, how are we possibly up? And then, sure enough, we found out we shouldn't possibly have been up, and I think we lost 20-15.
Really?
But the other one was my senior in high school. We were losing all these games week after week after week, and then finally we were playing with a lead, which I don't know if we ever played with a lead other than this game against Hazel Park. And it was late in the game, and we had the interception in the game. I've said before, my buddy Tag Henderson made the interception against Hazel Park that was going to seal the win. It was like a minute and a half left or something like that. All we were going to do was take knees, and the referee said that he trapped the ball. And he didn't. He clearly picked it off. And then promptly 3 or 4 plays later, Hazel Park went down and scored to win the game, and we were denied our last real opportunity to win a football game that season.
Were you ever Sienna, where you found yourself late in a game, somehow, some way, winning a game you had no business winning? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson at the Madison Heights, Twin Peaks. Be here till 2 o'clock. Come take in all the action about to get underway, the second full day of March Madness here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, just off 75, the 14-mile road exit, 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. We got the big thaw, and it is coming. I hope your home is ready. And before the spring rains start, check your basement. If you're worried about water or a sump pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your air conditioning or your pool boiler tuned in for the summer. Do not wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. And we're talking from leaky basements to cooling prep. Trust the pros that you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Hey, good news.
What's that?
The beer is 27.6 degrees.
I like to wait till it gets down to 25 something.
Well, I mean, they keep it right around just under 30.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's going to get down to 25, but
I've seen it a couple times. They got the digital thermometer right as you walk in here at the Madison Heights Twin Peaks, and yeah, it's
cold.
It's a good day for an animal day, and if necessary, Uber home if you're going
Yes.
to put in the 12-hour animal day, or there's a hotel. Which yesterday, had the Michigan and Michigan State games not been when they were, if they were like Friday, I would strongly consider animal daying 12 hours here and just crash at the hotel. But
I'm surprised you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be dialed in from Michigan to Michigan State. So, and we'll get to the Wolverines and Spartans coming up. We have got March Madness games underway as Kentucky and Santa Clara are going at it. So come on by. Great place to watch here at Twin Peaks. We were asking, were you ever Sienna? Little Sienna, who had a lead on Duke late. Was that ever you? From an unnamed texter, I was a senior in high school when my school started a wrestling team. I went out. Every match I had, I came out guns blazing. We would get up 6 or 7 points and then run out of gas, and I'd end up getting pinned. Dan says, 1997, Bishop Foley against Orchard Lake St. Mary in the Catholic League Finals. 0-0 going to the fourth quarter. It was a dogfight. Final score, Orchard Lake St. Mary's 21, Foley 7. That's from Dan. Here's a good one. Our hockey team was up 5-0 on the number one team in the region going into the third. We were 0-9-1. They were number one in the region. Third period, they came back and beat us 7-5.
Oh.
We kept just trying to run out the clock as best we could, but we were so exhausted by that point in the game.
Maybe that's why you didn't get it done. You were playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Am I right, King, or am I right?
You are right, my friend.
It can happen.
Yeah, you don't want to be arrogant, right?
No.
As you told somebody yesterday.
You don't want to be an arrogant Rick with a P. You don't want to do that.
248-539-9797. Were you ever Sienna? Let's go to Nate. You're on 97.1. Hello, Nate.
Hey, how's it going? Underdog story. Rochester Beer League Friday night. Most of the league was older dudes. There was one team, a young 20-something kids. They not only did they have more than 2 lines, but they played together growing up, and they just rolled everybody.
Hey, by the way, that's highly underrated. Play together growing up usually means beer league teams are in trouble.
Was your last name Hughes?
No, but it was ridiculous. But kind of a sad story, though. So Friday night, Friday after Thanksgiving, on the other team, one of the kids, his father got killed by like a drunk driver.
Oh, no.
And he was a but the worst thing, he was Oakland County Sheriff. So they made a big deal out of the game for some reason. The media did. So we roll in, and my brother, he didn't play growing up. I did. Our team mixed anywhere from early 30s to like late 50s. I played growing up. My brother didn't. He was our goalie. Big dude, took up a lot of net, couldn't skate a lick. But anyway, so the supervisor of the league, he comes in to our locker rooms like, hey, this happened. There's going to be media here, and the turnout for the other team was ridiculous. There were so many Oakland County sheriffs and everything showed up to this game, and we suck, and we were pissed because this team blows everybody out, and now they're making a big deal out of this. And at the time, we have 5 skaters against the whole squad.
You have you have no subs?
Dude, seriously, no joke. By the end of the game, we had 2 more people roll in. One of our guys was a high-end, younger kid, and he carried us. And then we had one
give us the score. Defense. Give us the score. What was the score late in that game?
Oh my God, we won by 1, and we held. Wow. We won for a whole. But it was insane.
Yeah.
Just how much better they were and how we managed to win. It was awesome. But we were very unhappy that they made such a big deal out of it because we didn't want to be embarrassed, you know.
No, well, you didn't get embarrassed, and certainly a sad story. But 5 skaters against a good hockey team. of young guys who played growing up. That sounds like a terrible, terrible formula. But thank you for the phone call. Were you ever Siena? 248-539-9797.
So I was also on the other side of that when it looks like with in terms of the just using a starting five or whatever.
Yeah.
My freshman year in football, we only had like 14 guys on the team.
Right.
Everybody had to play both ways.
Right.
So you can only imagine how the second halves of those games look.
Yeah.
When we're dead tired. Not that we were in many of those games, but then things get out of hand because you're literally playing all 48 minutes at the time. There were 12-minute quarters.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, you can
fun.
Get gas. Siena got gas yesterday, and they were in over their heads as it was, but good for them. So Michigan and Michigan State both get the wins. Spartans over North Dakota State. Michigan over Howard, both playing in Buffalo. They both advance. Michigan State plays Louisville tomorrow. Michigan plays St. Louis tomorrow. And, hey, look, both teams played pretty well. Michigan had their hands full a little bit against a Howard team that was throwing in threes from everywhere, which is the formula, how you can get yourself upset. But got to give Howard credit. They made shots, man. They made shots. They were over their first 5 from 3, then made 10 of their next 11. 4-point game at the half, cooled down in the second half, 4 of 13 from 3. And Michigan's now going to face a team that will bomb away. Second best three-point shooting team in the country, St. Louis. I've talked about how the Billikens terrify me, and that's who Michigan plays tomorrow. Michigan State, nice win over North Dakota State. Never really in doubt. No,
they played really, really well. It was not a perfect game, but it was, I don't even know, it was close to perfect. They played so well throughout most of the game. There were some stretches here and there where they didn't play well, but for the most part, my God, find the open man, hit the open shot, go inside and dominate. They did that. They did everything, high flying all over the place. Cohen Carr had 17 points. The bigs inside had 32 points and 19 rebounds, and they just got the job done. And it was important that they did that and not be stressed as they get ready to play tomorrow afternoon. What do you think about the start times for these games? And Michigan playing at like noon, and Michigan State's the next game at like 2:30 or whatever.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. It's nice to take care of business, get your W, and watch the rest of the games. As long as you get your W.
Got to get the W.
I mean,
that.
When you play early in the day, the rest of the games are so much more enjoyable. When you're kicking back, knowing that you've got your Sweet 16 berth all sealed up, but you got to get your W.
Get your W.
If you play late in the game, you watch the intensity ramps up as the day goes on. And then if you play a late night game and you lose it, you just go to bed. But you got to get your W, man.
Got to get your W.
Got to get your W. And Wolverines and Spartans. These aren't going to be easy games, but both winnable. For Michigan State fans, want to know if, in spite of the 2 losses at the end of the regular season, do you feel like they've captured something? Like they're ready for a March run? That this team can get to the Final Four? Because yesterday wasn't flawless.
No.
But it was close to the best version of themselves, right?
Yeah, it was a really good version of what we've seen out of them. So it was. I like what we saw. Being able to shoot the ball from outside is not typically what they've been doing well this year, but what they've been doing a lot better lately. And Fears has been the guy that has been unreal from 3-point land over the last month or so. But other guys are stepping up. Kurt Tang has his stroke again. Jackson Kohler looks like he's got his stroke again, and they need that. They absolutely need that in the tournament run. And through the first game, they had it.
So Spartan fans, you feel like this team has captured something and ready for another run. Michigan fans, what are your concerns? We've gotten to the point where playing without L.J. Kaysen is nothing new, but what stands out as their biggest concern moving forward? I thought it might be perimeter defense, but I watched with a former college coach last night who said what Howard was getting was kind of slop. It wasn't really a bad defensive effort. It was more they were just throwing it up and it was going in. What are your concerns? Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to George. You're next on 97.1. Hi, George.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. We playing in the Recreational Softball League. We're being the first place team 15-3. We didn't have a bad team, but I had a lot of guys missing that year. So they challenged one of our players by saying that if we beat him at the end of the game, he had to go to the office to present his ID to prove that he was on the team. He was on their team. The other team actually came back to win, so I protested against one of their players that I didn't think was on the team. So he got called in the office. He couldn't present his ID. He said, if you let me on the computer, I can show you my college ID pass. The office manager said, okay, go ahead on the computer and show us your ID pass. But I said, it's illegal. I said, you're supposed to have your ID with you, which my player did. So we were legal, but they had to put on their team they couldn't present his ID. So
Does this have anything to do with being Siena?
we were beating this team 15-3 at the time.
And then you end up losing because of a technicality?
Yeah. Basically,
that
yeah.
sucks.
Yeah. All right, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, we got an on-site edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up next here on 97.1.
Well, I'm already excited
about
about what we're going to do here.
What we're going to do with Are You Going to Eat That?
Given
Yeah.
what I just had, yeah.
So the topic was, in spite of where the last call went, the topic was, were you ever Sienna, where you had no business beating a team late? Not did you ever challenge somebody to have an ID and were they on the roster? But
well, his point was that they had a big lead over this team, and then they end up they thought they're going to take this, and then they end up losing on a technicality because one of their players wasn't properly registered.
Right. Well, anyway. Shane in a truck writes in, my junior year, we played John Jansen's high school team. They were undefeated, 7-0. We were 3-5. It came down to the last play of the game. I, at quarterback, overthrew my receiver in the end zone.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks.
Yes, it does.
You do not want to do that.
No. All right, Gator, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, Scott, we start with what's sitting right in front of you. It is the Twin Peaks Philly cheesesteak twice baked potato. This baked potato, as those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube can see here as Gator gets it in front of him.
Oh, my God.
This twice baked potato has sliced ribeye, house queso, pickled jalapeno, poblano peppers, and pico. Gator? Are you going to eat that?
Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to eat this. It's right in front of me, and it looks amazing. I know Kang's going to dive in, too.
All right, well.
Can I use my hands?
Do you need silverware, my friend? There you go.
All right, let me just try to get
the
it.
Twin Peaks
Little bit
twice
of everything
baked
here.
Philly cheesesteak potato.
All right, here we go.
Gator's giving it a shot here live on the air. And?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You going to be okay? Mm-hmm. Attaboy.
Oh, yeah.
This will work?
Yeah, the meat in there, the ribeye is well cooked. It's the fat has been rendered out, so it's chewy yet tender. You get the potato in there. The queso dip is great. I like the pico de gallo on top, and you get that jalapeno whenever you want it. That's really good.
Kang, you tried it?
If we both like it, me and Gator, that means you have to try it too.
Well, I'm not going to, but thank you for the offer.
No, yeah, it's really good. It's on a skillet, so this thing is still hot, still sizzling. That's meat. That's a meal.
It looks outstanding. I did talk to somebody here who says you can get it with chicken on top, so maybe next time I'm here I'll get it with chicken on top. Of course, not today, it being a Friday. Yep. All right, can we move on, or are you going to just...
No, we can move on.
There it is. So thumbs up, yes, no. Are you going to eat that? The Philly cheesesteak twice baked potato. Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'll be back with you in a minute, sweetheart.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have a couple of things available to fans. One is called the Take Me Out to the Ball Game Shake. This season available at Chase Field. It's a salted caramel shake. It comes loaded with whipped cream, peanut butter sandwich cookies, Kit Kat bars, and Cracker Jacks. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah. Dessert at a baseball game, man. Sure, absolutely. Are they throwing too much stuff in there? Maybe, but it's not going to stop me from eating it. I mean, yeah, it's like their version of a Blizzard, it sounds like. Sounds pretty good.
Kang, are you going to eat that?
Yes, I'm going to eat that. I'm not huge on desserts, but doesn't mean I'm not like Doug's weird policy, the Blizzard thing, whatever. I'll try other stuff, but this sounds good.
Does this sound better than a Blizzard? Yes.
It is.
Yes, it does. So I would definitely like to try that. Also available at Diamondback games, they have the Healthy People Like Baseball 2 Parfait. This is cottage cheese with carrot sticks, celery sticks, salted almonds, and crunchy pretzels. Gator, I got a picture in front of me of the Healthy People Like Baseball 2 Parfait. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I would, because I love cottage cheese. I don't know if it says if it's large curd or small curd. I prefer the large curd. But yeah, no, I eat that. I like carrots. I like celery. It looks like maybe a pepper in there to dip it in a usually a ranch dip or something like that. But you're dipping it in the the cottage cheese. That looks great. I'd try that.
Kang, the healthy people like baseball 2 parfait. Are
The
you going to eat
healthy
that?
people. Yeah, you know what? I'm not a big cottage cheese guy, but this looks pretty good. I'm going to try it. Now, that may deceive me with the looks and get me in, but I'm still going to try it. Doug, this is the healthy person. Are you in?
Hell yeah, man. This thing looks great. This is like the best thing I've ever seen at a concession stand.
It looks pretty good, man.
It does
If
look
you like
good.
cottage cheese, then you've got to be all over this.
Next up, the Mets this year have something called the 999 promotion. The 999 promotion, fans must eat 9 hot dogs and drink 9 beers in 9 innings of a Major League Baseball game. Now, to be fair, the hot dogs look like kind of mini dogs, almost half size.
Right.
But, Gator, the 999 promotion, are you going to eat that?
I mean, look, you can stop it. You don't have to kill yourself trying to do it. I find it. How big are the beers?
They don't look like they're.
Okay,
they
so
look
not
maybe
12-ounce beers, because I've seen the challenge that people do, the viral challenges, and they try to do it, and I'm like, you are insane to try to eat 9 hot dogs, 9 full-size hot dogs, and 9 12-ounce or 16-ounce beers. That's just, I would not want to try that. This one seems like it's a downplayed version of that. I'm still not into the gluttony part of that, so probably not.
How many innings could you get to?
I mean, I haven't seen the size of the dog, but I don't want to. So, yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not in the gluttony.
Can you?
Yeah, I cannot do this. Maybe in the younger days, but this is just asking for pain.
In the 20s, I'd be all over it.
Yeah, this is asking for pain. I just like to chill now, man. I'll go 2 innings. How's that?
A 20-year-old Gator, I would have loved to see you try this.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been a quest.
I would have probably, tapped my chest, belched, and said, anymore?
Can we go extra innings?
Yeah.
I don't need a runner on second.
Yeah.
Next up, Kraft. Kraft, who makes mac and cheese.
Yeah.
They've come out with Power Mac. This is their protein mac and cheese. Kraft is rolling out Power Mac, a protein-focused boxed macaroni and cheese made with pea protein. 1 serving of the new mac and cheese contains 17 grams of protein. According to Kraft Heinz news release, 1 box of the mac and cheese includes about 2.5 total servings. So you eat a whole box, you get over 50 grams of protein with Power Mac. Scott, you going to eat that?
Not likely, no. I don't know if you know this, but the mac and cheese part is really horrible for you. So just because they're adding protein to it doesn't make it healthy. It just means that there's some benefit of having protein to go with all that starch that you're throwing down and all the sodium that comes with it. No.
It's not all horrible. Kang, you going to eat that?
No, they're just trying to trick you with the protein thing again. I'll just have regular mac and cheese. I love mac and cheese. I don't need extra protein in my mac and cheese.
I try to limit my pasta intake to just a couple times a year.
What?
Yeah, I really do, because just look at me, dude. I need to limit my pasta intake. So if I'm going to be limiting it, I'm not going to reward myself with some crappy protein pasta.
We used to have mac
in
and
a
cheese.
box.
We used to have mac and cheese in the house a lot as kind of an emergency break glass, quick meal for the kids. If we still did, I would get this. Kids are out of the house. We don't make mac and cheese nearly as much, so I'm probably not going to try it. But
I'm more of a mac and cheese snob.
I give mac and
Gotta
cheese.
be homemade.
I give mac and cheese or Kraft credit. This is a solid attempt that I would have been in on years ago. There you go. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Get back to some of the Red Wing talk after last night's game. Additionally, I just have an observation about Big Ten basketball I want to get to today at 12:48. March Madness, the second full day is underway here at Twin Peaks. Come by and say hi and take in all the action in what must be, it's got to be top 10 places in the country to watch March Madness. Outstanding spot. Madison Heights, Twin Peaks, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Carson. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights has your lucky break this March with low payments on a 2026 Silverado. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $19.99 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty, and Costco in the household. Sun's coming out. March Madness, day 2. Couple of games on the screens here as it's really starting to heat up. On the second day of the NCAA basketball tournament, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, we're at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. Come by. Just met a listener, Paul, who is interested in the twice-baked cheesesteak potato that you just had.
I had 2 bites out of it. It's great.
Yeah.
I spent the break eating half my burger. That is a tasty burger.
I will recommend the shrimp tacos.
Really good burger.
Shrimp tacos are good. Kang, what'd you get today?
So I was going to get the turkey avocado smash you got yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And I did order that. But they're kind enough to bring also the newest turkey sandwich out there, which you could not partake in because it's got the billionaire bacon on it.
Yeah.
Really good. And it's got a kick that I know you would have liked, too. You get minus bacon, you could do it. You could do this, yeah.
So yesterday I actually had the chicken sandwich smash, but yes, the avocado they put in there is really good.
Oh.
All right, Gator, which name do you think is funnier?
Okay, I like where we're going here.
Nebraska has a player whose last name is Buchtengel.
I'm sorry, what?
Buchtengel.
Okay.
Or Illinois, who's got a player with the last name of Humrickhouse. Which name do you like better, Buchtengel or Humrickhouse?
I like Buchtengel because it puke, right?
Buchtengel.
Puke. No, whatever. I'll say puke. I think it sounds funnier. They're both pretty funny.
Buchtengel. It's Ben Humrickhouse. I gotta look up the first name.
You say Humrick?
Humrickhouse.
Humrick's pretty funny too.
Yeah. It's Burke Buchtengel.
What's Humrick's house first name?
Ben Humrickhouse and Burke Buchtengel.
It's Burke Buchtengel.
You think that's a better name?
It's the whole thing. The whole presentation is better. It's funnier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which do you like better?
I think Humrickhouse. I like the name Humrickhouse better. Buchtengel feels like there weren't enough vowels in it. Like some vowels fell out of the name, and you're left with Buchtengel.
And Humrickhouse has a little bit of brick house to it.
That's true.
Which is kind of fun.
Both those teams are alive. You can see Burke Buchtengel and the Nebraska Cornhuskers and Ben Humrickhouse and the Illinois Fighting Illini both playing tomorrow. Red Wings.
They're going to let it all hang out.
Red Wings won last night. Big game. What'd I miss?
I said it reminds me of Brick House, and they're going to let it all hang out.
I don't know. Do you think, is that a lyric from that song?
Yeah.
Is
Just
it?
letting it all hang out.
Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe you're right. House. Yeah, okay. Anyway, Red Wings win last night. You can keep going if you want to sing, man. I'll finish my lunch. I'm done with that.
And they start to come back up if you hear me sing. So.
No. Big Red Wing win last night. That was a puck luck night, okay? Call what it is. Got some good bounces. Don't care. They needed that win. They've had some bad bounces, and they've had some injury problems. Take them how you can get them. Patrick Kane throws it in the net. It hits the goalie, Dobish first, then bounces off JT Copper's thigh pad and in the net. Great, take it. 1-1 game, late third period. Mike Matheson struggles with a rolling puck back in his own zone. DeBrincat pounces, scores a nice goal. Take it. I was glad to see an NHL player struggle with a rolling puck. It made me feel better about my own game, but Scott, whatever. They needed that win, and they got it.
Goals are at a premium, and you'll take them however you get them, and it's nice to see the puck luck go the Red Wings' way because we've seen far too often it go the other way, where it goes off. I mean, the one game that I felt so bad for Justin Falk was his second game with the team, and it felt like he was on the ice for all the goals, and they came in weird ways, going off his leg, or he gets his stick knocked away, and by the time he picks it up and goes to check the guy, the puck comes out, kind of rebound, and next thing you know, you're down 2 goals. They need to have wins like that. You have to win any way possible at this point in the season with a baker's dozen games left. Every point is massive. When you have 6 teams in the Eastern Conference that are all within a point of each other, it tells you how tough it is. We try to focus just on the Atlantic Division. And you've got 3 teams that have the same point total that are all vying for that third automatic bid, and then you get to the wild card. But then that's how tight things are. The Metropolitan isn't any easier. It's starting to get bunched up at the bottom end there too. So there's really no team that's running away with it. The teams that lead both of the divisions, I think they only have 92 points. So you're talking just 8 more points than the Red Wings have, and that all these other teams have, whether it's Boston or Montreal or, the Islanders and in Columbus. Everybody is all in this same kind of situation. So, and because it is the final stretch, cannibalism getting ready to take place. And you're seeing the playoff caliber teams taking each other on, and you start to take a rooting interest, and you start to do some scoreboard watching, and you just don't want to see games go to overtime. You want them decided in regulation, so nobody's splitting points.
So we asked a question on Twitter, is this a playoff team? Why or why not? And if they do make the playoffs, can they make a bit of a run in the playoffs? From Chucky, he tweeted us, yes, they will make the playoffs. No, they will not make a deep run. Maybe win a round at best. Yes, the Yzer plan is in full effect and moving in the intended direction. Yzerman should and needs to stay no matter what the outcome this season.
I tell you, we talked yesterday about which guy do you want to kind of step up their game and be the guy, and I said I want Lucas Raymond to do it because I feel like he's got it in him to be the leader of this team. But your guy was Alex DeBrincat.
Yep.
His style of play, that is just a ball of fire out there. He's a ball of fire out there without being, dirty. He just reacts to stuff, right? So he's not the antagonist. He's the guy that reacts to it. So there's a difference between like his style and say Brad Marchand. Marchand is just an ass on the ice. Whereas DeBrincat's prickly, and you saw it last night. Slashed him on the hand. He's not going to put up with that. Not up in here.
Yeah.
And turned around, made sure it was right in front of the referee, and the referee saw it, and they, let it go or whatever. I like his style. He has come up huge for this team. That goal, the pass goes up the boards by Patrick Kane. The defender kind of misplaced it. He's skating backwards. As you said, the puck was not lying flat, and it's a rolling puck. And
hate that.
He touches it but doesn't possess it. And then here comes Alex DeBrincat right there, as Mickey Redmond would say, Johnny on the spot. Mm-hmm. And he takes it and puts a move on the goaltender and a backhand flip in the top of the net. It was a beautiful goal, and this is what he is. He's a 35, 45 goal scorer. That's what Alex DeBrincat can be. And I think he's a guy that this team should probably hang on to when he's I think his contract is up after next season. I'd like to see him stick around here. Local guy, and he's productive, and he's starting to, I think, embody what we want the Red Wings to be.
Brian tweets us, yes, they make the playoffs, and Gibson carries them to the conference finals.
Well, that's bold.
I mean, it is bold, but it's also, hey, who can carry you deep into the playoffs? Your goalie can. How do we feel about our goalie?
I feel strong about our goalie, except that the one thing I've noticed is that, teams are taking some liberties. They're skating in the crease. They're bumping him. They're knocking him around, and I think it's because they know that he is susceptible to perhaps getting hurt because he's been had to be removed from a couple of games. He's got the stinger that he's dealing with. The other thing with Gibson, and he's been so good, is that he doesn't catch the puck very well because apparently he's had so many hand injuries that's not his forte, is to snagging pucks out of midair. He'll give up some rebounds, and you get nervous about that.
I would describe the Montreal goal as being a kind of unfortunate rebound. I'm not quite sure what he could have done with that puck, but he did deflect it right into the slot on the stick of a Canadian player who finished. But he's been very, very good. Andy writes in, the Wings have been the same team for several years. I don't see a reason why the result will be any different than the last few years. They collapse under pressure.
Did they collapse last night under pressure? They were down 1-0 and came back and won it in regulation.
3 goals in the third period, too. I mean, that's an example of them not collapsing under pressure. If he's thinking big picture and wants to see him prove it,
we're all in that boat.
Yeah, I think I can understand that to a degree. But I think they'd tell you we're a very different team. They got better goaltending.
Yeah.
They've added a veteran presence on the blue line.
Yeah.
They've had guys stepping up, and I don't think they are the same team they've been the last couple of years.
No, and JVR is a nice addition, too.
Yeah, underrated addition. Jenna writes in, I think they will make it, but it'll be a dogfight. Crazy that 10 of the top 13 records in the NHL are in our division. Depending on matchups in the playoffs, I don't think the Wings will do much of anything, but just making the playoffs is all anyone seems to care about. I don't know if that's true.
I think that's the basic goal. I mean, you want
That's
to
the
go further,
first hurdle,
make
right?
the playoffs. Right, get some of that playoff experience, and hopefully you've got a chance.
It's Carson Anderson. We're at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We'll be here till 2 o'clock. Game's underway. We will continue here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. New this hour, the semifinalists have been announced for the Naismith Coach and Player of the Year awards today. Both Dusty May and Tom Izzo are 2 of 10 semifinalists for the prestigious coaching honor. For the players, 3 Big Ten Hoopers made the semifinal list in Michigan's Yaxel Lendeborg, Purdue's Braden Smith, and Illinois' Keaton Wagler. Detroit native and Arkansas star freshman Darius Acuff is a semifinalist for the Naismith Player of the Year award as well. More tournament action is underway right now with Santa Clara and Kentucky all tied at 29, just under 90 seconds to go in that first half. Akron and Texas Tech also underway as well. That's a close game right now. 18-14, Texas Tech leads. About 5 minutes left in that first half. Michigan and Michigan State women's tournament hoops start today as well. The Wolverines are at 5:30 against Holy Cross, where they are 40-plus point favorites. As a 5-seed, MSU tips off against Colorado State at 7:30. AJ Hinch also unveiled the Tigers pitching rotation today. It'll be Tarek Skubal, Framber Valdez, Jack Flaherty, Justin Verlander, and Casey Mize in that order. This means Verlander's first start back in Detroit will likely be the Tigers' night game on Sunday, April 5th against the St. Louis Cardinals. Pistons are set to welcome the Golden State Warriors to Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit's 9-2 on the second night of a back-to-back this year, and they're favored by 5 points to improve on that record against the Warriors, who are in 10th place in the West right now. Our pregame coverage of the 7:30 tip starts at 7:05 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Final hour of the show from here at Twin Peaks as games are going on and people enjoying it. I had a chance to meet a bunch of listeners, and thanks for coming out. And certainly food's great, as we could attest to. The atmosphere is great. The TV situation's great. Beer's cold. They got the volume pumped in here, so great place to be watching March Madness.
I just went back after the cheesesteak baked potato there.
Yeah.
Got a little jalapeno at the end there.
Yeah.
Really good. It's so good.
Yeah.
I got to take it away. It's got to move.
I will tell you, it's an impressive looking menu item.
Well, it's impressive for sure. In a good way. Great way.
Had a guy, Paul, come in and said, "Yep, heard you guys talk about it. That's why I'm here."
So, one of the guys came up during the break and said, "What is that? Is it good?" I'm like, "It's excellent."
Yeah.
By all means.
Anyway, also got a note here from a listener who is here, and she writes, "My name is Christy. Today is my birthday. Can you thank the coaches? Give a shout out to my son Derek's basketball team, the Stingrays. They're going to districts today in Grand Rapids for the gold medal. Team Walled Lake Special Olympic basketball. All teams are going. Barracuda Sharks." There you go, Christy.
No, we don't do shout-outs.
We don't. We just accidentally did one.
What, Barracuda Sharks?
Yeah.
Make up your mind. Are Barracuda, are you a shark? It can't be both. What are we talking, hybrids? If you're going to be a hybrid, you don't hybrid with within the same species. You go like watermelon sharks.
That's right.
You don't go.
Everyone knows you pick a fruit and then an animal.
Right. Nobody wants to be
animals.
called the Tangelos, right?
No, you're right.
Or two fruits, yeah.
Good point. So I think I figured something out here. You remember Andre Hudson, of course, right?
Yes.
Played basketball at Michigan State. His son, Cam, plays for St. Louis.
Really?
Yes. When my youngest was probably about 10, 11, 12, in that age range somewhere, he played on a basketball team, the Storm, led by head coach Dave Brabeck. And we ended up in a tournament in Fort Wayne, and the coach of the other team was Andre Hudson. What are the odds that Andre Hudson was coaching his son's team?
Good.
Seems like it'd be pretty high, meaning at one point, my youngest probably played against Cam Hudson.
How do you think he did?
Probably not well. But
didn't your kid play against Nick Lidstrom's kid at one point in time?
So it was a birthday party, and the ice was rented out, and one of the kids that was there was Nick Lidstrom's kid, and they were going to play full ice hockey, and so all the kids got geared up, and my son was playing, and they needed some parents to stand in the net and be goalies. And the rule was that you couldn't lift the puck. And one player's son lifted the puck.
Yeah. Was constantly lifting the puck?
Which I was not thrilled about, as being a dad standing in between the pipes just trying to help the kids enjoy the good time.
The Swedish youngster is firing pucks at your midsection?
Yeah. I have vague memories of this, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. But anyway, I need to call my son and get a scouting report on Cam Hudson. I bet his game has changed in the last 7 years.
You think so?
Yeah. I think it's quite possible.
Growth spurt?
248-539-9797. Michigan State taking on Louisville tomorrow. Michigan taking on St. Louis tomorrow, as Gator pointed out a little bit earlier. Early afternoon starts. Gator, you put something on your show sheet, and I find it interesting, and I'm wondering what you're referencing. What is a skill around the house that you wish you had? and I'm like, okay, he's asking that for a reason.
Well, as you know, yesterday I had to take care of an issue at my mom's house.
Okay.
And I got it done. And I'll buy him the furthest thing from a skilled tradesman as there is. So I was just wondering, unless you are one of these dudes that can do it all, I think everybody wishes they had some kind of skill set to become a real man, whether it's something to do with electricity or plumbing or whatnot, right? So for me, I always wished that not always, because I was terrified of power tools when I was younger, but woodworking, I'm amazed by woodworking.
Are you?
Guys that can make things with their bare hands. You know, I watch all these shows on HGTV, and inevitably all these shows have one person on there who's, I'll just make you a cabinet myself. Like, oh, okay. You know, Ben Napier on Hometown, he's got his own, workshop and wood shop, and I'll make you my own. Okay, nice job, Ben. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, look at dovetail. All right, yeah, thank you. And another guy, Dave Mars, has his own shop at his barn, and he does that, makes stuff all the time. I wish I could. I think that would be an awesome skill to have. Just like, I picked up some lumber and decided to make a chair or a table.
I'm always impressed when I see guys that are really good laying tile. And like they do it, the intricacies, like sometimes it's supposed to look a little rough. That's just the natural look. But when you have like square corners and everything's 90 degrees and it's all perfect and it's laid out and it looks like it was done by a laser.
And you got the spacers out there and everything.
Yep. I think that looks like, and adding tile to anything makes it look so much classier and better. Like, I just put up this backsplash.
Right. It looks better than just like painting.
Yeah, exactly. So that impresses me. Kang, you got something?
See, this is a dangerous road you're going down as a married man, Doug, because if you were good at this stuff, could you imagine how much tiling you would be doing in your house?
I mean,
you'd be retiling every single thing that could be retiled in your house.
And he's tiled in his house.
I have tiled in the house in the basement. And
Did you do it well?
Well, I mean, let me just put it to you like this. Nobody really notices, but when you take a close look, it's a mess.
Yep.
It is a total mess. Like, there's this hallway where if you look at it, you realize that the hallway goes north-south and the tile kind of goes
little wave
southwest. It's just a little bit off. There's an area in the corner where it's supposed to be a 90-degree angle, and it's like one tile meets the other like an inch away from the corner. Like, unless you're paying attention, you don't notice. But when you pay attention, you're like, who the hell did that? And the answer is me. I the hell did that. But
I the hell did that.
Because then, so I'm not going to pick anything that's home improvement necessarily, because I would be quote unquote improving my home in all time according to my wife. So maybe like just electrical work, just to be able to fix things that if they go awry, you know what I mean? Like, hey, all right, I can take care of that. Like, but yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'd be redoing the bathroom every 3 months.
There's two things that scare me: plumbing and electrical work.
Yeah. Yep.
Even like minor electrical work where I've got to like change a faceplate or something, and I'm trying to mess with the fuses, and I'm like, I know I've turned it off, but
if I asked you, do you know where your water shutoff valve is? Can you answer that question?
Yes.
Good man. Kang, if I asked you where your water shutoff valve is.
It's in my house.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I was giving you props, and now I got to take them away.
I do, because I've had some plumbing work done in the last few years, and it forced me to, know where it
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I know where it is.
Do you?
Yeah, there's like there's a shutoff in it's weird. It's like it's in the floor of the closet of one of my guest bedrooms. You have to lift up this panel and there it is. Yeah, because it sits underneath the foundation of the house. It's on that part. It's on a crawl space.
I really should probably know where that is.
Yeah, I feel like this is something else. I want to call my contractor up right now and say, hey, by the way, just so I know again,
just for future reference. Yeah, I guess I really don't know where it is, but
Plus, I also feel like if I were to know woodworking or tile work in your way, that would also make me better at math, without question. Because I feel if there's a failure, and this is why I'm proud of you for taking on that tiling job.
Yep.
But also part of me is like, wait, Doug's good at math, and it's so important that everything lines up perfectly, and it's math.
A little
it's
geometry there mixed in, Yeah, I mean, to the naked eye, if you're not paying attention, I bet if a pro walks down there and looks, they're just shaking their head, but I'll point it out next time you're over.
Oh, I'm sure a pro would see it. Like, if you're doing math, Gator, like, okay, 9 plus 1, it has to be 10. I think when you're doing the work, you're like, 9 plus 1, 9.5.
I'm only off by an inch.
Yeah, right.
Just an eighth of an inch. Yeah, well, after 10 tiles, you're off by more than an inch, so look out.
There you go. Carson Anderson, we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Text us what you would wish you were good at, and why. What you wish you were good at, and why. Got some March Madness stuff to get to. Also, interesting day for the Tigers. Touch on that today at 1:20. Hey, we're back at it again here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. It is day 2 of the March Madness. That's right. Twin Peaks opened at 10 a.m. again today. 16 more games on deck. The first 2 are underway, and we're hosting the party here at Twin Peaks. They sweeten the pot, too, with a great giveaway that you have to get here to find out about. But you won't be mad if you win. I can say with confidence this is the ultimate man cave experience. While you're taking in all the half-court shots, the slam dunks, and buzzer beaters, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, they are serving up your game day favorites. Talking about the coldest, bone-chilling, 29-degree draft beer, extensive craft cocktails, including all your favorite bourbons, tequilas, and more, and food you won't believe it came from a bar. That's right, the Scratch Kitchen. We've been talking about it all day. Takes tailgate food to a whole new level. Hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tenders, hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked chicken, brisket, wings, and ribs, perfectly smashed and seared burgers. And if you're in early, be prepared to stay here all day. You won't want to leave. They bring the action all weekend long, so make sure you stop by and see what all the buzz is about. Nobody does it better. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Couple of NFL notes here on this Friday. First, starting locally, the Detroit Lions sold out their season ticket allotment for 2026. In fact, they dipped into the waiting list. 4,000 tickets were transferred to new season ticket holders who were previously on the wait list, which isn't a huge surprise. According to the Detroit News, the get-in prices for Lions home games surged above $400 for single tickets this year. According to a survey done by the Action Network, that was provided to the Detroit News before the 2025 season. The average cost for a family of 4 to attend a Lions game was $1,940.
Oh my God!
That's just for the tickets. There are still
That's the average cost?
Yes. Yes, there are still 20,000 people on the wait list. Now, I had a business person in athletics once tell me that your tickets are priced right when your wait list is 0. The theory being, according to this business person, you raise the ticket prices until you're still sold out, but nobody's on the wait list.
I get that.
That is maximizing profits.
Yes, but what you
being the only goal.
What you don't want to do is play yo-yo with the ticket price. You don't want to put it up too high only to have to take it back the next couple of years because now your list is dwindled and you got nobody on the wait list and now you're no longer selling out.
I'm not saying this is anything other than this is how one person that worked on the business side of a team that knew about ticket sales, the way they were programmed to be thinking. But I mean, look, people, there's a lot of money to go to Lions games, but this town loves its football. This team loves its football. This town loves its football team.
Yeah, but since those 4,000 tickets transferred, that means 4,000 people bailed on their tickets, right? And so they're able to, the next people were able to step up and get them.
I mean, it might not be 4,000 people. It might be 1,000 people with 4 tickets, whatever it is. But yes, 4,000 tickets got transferred from one person to the other. But sounds like most people just said, yeah, I'm coming back. Now, to be fair, we had some really bad Lions teams with very little hope also selling out. Right? This town just doesn't want to give up its football tickets. The other thing, and I'm not sure this makes any sense, but according to Ari Marov, who is a business reporter, who's he with? He is covering the NFL for the 33rd Team Football. Pittsburgh Public Schools will be closed for 3 days and will switch to remote learning because of the NFL draft. With a large number of visitors expected, the goal is to keep students learning safely and effectively. The draft is expected to draw 500,000 to 700,000 visitors, according to the regional offices.
So is this a direct result of the war in Iran? Do you think that they're trying to be a safety issue that way? You got a bunch of people coming in from out of town. You want to play it safe.
I hadn't connected those dots.
I guess that's the first dot I connect. Rather than they want everybody to go.
Right. Seems kind of strange. I mean, should Detroit have shut down schools for or done remote learning for 3 days because of the draft?
Well, I think different times. And that's why I say I wonder if this is directly tied to the war in Iran.
I suppose it could be. Seems a little odd. Okay, Gator?
Well, they're not busing the kids down to the draft. That's not what they're doing. They're
just saying it is what it is. Something else. You said you went from really not caring about something as it pertains to March Madness to caring a lot.
Was I specific about it?
Yes. The Miami of Ohio.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. I was like, what? I think going into the as soon as Miami got knocked out of their dumb tournament,
right,
and they were threatened to not make the NCAA tournament besides being undefeated in the regular season, they had their chance to get into the tournament. They had to do the play-in game, and they won it, and they won it decisively. And I was like, okay, you know what? Good for them. And now
they looked great.
Yeah, and now I'm kind of cheering them on. I didn't see this coming.
Really?
I'm actually rooting for them to do well because before I was a little skeptical of the whole email thing, and we tried to get teams to come and take us on, and But then after hearing the High Point, and this is actually where the High Point coach comes in, when I heard him talk, I thought, you know what?
Flynn Clayman?
Flynn Clayman. When Clayman said that, recognize Yo, and I thought, okay, maybe now I can believe the Miami coach saying, or the AD when they said we tried to schedule other teams didn't want any of this. Okay, I'll buy that now. And you guys are a good basketball team. I mean, you don't go 31-0, for no reason. Now, given your non-conference schedule sucked, you played 3 teams that didn't have hyperlinks on ESPN.com, but you did go through your entire schedule undefeated. So good for them. They're backing it up, and now they're in the actual big dance, and then see if you can do something here.
So I don't care if you went undefeated against that schedule. It's not a metric, and I don't think the committee should. I think it's important who you play. But if they sincerely tried to schedule major programs and got denied, and there are emails out there, public, that said that, Clayman said they couldn't get teams to play High Point. I remember when Michigan had an open spot on their football schedule, and a person who was in charge of it said to me, we've got an opponent, and I said, just please tell me it's a Division 1A opponent. It's a bowl. It's not some. And he said, well, what if I told you it was a good one? A good non-Division 1A opponent. And I'm like,
I'm like Appalachian State?
That's what he said. And I'm like, I said at the moment, that's even worse because you're going to get no credit at all for beating them. And if they're good, if you play a close game, you're not only not going to get credit, you might get dinged in the polls.
Yeah.
And then it turned out they lost that game.
Oh, did they?
But there should be an allowance to let these schools make sure they get at least one game against the big boy. Because I'll tell you what else, it hurts the kids. Like when it comes to draft time, when I see that a player from a small school gets drafted, I'll go to the schedule and say, okay, did you guys play at Auburn? Did you play Texas A&M? Did you play, Washington? And how did you do in that game? Regardless of the sport, it's good to see the kids get to prove themselves, and it helps them when it comes to their pro potential. So I don't like ignoring the little guys, but what those schools will tell you is it's a business, and we don't want to do home and homes with High Point or Miami. But there's something to be said. If an Ohio State had taken Miami's offer, if Ohio State went to play in Miami's gym, it would be an unreal atmosphere. There's discussion that Western's getting a new facility, I guess, and Michigan State might open in it. Like that will be unbelievable because you get in those small gyms, you pack them in where people are literally hanging from the rafters. It's really cool.
It is cool, and I go back to that with the MAC tournament that should they have just gotten the automatic bid regardless because they were undefeated in the regular season, which meant they were undefeated during the MAC regular season as well. They beat all you comers on. Let's step aside, don't even do the dumb tournament. And when they lost in the dumb tournament, then I really started to feel for them because what more do they have to do? Now they have to back it up by winning the conference tournament too?
Oh, so the rules. I guess if you gave Auburn, who didn't get in, or Indiana, who didn't get in, you gave them Miami schedule, guess what they're doing? They're going undefeated.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, actually, I'm not sure.
Maybe not.
I don't know if it's easy to say that. I mean, it's easy to say that, but
they'd
I'm not
be favored
sure
in every
reality.
game. That doesn't mean they're going to win every game, but they would have been favored in every game.
You got to show up every game.
Yep. 248-539-9797, Carson Anderson. College basketball, it is the second full day of March Madness. We tweeted out the question, Michigan and Michigan State fans, how you feeling today? Confident your team can make a Final Four run? We will get to some of your answers on that. If you want phone calls, get them in as well. So take it through till 2 o'clock here from Twin Peaks and Madison Heights. 248-539-9797. Take your text as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. we all want the same thing. We want our teams to go out there and give it their all, the old 110, and win a championship. And it's in our best interest that for the Detroit Tigers, what's going on right now down in Florida. Tarek Skubal through 1 2/3, 2 strikeouts, no base runners allowed. Take that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I hope this guy goes out and dominates and, everything calms down here a little bit for the purposes of this season. I'm mad too, probably leaving, but when it's all said and done, it's why not, as one person put it, the reason they weren't mad, they're looking at it as we're going to use him to win a World Series.
That's the plan.
Yep.
That's absolutely the plan. And, getting back on the hill today to finish up his last spring's training start, just go through it, stay healthy, be fluid, and let's hope it's a nice long season extending well into October, maybe later for the Tigers.
As I say that, he just gave up a single.
Well,
with that said, what do you make of this prospects game that's going on tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a prospects game tonight?
Gator loves this stuff.
Is there something else to watch tonight?
You fired up for this?
With the Tigers prospects? Yes, you could say I'm fired up. They're taking on Pittsburgh's team of prospects as well. Now, these are guys that are not necessarily competing for the Major League roster right now. So McGonigal is not part of this group, I don't believe. At least the roster I saw showed that he was not. However, the guys that are, these are players I want to see play. Like if you're going to tell me I get to watch a game every night that's going to have the top prospects on his team, like Max Clark and Edward Valencia, and you've got Bryce Rayner and Jordan Yost.
He's healthy?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And Jordan Yost. These guys are going to play. They're the first-round picks from the last couple of years. And, Chris Rodriguez. I'm dying to see this game. I can't wait for this game.
Is
tonight.
Chris Rodriguez the guy that was the
like
purple,
17, 18?
Purple shirts versus the orange shirts, grainy video from Dominican League 2?
Yes.
That was going around?
Yeah.
And everybody says he's unbelievable.
Yes.
He's 17 years old.
Yep.
But he's literally playing, it looks like a game they're playing down at the park.
Yes. And I don't even know if he's going to play at Lakeland this year, if he's going to spend another year in that league. But he's got all tons of potential. They rave about him, his frame and all this, and his ability to do everything out there. I'm looking forward to watching him play. They have the catching prospect, Michael Oliveto, who they drafted recently. Looking forward to seeing him out there. They've got some pitching guys. Jimenez, who has pitched a little bit in spring training, has been dynamic with a high 90s fastball. Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm probably more jacked about that than I am following what the Tigers are doing in spring training this afternoon.
Where's that game broadcast, do you know?
I think it's on MLB Network tonight.
Okay.
I believe Peacock as well.
Baseball's actually done a decent job of trying to introduce you to the next wave of players before they get here.
Yeah, they really promote it. MLB.com does a great job of promoting it. They keep letting you know, here's MLBpipeline.com that lists each team's top 30 prospects overall. They rank the top 100 in the league. And, they do all types of rankings, which are really kind of fun to watch along as the season goes to get an idea on who's the next guy to root for with the Tigers.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, we asked that question on Twitter about Michigan and Michigan State. How you feeling today? Do you think your team has a shot to make a run to the Final Four? Why or why not? Mike tweets us, Michigan has a great shot because of Mara. Michigan State has got to shoot better. Well, they can't shoot much better than they did last night.
I mean, 59% is pretty good, and 50% from three-point line is pretty good.
Michigan State, in that game, when you are the favorite and a heavy favorite, you should be able to have your way down low in the interior. Michigan State did. Cooper, for North Dakota State, Cooper was a tough guard.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about the matchups. You got the height advantage, the size advantage. Take advantage. Mm-hmm. Don't ignore that.
No, and stay out of foul trouble. The other one, he said Michigan's got a shot because of Mara. Mara is just such a freak. Like he's in a good way. You just don't get guys that are that big. And he's a little bit gumpy. They say sometimes it looks a little uncoordinated. But he's such a factor around the rim.
He is. And we see it in the NBA when you've got somebody who's that much bigger than everybody else. they can be that defensive factor that forces you to alter every shot that comes within 6 feet of the rim. And look, he's not as big as Wemby, doesn't have all the other intangibles that Wemby does, but still, this is a guy who's a legit 7-footer that is scary to play against when you bring it up to the rack.
He doesn't need to block your shot to impact your shot.
What I'm saying.
And the other thing he does is he's one of those, I think, a really good big man passer. You know when you got a big man that's good at distributing the ball?
Yeah.
Chris Webber was a really good big man passer.
Chris Webber was great at it.
Yep. And Mara is a pretty decent big man passer. And they're going to have to figure out, I'm going to guess that St. Louis throws some zone at him. And Michigan's going to have to figure out a way they want to enter the basketball. Yesterday, and I had this stat earlier from Clayton Safey of the Wolverine, Michigan from the floor, from 2-point range, 26 of 31, and their average shot distance was 3 feet 2 inches. You're going to go 26 for 31 in college basketball a lot when you're shooting from that close to the basket.
Exactly, which is why you do it. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, then obviously you have to alter your game plan, or if you can't, your game plan is more than likely to shoot from 3, which is what teams have to do when they don't have the size, which is why tomorrow's matchup is interesting against St. Louis. St. Louis. Yeah. So St. Louis is going to bring this beyond the arc attack against Michigan, but Michigan's got athletes too, and go ahead and do that. And if the result is, oh, crap, now we can't shoot from the outside, we'll fake outside, go inside, well, then you got to deal with, Michigan's version of the Hydra, and that's Mara.
Yeah, I don't think this is 100% true, but it feels to me like when Morris Johnson's on, Michigan can't be beat. And it's probably not true, but, when he is effective, he and Cadeau are kind of, to me, the barometers. And Morez didn't have a great trip to Chicago in the Big Ten tournament. Came back, played very, very well in that game last night. Spartans shot it well from the perimeter, and they get banged up Louisville team, but I do like their chances again tomorrow. Let's go to William. You're next on 97.1. Hello, William.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. Michigan State. I want them both out by the Sweet 16.
You want them both out?
Yes, for my bracket's sake.
So are you a Michigan or Michigan State fan during the season?
A Michigan fan, but the other day
why on earth are you rooting for your bracket over rooting for your team to win a national championship?
Because there's a lot of money in my bracket.
How expensive was it to get into your pool?
$25.
And how much will you win?
I could win $3,000.
That's a significant amount of money.
That's a lot of Will Cheddar.
But I will tell you, I couldn't go through. All right, there you go. You want some love for that? Would you do that? Would you root for your bracket over your team?
No.
For $3,000, Gator?
No. It's really what it is. It's for $25. Like, you put $25 in, dude. Don't you? You should want your team to win.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what my bracket is. The final
I
four.
don't want to hear the bracket. I don't want to hear the bracket.
No.
Listen,
just let me talk. The final four are all 2 rated, number 2s.
You took all the 2 seats to the Final Four.
Iowa State.
So you got Iowa State, Houston, UConn, and Purdue.
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, well, good luck.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, look, everybody has their own priorities, right? Our guy there prioritizes the $3,000.
Okay, so there's yes, to each their own.
Yep.
The way I looked at it, you know that I have Duke winning it all.
Yes.
Do you know how happy I would have been if Duke lost last night?
Right.
I don't care about the bracket.
The bracket's fun.
The bracket's fun to see. Okay, in the end, was I close or whatever?
I always end up rooting against my bracket when it's a huge upset like that. I always.
Yes. Like you just start laughing, you smile.
It might be different though if it was like the last game though. Then I'm rooting for my bracket. You know what I mean? Or like the final
it's probably
four.
not an upset.
No, it's probably not. But
or a colossal upset.
Because in the early, I don't think I'm going to win anyway. So I'm just like, yeah, go Siena, go High Point, go.
Right.
Go Queens.
I mean, look. Bottom line here, everybody's got their own priorities, and I think about how much money it would take for you to say, okay, I'll root against Michigan State. $10,000,
for the chance to win it? Or, I mean, in this situation, the guy's already rooting against the teams, and they just started the first round.
I know.
I mean, you can tell me I have a chance to win $100,000, and I'm still not. At this stage, I'm not rooting against
It's too early, right?
Yeah. If it's like the Elite Eight.
That's what I was saying. How close are we getting to
then
the
we
end?
might be a little different story. And even then, you're nowhere near far and away the leader when it comes to that, because if the pool is worth that much money, I'm guessing there's a bunch of people involved. So
I would
we've got
also
a few hundred
imagine
people involved in this bracket, and you've got 50 other people you're competing against when you get to the Elite Eight. I'm not thinking I still have a great chance.
To each their own.
Yeah.
Right? To each their own. What percentage of our listeners do you think are wired like that guy?
10%.
I would say less. But, hey, man, different perspectives on the world. It is Karsch and Anderson. March Madness continues here at Twin Peaks, the Madison Heights location. Reminder, you can actually stream the show with video using youtube.com and twitch.tv, as we've been out here the last couple of days, and you've been able to take it in and see what's going on. You can also stream with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Get it for your mobile device, and then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 anywhere in the United States. Also stream through our website, 971 A Ticket, where our guy Evan and the Birch Kid responsible for great content. It is Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Well, Gator, this is interesting. And when I see something that interests me, a new law is being put in place in Ontario, Canada. How would people feel about it here?
Okay. All right.
From Puck Empire, breaking Doug Ford, who I believe runs Ontario, is banning the resale of tickets for more than face value in Ontario. The government did not say exactly when the resale cap will come into effect, but that once it does, it will apply to all ticket resales going forward.
I love it. I think it's awesome. Look, I mean, it's not Windsor, it's Ontario, right? So,
yeah, Doug Ford is the Canadian member of the Canadian Provincial Parliament of Ontario.
So this is, I think, in reaction because tickets to Toronto games are insanely expensive.
Maple Leaf.
Yes.
Yep.
I think for all their sports, frankly, because they have a massive metropolitan area.
Yeah.
And tickets are tight. So putting the kibosh on the scalping, I love the idea of that. I'm not sure how you go ahead and enforce it. But with today's electronic tickets, maybe it's so much easier to track and you can penalize people for doing so. But I would say I hope that they hold the teams to the same standard.
What do you mean?
Sometimes teams will hang on to tickets themselves and then post them late when they get in situations like this.
Interesting.
So I hope it extends to all parties involved.
Kang, what do you make of this?
I mean, as a person who's trying to go to a game, it's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's. But I also don't hate on the guy trying to make an extra buck necessarily. You know. Now there's a line you cross though, where hey, it's overkill, right? And you're gouging.
But that line's different for every person.
Exactly.
And if you price it and somebody buys it, no matter how.
Exactly.
How far across the line you've gone, but
I mean, would it make a difference if this guy turned around and sold to a guy with a family of 4, and you feel bad for that guy with a family of 4 because maybe he saved up all his money just for this one game, or if he turned around and sold to a corporate, same amount of money though.
I come at this and I'm more frequently, by probably about 20-1, a buyer of secondary tickets as opposed to a seller.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, only when I buy tickets, can't use them and can't get rid of them, I end up putting them back on the market. And I think I did that once in the calendar year 2025. But so I tend to like this because it's going to help me more and my family more. But there's something that doesn't feel right about this, like restricting a market that's been a free market. Now, this is Canada. It's not the United States, and it's not being adopted here. It's just being adopted in Ontario. I'm guessing, though, more people like this than dislike it. I might be wrong.
I think you're right. I think more people will like this law that will go into effect in Canada than don't, because think about how you feel about ticket brokers in general or scalpers in general.
Yep.
You know, I don't like the holding the ticket hostage or using it for investment purposes, and yet at the same time, I believe in capitalism, so it's hard for me to kind of hedge on it. But it bothers me that, like, hey, I wanted to go to this game. I was in line to get tickets, and they sold out in 10 minutes. Why they sell out? Because there are ticket brokers that are able to get tickets. And not only they get tickets, they get the best tickets, and they can make money off that.
And they get all the tickets.
Right. Like, why are they so freaking special? You know, I slept out 2 nights to get these tickets, and now I got obstructed view, but some ticket broker gets the best seats, and now they're going to profit off it when I just wanted to go to the damn concert or just go to the damn game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this is received. And, like, the other thing is, if you're a season ticket holder, I know a lot of people that will buy season tickets and sell the biggest game at an upcharge that pays for all the rest of the games. And, I mean, I could just flat out say, if you're a Michigan fan and it's the year they play Ohio State, you can pay for your season tickets by just selling the Ohio State game.
Right.
Those people won't like this.
Yeah, same thing with Lions games. I know Lions ticket holders that, I know you only can sell a certain amount, but they pick the ones to sell that will return the most, will help pay for the whole season. Yeah, and so or a huge Monday night game or something like that. So you said though that they could still make money, but it's just capped. Is that what they're?
No,
or
you can't. It's capped at the face value of the ticket. Again, this is happening in Ontario. So
they might. Well, yeah. I mean, if I were, I'd give them some room to make a little bit. But I don't mind the capping part.
You know, it's funny because like what you mentioned about Toronto, I was like, hey, we're gonna be in Toronto. Let's go to a Maple Leaf game. And I looked at the cheapest tickets to get in. It was like a $390 ticket on sale for $1,600. And I was just like, I'm not doing that.
The 4 times markup.
Yes.
For the cheapest ticket you can find.
And then I looked at all Maple Leaf tickets, and you're right, out of control expensive.
Yeah, it's because the metropolitan area is massive, and you think about it, like how many people live in Toronto versus how many people live in the entire country.
Yeah,
isn't it like 25% of the people live there and versus the entire country? It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what the numbers are, but I do know that I've driven through Toronto a ton of times going to visit Canadian relatives, and this just in, it's huge. All right, so March Madness continues today. Gator, you asked the question, is there a particular game today you are most looking forward to? Is there one you're most looking forward to? Is it your Miami of Ohio Redhawks? Or the Redhawks, right?
I think it is. I think you're playing Tennessee.
Yep.
And, that is the one. That's the one I'm most looking forward to today. I want to see back it up. Plus the other bonus of that is you knock out the SEC team.
Yeah.
I'm all about that. That sounds great.
I think Clemson, Iowa is going to be really interesting. There is a game I'm looking forward to tomorrow because I think it'll be dripping with intrigue. Houston plays in-state rival Texas A&M in a second-round game. I think that could be interesting with two schools from the same state. So something to pay attention to there. As far as these early games today, Texas Tech has opened up an 11-point lead early second half over Akron. Kentucky and Santa Clara are in a dogfight, and Santa Clara has surged ahead by 4 at the under 8 TV timeout of the second half. So that's going to be turning some heads as Kentucky is in a bit of trouble there. The number 1 seed in the West, Arizona, is leading Long Island 24-12, which shouldn't come as any big shock. And just underway, Virginia and Wright State, 2 minutes in, Scott, and they are scoreless. So Michigan and Michigan State back on the floor tomorrow. Michigan, the 12-10 start against St. Louis. Michigan State plays right after that in Buffalo, 2:45-ish against the Louisville Cardinals. So do you know anybody who made that road trip?
I do not. Out to Buffalo, no. And thinking back on it, it's like it is a short trip. I'll bet that I do know some people if I look online, and there'll be a couple people that are out there.
Yeah.
I know there's an acquaintance of mine that goes to every Michigan State event, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him post pictures courtside.
The East region goes through D.C., right, next weekend? Is that right? Michigan State would go to D.C. with a win? Pretty sure of that.
I don't know.
Okay. Michigan would go through Chicago, which would be huge for them because they would have a strong contingent of fans. I did talk to somebody in the Michigan athletic department that said ticket demand is insane. So anyway, good to have drivable sites for Michigan and Michigan State. We bring in Rico Beard, part of the next radio program coming up next here on 97.1 with Mike Valeni. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen, you're still out and about. Okay. How was day 2?
It's great. It's great. It's a good spot. Fun to watch games here and meet a lot of listeners. So it's going well. Did you get to throw the flag yesterday at any point?
No, didn't need to throw the flag.
Yep.
It was an easy peasy game, though I did laugh. It was like, okay, it seemed like every commercial break, they were in commercial break. Like, come on, guys.
Right, so you couldn't watch.
Right.
Yeah.
That's aggravating when that happens. Are you going tomorrow?
It looks like it. The time is synced up just right. So yeah.
Good.
Probably
Excellent.
leave in the morning.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
A little bit day 1 recap of the tournament, plus Mike's got something he needs to get off his chest.
Okay. Big Ten trivia. Which name do you like more, Burke Buchtengel or Ben Humrickhouse?
Burke Buchnendale or
Burke Buchtengel from Nebraska or Ben Humrickhouse from Illinois? Which name do you like better?
Buchtendale.
You like Buchtengel?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
All right, boy. Have a great show. We appreciate it as always. Rico Beer, Mike Valeni, straight ahead. Thanks for being with us. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, let's get it going on a Friday. We have a lot of good stuff. Yes, tournament.
You want the flag for today?
No, I don't. It's better I don't watch. We have obvious tournament discussion. We are going to see, I'm going to give Kenny one last chance as the bus stop is open for the Red Wings. I'm going to try again. I'll present the day's math. We'll talk a little Michigan State. But first, I thought we would do what we always do. Day 2 of the tourney, we start the show, and we just jump right in. So, David, you can put whatever. Yes. I want to give you my day 1 thoughts. You can do whatever you like with this. These are directed to the 3 of you or all of the people, okay?
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yeah.
I want to start at the end of day 1 to just give you story 1. It was my favorite game, the one I wanted to watch the most, St. Louis, Georgia. What'd we talk about? St. Louis's offense, when it's cooking, is poetry in motion. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Mr. Robbie Avila, or as David now refers to him, Kevin McPhail. Look,
I was going to say Larry Nerd.
They dropped an absolute bomb on Georgia, and they did it with offensive perfection. I will just tell you this. If you're Michigan, yes, you're better than these guys. You best be careful. Bring your IQ to the game. Any mistake you make on defense, they make you pay. Period.
If you're Michigan, you got to be respectful of Robbie because he gives Jokic it's that aura.
He's food stamp Jokic.
It's like, well, he's not that athletic, and before you know it, he's just dropped 40 on you.
He did a spin move last night that took 6.4 seconds. It was like the Matrix. He does a spin move like a 55-year-old father of 4.
Because you got to be thinking, oh, no, Coach, I got this one. And he scored again.
No, I do not. Number 2, I would like to make an official statement. The Troy Trojans should be banned from all NCAA tournament play for having the audacity of a diabolical twin ginger backcourt. Twin brothers that are both unsightly gingers were their starting backcourt, and they got what they deserved. They lost by 30 yesterday. What an embarrassment. You can't win with a ginger. Cutscene. Our starting backcourt looks exactly the same.
But what if you double the ginger power? G2.
You lose by 30 to Nebraska and your guy Sandefort.
G2.
Bottom line, I don't want to see Troy, their red uniforms, their red-headed backcourt, none of it. Get out. Number 3, I know I'm going to end up being wrong and we'll come here Monday and they've probably lost, but damn it, you and I have been Team Arkansas for a few weeks now. Their guards, including Acuff, they can take them places I don't think people expect. Now, I know Hawaii is Hawaii. We wanted to see what Hawaii's weird defense was going to be. This whole idea that they play man, they don't help, they don't double. Yikes, they gave up a C note. But Rico, you can make a case it's the best backcourt in college basketball, and if they get cooking, it's going to be hard to stop.
It is. I saw Illinois, and my goodness.
5 points. Hope you enjoyed that.
My goodness, that's what happens when all of a sudden everything is cooking for them. I don't think that they could do that for 5 more times.
No.
But that's a team that you don't want to play because, man, that's a EuroLeague team.
We talked about it. Like I included them in team that could win it all because of that level of upside.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of teams. Now, Michigan's one of them. They can. There are not a lot of teams that can get to 90, much less 100. And if they're cooking, they'll just outpace you.
Yeah, who would have thought that you would see 300-point games last night?
Yeah. Well, who would have thought Hubert Davis would still have a job today?
That was me.
The largest collapse in the round of 64 history as UNC blows a 19-point second-half lead. I just ask you, how does Hubert Davis still have a job?
I think that it's just a matter of time. Right now, Mike, this is one of those where the higher-ups, the alums, Michael Jordan's on a Zoom call. What are we going to do next? Because you can't lose that game. They didn't score a basket for the final 13 minutes, and that include overtime. They got one basket.
Not
one
optimal.
basket. Like, guys, I don't know what you're going to do. He played a 6-man rotation. It's bad when all of a sudden VCU is like, yeah, their guys were tired. Well, I don't think that they were tired. No,
they were
actually tired, and you may lose your job over there. Look, they've been wanting to get rid of him for a while.
It has to happen.
This may be the final straw. Maybe they got to get ahead of Kentucky if Mark Pope gets fired. So did you get the best coach?
Look, we're in a day and age, You're a pro coach. You have a payroll. You're allowed to turn your roster. You're allowed to build your team. You're North Carolina. Can't have it. And Hubert's results have been getting worse. And I'm sorry. I wouldn't want him there. Yeah. In that vein, also I have a very philosophical. It's not like what's the meaning of life, but it's similar. What is the point of Randy Bennett and St. Mary's existence? Why do they exist? Every year they make the tournament with a gaudy win total. Mm-hmm. They play the slowest pace in America. They struggle to get to 50 and generally are used as a proverbial wet wipe to whoever they play in the tournament. Yet Randy Bennett is up for the Arizona State job. Why? Are you trying to kill your fans with boredom?
You know what? Because you can say, hey, we beat Gonzaga, and that's your claim to fame. Is that every year you're the team that can frustrate Gonzaga. And look, I'm with you. It's going to be a snail's pace, but maybe they're trying to go that 180 degrees from what Hurley brought to Arizona and say, you know what, we want discipline here.
Okay, good. Enjoy being in Tempe and scoring 48 points. All right, let me go to the next one. You can argue it. I'm not mad. It's probably hyperbolic. Best freshman class of my adult life. And by that, it will be the best top of the NBA draft maybe of my adult life. Whether it's the A.J. Debonza, they didn't lose that game because of him. No. He basically dropped 40. No one else helped him.
Yeah, he had half their points.
A-Cuff. You go up and down the list of this freshman class. Rico. Good Boozer.
Good Boozer. Keegan Wagler for Illinois.
Kingston from Houston. True freshman. He showed out last night as well. Yeah. This is an elite freshman class.
This is the year that if you're an NBA lottery team, it's okay if you end up at like 6 or 7.
You're actually going to get a functioning
because you still don't get somebody.
That's a good point. It's a very good point. High points for Flynn Clayman. High points coach gets high points. He was an electric factory after the game.
Oh, yeah.
He attacked. This is what happens. Nobody will play us, and if you play us, this is what happens. Look, I'll only accept this guy being a goofball for one day because that's the greatest day of his life. But I kind of dug it. He basically challenged anybody, play me.
But the only thing missing was him tearing his shirt off and going bare chested
Howard Dean?
Saying, let's just fight right now. Like, okay, this was your moment and this is how you choose to spend that moment. That's fine, but okay. I don't think anybody's going to play him next year, especially maybe at a neutral site. I don't know. But then again, who did you ask? Who did you bother to see? Would they play you?
One more statement, and then we're going to finish with a question. My statement is this. Greg Gard is a pile of moldy cheese curd, Wisconsin's head coach. I did some digging on this because generally I don't like coaches who dress like high school principals, and I don't like Wisconsin basketball at all. Here's Greg Gard's last basically decade, right? After a Sweet 16 run in 2016. You ready? Nothing in 17. First round exit in 18. COVID. In 19, second round in 20, second round in 21, NIT in 22, first round exit 23, second round exit 24, and yesterday's disgrace to High Point. Why does Greg Gard have a job? Wow. Sorry for doing the research.
When you put it like that, you know why, Mike? Because he'll go through the Big Ten regular season, and I know how you feel about it, but he knocks off the powerhouse teams. And at that point, everybody in Wisconsin is feeling good. Like, wow, we beat Michigan. We beat Illinois.
Here's your March Madness. You didn't even get your Diet Coke from the beverage stand. No. You're out of the tournament. That's a disgrace.
No, that was probably only North Carolina pulled off a bigger choke job. Than Wisconsin did yesterday.
The last one is a question, and I leave it to you. You got to see more of it than I did, and for me, they can show me Saturday when I watch. Do you have a renewed confidence in MSU? They played with a level of urgency or fire, tenacity, whatever you want to call it. It looked hyper-focused. Yes, they were a 12-point favorite, but they still won a game by 30. The parts I saw and then talking to you, do you feel somehow now more confident about State?
Yeah, Mike, I feel a lot more confident about that team. They look better than they did for the final 2 games. Now, Louisville is going to be the test because can you guard the 3-point line and force them to miss shots? Because I think they're kind of a one-trick pony. After that, then yeah, they were playing just that physical ball. They were able to manufacture points, and they scored 30 points off the bench. Like, wow. Like, and 3 of those were only going to Kurt Tang. The rest went to other players.
Oh, Petey Tang.
When Denim Wojcik outscores Kurt Tang, you know you're having a good day.
That's a great place to finish that. So just a wide-ranging, day one thoughts, and it will lead us into a question I want to ask. Because I gave you the best of the best. I want to ask a more general tournament question next. 97.1.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, other sportsbooks, their rewards are just the same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that fan cash. With Fanatics Sportsbooks, you can get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. You can use that fan cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, so much more. And if you really want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. You don't have to forget, and please don't forget about the Fanatics Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter the win with Fan Cash for a shot at the no sweat bet, casino credit, premium sports events, tickets, and more. Extraordinary prizes await for you. Did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with the games like the Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. Switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Well, sometimes life, it just drops a dog turd on your head. I'm going to ask a question here. Should coaches who refuse to foul up three be jailed? Because my answer is yes. I'm talking Guantanamo Bay waterboarding for any coach who doesn't foul up 3. I'd like to enter a penis in a quarter zip, Herb Sendek. How do you not foul? You just hit a 3. There's under 5 seconds to go. Kentucky does not have timeouts. They have to go full court. You foul. You just do it. You foul. He doesn't foul. The bank is open. Is that or is that not the biggest coaching crime in sports?
Oh, it is.
How do you not foul?
Here's what he's going to say. There was 2.4 seconds left. In order for this to happen, he would have to hit a half-court shot. So you play the percentage, and he banks it in.
You cannot in that situation. And this is not hyperbole where it's like 11 seconds to go and fans are like, why didn't you foul? Too much time. If you are under 7 seconds, you also have to factor in the emotional quotient of a game. Santa Clara hits a 3 to go up 3. You just have to foul. Kentucky has no outs there.
2.4 seconds left. Right. The second the guy gets the ball, you foul him.
I don't name for me a bigger coaching crime. I'm dead serious. Give me a bigger coaching crime in all of sports than coaches not fouling up 3 under 5 seconds. I'm willing to listen.
In all sports?
All sports.
Michael, I present to you evidence 1, the prevent defense. Your team has been playing great defense all game long.
I'm making a list. You know what? I'm motivated right now.
And then
I'm
all
angry.
of a sudden, with 2.5 minutes left, we're going to go shell defense. We'll let them do anything that they want because we're trying to eat the clock. You've been blitzing them all game. You've been stopping them all game. You've been hitting the quarterback all game.
Yep.
And then you want to drop 11 and do nothing and put yourself into the chance to lose a game.
I want to hear from the people on this. I need to know a bigger crime in sports, coaching crime.
I'm with you, though, on that 3-2. Yeah, foul when you're up 3. Yeah.
Honestly, like if I were the AD at Santa Clara, I'm pretty sure I'd fire Sendek right now. And I'd remind him, this is why you don't have your job at NC State anymore. Get out.
Right.
Leave.
I would just grab that whiteboard and say, you know what, 3 greater than 2 and hold it up in the crowd.
Find it for me. 248-539-9797. Give me a bigger piece of coaching malpractice than guys who don't foul up 3. Any sport. Name it. Not sure what the hockey equivalent would be. Just tell me. I mean, if you want to say baseball, Lord knows we've talked about this. If it's a tie game, you're up in the bottom of the 9th, you got a man on second, nobody out, you got to bunt him to 3rd. See managers who don't do it, drives me out of my damn mind.
Oh, you know, that's music to my ears.
I know. No, there are times small ball's acceptable. I just look at stuff like that, and I'll never be able to rationalize how you plan for everything.
And you know what happened? I can tell you what happened, Mike. They just showed the replay. Players were celebrating.
That's what it was.
The players were celebrating that they had won. The coach is screaming for a timeout, and nobody's paying attention to him.
But hold on. Let me say this. The players can be idiots all they want. The adult in the room, you coached it out of the timeout that if we make this 3, there has to be a level of accountability here. You're right. A couple of guys thought they were in la la land.
He was saying.
But remember, the guy who was covering whoever the hell hit the half quarter for Kentucky, he wasn't celebrating.
No.
He's got to know better. I just tell me, somebody give me a bigger piece of coaching malpractice in all of sports. David, anything come to mind for you?
Oh, yeah, it sure does. It's definitely 4th and 1 or 2 in plus territory and you punt the ball. You cannot do that. You have to go for it. You're in plus. Thank you. You're in plus territory, dude.
Dan Campbell has ruined football. I get what you're saying, but still for me, that's a time and a place and a weather condition and all of that, because if this is a game where, you know what, if we could pin them deep because our defense is playing great, that's actually a better win.
But usually by the end of the 4th quarter, you know what's going on in the game, and you need to do it. Go for it.
Okay, look, maybe texters can help us out with it. I'll knock out a couple of calls. It for me might be number 1 with a bullet. I think Rico's prevent defense definitely has a seat at that table. Like if you were doing a Mount Rushmore of coaching malpractice, the prevent against an elite QB and you're only up by 3, what did you think was going to happen? It's really no different than not fouling up 3 in a basketball game under 5 seconds. Yeah. It makes my head explode. I don't know why you even allow the opponent to have the opportunity.
Well, as I stated, I think Sendek keeps his job because he was trying to call timeout to tell his players, foul if you get the opportunity.
Has an AD ever come down from the stands, put on a white hamburger helper glove, and backhanded their coach? Because that to me is what I'd like to see.
No.
Okay. Well, we can always hope. To the people, we go to Basketball Elite. Our man D is going to bat lead off today. D, how you been, buddy?
Oh, man, I miss you, brothers, man. How y'all doing, man?
Good, D. What's the good word?
Man, blessings on top of blessings. All right, it might not be number 1. I'm telling you it's top 5. The next time I see bases loaded and a guy swings on a 3-0 pitch, it ticks me off in a double play almost every single time. The Tigers are notorious for it. 3-0, bases loaded, do not swing. Please.
D,
he's right, you know.
D, and I will add to this. Bases loaded because the pitcher walked the previous batter. He hasn't thrown a strike now in 7 straight pitches.
Oh, man, you swing at the first pitch.
Makes you think, oh, come on, man, you swing at the first pitch.
No, D, I'm saying the inverse of this is the previous guy just draws a 4-pitch walk, a 5-pitch walk.
Right.
The next guy comes up and swings at the first pitch into a double play. I want to throw a chair through a window.
Right.
The Tigers are notorious for both, man. They are, man. They kill me every single time.
I'll add it to the list. I'm going to add it to the list, and I'm just going to notate it, and I'm going to say select situation swinging at a 3-0 pitch.
Yeah.
Right up there with prevent defense and right up there with not fouling up 3. Or as we're going to eternally call it, the Sendek.
It's inexcusable, man. Hey, man, love you guys, man. Later.
Appreciate it, brother. Let's go over to Larry, 97.1. Larry, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. Guys, mine's at the NFL, and probably going to get people that argue with me about this. But when a coach goes for 2 early in the game after a touchdown, and he has no idea what the point situation is going to be later in the game, you can go back to that decision over and over and over again and see if he would have just kicked the extra point. A field goal would tie the game. A field goal would win the game. But no, the only time, in my opinion, you go for 2 is when it's clear you absolutely have to.
We've lost the ability to let the game unfold a little bit more. Show us what we need or don't need to do. You're right, Larry, and we see it every week. Hey, you'd only be down 3, but you were a jackass, and now you're down 4 because you just didn't take the point.
And you end up chasing points the entire rest of the game because now you got to go for 2. It's like the gambler. Okay, I can win it back with the next hand. No, you can't. This is why your kids won't be going to college.
Thank you, Larry. We'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great, man. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Worst coaching blunder I've ever could imagine, Pete Carroll in the Super Bowl. How you don't run Marshawn Lynch in that play with time and everything to go, I don't know why he
Can I just say this? Even if you don't run Lynch, right, and it was a bad personnel fit, and we've heard the story a million times, here's what you don't do. You don't rifle a pass between the hashes on the 1-yard line with that amount of traffic and that amount. If you throw a fade and it's mano a mano, I might live with it. You can't throw that.
I got to give Jason credit because he's right. Jason, I watched that thing. It was just, it was going to happen. They couldn't stop Lynch. I do believe in the conspiracy. They just didn't want Lynch to go to Disney World. They didn't want him to be the MVP of the game. They wanted it to be Russell Wilson, so they threw a pass instead because there was no reason why Pete Carroll turn around, handball off. If he gets stopped, you know what you do? Turn around, handball off again.
Handball off. Guaranteed.
I
mean, to this day,
Jason, and again, you're not wrong with that individual play. What we're talking about is a principle matter. That's a specific example. The principle of prevent defense. The principle of what Herb Sendek did, not fouling up 3 and let Kentucky tie the game. Going for 2 way too early. things like that. We'll check the text communications. I want to hear from the people on this. But we just witnessed what is, in my world, winning, the Oscar for coaching malpractice. I don't get coaches and a lack of mathematics. I don't. Okay. All right. Brackets are filled out. Games are underway. Now it's time to make your move. It's Moran Madness at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row, and it's truck month. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado crew cab starting at $199 a month, 24 months, or lease a 26 Equinox LT, $239 a month, 36 months. Both deals, $999. So even if your bracket is busted, you're still going to be the winner. You'll be the opposite of Herb Sendek. Shop online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right, David, let's go to some text communications, please.
Text communications here. Someone says the Bears, very specific play, Bears 2 timeouts and not called 1. That's specific, though. That's the Thanksgiving game against the Detroit Lions.
Well, you knew he was going to get fired.
Correct.
At that point, it's like he quit right there on the field.
Someone's trying to maybe guess a hockey one, Kenny. Maybe you can see if this is Hockey equivalent coaching crime is pulling your goalie down 2 goals with 10 minutes left and then end up down 4.
I mean, you can pull your goalie whenever you like at that point, but I think my bigger hockey one is what McClellan did at the end of that Florida game. 14 seconds left, momentum swinging in your direction or out of your direction. Call a timeout, relax, everybody, call a play.
Another one on text communications here is from Adam in Texas. He says, I hate when coaches don't use their timeouts during the first half. They do not roll over. They are not cell phone minutes. Another
I've
one,
heard that.
very similar, says kneeling before the half with timeouts left when you can get in field goal range and at least try to throw the ball up.
Yeah.
And then another one on text communication says, everything Mario Cristobal does is coaching malpractice.
That seems fair. Honestly.
He leads the symposium.
His biggest malpractice ever, you can go pull this. This is probably, 5 years ago.
But then
he's coaching at Oregon. They're playing Stanford. He could take a knee. He chooses not to take a knee. And he runs a toss sweep, and I think the running back's name was Vereen or Vardell or something ridiculous. The kid fumbles. They lose the game. Then the best part, this is now 2 years ago, Cristobal against Georgia Tech does the same damn thing.
Show him what you learned, Mar.
It's
Mario, and watch this.
It's unbelievable. But see, the problem is that happens so rarely, I can't put it on our principal malpractice list. Well, there's nothing I can do.
Maybe this one from Ronald in Oklahoma City. He says 4th and 1, and the QB lines up in the shotgun to hand the ball off. Infuriating. Another one here.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yes. I want to add that to the list.
Rico really feels a strong conviction here.
Because it angers me. It's 3rd and 1 or 3rd and inches or 4th and 1, quarterback, shotgun, or you turn around and hand the ball off to a guy that's 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Okay, I'm not asking you to do the Eagles tush push. Okay? But can we just do an old-fashioned quarterback sneak and just pick it up?
All right, so why don't we call it the Matt LaFleur? I'm in 4th and inches or 3rd and inches, and I'm in the shotgun. You want to go shotgun on 3rd or 4th and an inch?
Right. It's like, what are you doing? Does this play ever work? Like, hey, we surprised them. That's what they're expecting us to do. Well, that's because it's the easiest thing.
Well, I'll give you the other one. And I know modern football's different, so I can't say shotgun. When I'm on the 1 yard line, why am I handing the ball off 7 yards deep? That's another version of it.
Yeah, this is just, you know what? It's 1st and goal. Guess what? We're going to go all the way to either we're going to give you the ball back because we didn't score, and then I'm going to fire all my offensive linemen. Because this is why you lift weights. This is why we brought you in from Iowa to push people back.
Santa Clara lost. I want a press release out before 4 o'clock that Herb Sendek is on a SpaceX mission and his whereabouts are unknown. He's in space. He'll join us in 3 months. I want him on space probation. I want him launched into a rocket that will not be retrieved for at least 3 months. I want him growing space potatoes with Matt Damon. I just, oh my God, if I were a Santa Clara fan, not that there's many of those, I just, like if Izzo did it, I'd be apoplectic. I would be in rapture.
Yeah. Well, Mike, we played the percentages, and trust me, he is not one to foul.
I'm just telling you.
Because he believes, well, what if you foul them and then they miss the free throw and then they get it again and you foul them again and it turns into a 4-point play.
Or Occam's razor. I don't foul them. They bury a 3. They gut my team of all their vital organs, and then we lose the game in overtime.
Statistically speaking, you've just talked about collecting 2 back-to-back onside kicks.
David, texts.
For baseball, someone sends this in. When a Major League Baseball pitcher has a 2-0 lead, been mowing down batters in total control, gives up his first base runner in 6 innings, and then they come out and pull him as if all is lost.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Guy's cruising along. Let's say the pitch count's sitting at 88. Guy hits a bleeder and been traffic on the base paths all day. And then you go and get him like all of a sudden he gave up 4 homers in a row. But see, how would we what would we call
quantify that? I don't know.
Questionable pitching decisions? Paranoid pitching decisions? Panicked pitching decisions? I don't know.
The pitch count position.
That one's just unfortunately. Rico, that's just the truth of the game now.
I know.
What am I going to do?
I don't like it, but yeah, it's like, well, hey, he's hit 85. He's done for the day.
I got to tell you, I hate Herb Sendek. I really do.
Well, you had 5, right?
I had 5.5 in this mega Kenny Cott, parlay ridiculousness. Rico, I had 2.5 in a straight bet. There's no way I lose that game. It's outrageous. It's outrageous for me. It's outrageous for the good people of this show. It's outrageous for Jim Costa.
Okay.
It's outrageous for everybody but you, who ran around like Sound of Music celebrating Kentucky hitting the 3, knowing everyone else around you had Santa Clara. No. Hurtful, churlish, unacceptable.
No. Take yourself away from your bet.
Unacceptable.
When you saw the half-court heave banked in, that's that moment we've been waiting for.
Well, I guess I thought more of friendship, but that's fine.
And I'll say this, because, everyone's TV's on different delays. People are listening to us and have already seen it. And as we see it, we come back in to get back on the air. And my first text was, Santa Clara got a foul. First text on the issue. Like, it cannot happen. Everyone watching knows you can't allow that to happen.
No, I'm with you, but it's just that shot is just like, wow, did that just happen?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all lived in that moment. And then I watched you running around like Usain Bolt and cockatooing like a rooster. I don't know what noises you were making. I'm sure WWJ was thrilled. Well, 7 dead on the east side. Oh, what's that noise in the background?
Oh, but don't forget, we all celebrated when the horse won, and we all collected on that bet.
Because we all won. There was no communist rooting against us, Ricardo.
It was no communist. We got more
it was
basketball.
Listen. It's not a 5-minute major misconduct, but it's definitely a double minor. I'm going to need a 4-minute power play.
We're going to go ahead and review this.
You can review.
We need to review this play.
Hey.
Go on, review it.
It's been reviewed.
Review the
you
play.
You were a bad friend.
Review the play.
It's been reviewed. Let's go to... That's basically what Rico said as Herb Sendek showed us his. I hope he's got a poop on the flight home. That's what I hope for him. David?
What they actually should do is stop him at the tarmac.
Yep.
Oh, no, sorry. You're not coming.
I wouldn't let him board the plane.
What, the Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, yes. I'd pull the Kiffin. I'd throw his bags off the effing plane and right into the jet engine. Oh, you didn't file 3? Gone.
Ticket text communications here.
Who screwed up now?
From Donovan in Brush Park says, this is a very specific one. He says the worst coaching blunder only happened once in history, which is a Hail Mary situation where Ezekiel Elliott at center and no lineman.
Oh, my God, at San Francisco in the playoff game. It's like, was that you saying, Zeke, we no longer want you on earth?
That was...
They had him playing center. He got absolutely rolled.
Because he was like, wait, we're really running this play. We do this for fun, in practice, for money.
This time, it's for real.
The whole time when he lined up, I was like, this is either the greatest trick play ever or Zeke's about to die.
Yep. Full send.
Okay, guys, just go kill him.
Also, I did think of another example of ultimate malpractice following Herb Sendek's performance with Santa Clara. This is another case of Kenny watching sports. I will venture, you could find this on YouTube. So, noted defensive coordinator, but he was a head coach at Baylor before Baylor got good. Remember Kevin Steele?
Yeah.
Okay. Baylor's playing UNLV. This might be 1998, 1999. So Baylor is up by 5 or 6, whatever it is, less than a touchdown. They have the ball at the UNLV, 2-yard line. Just take a knee. There's 8 seconds to go. He runs a play. Fumble, 98 yards the other way. They lose the game. You'd have to look this up on YouTube, but it was Baylor UNLV. I'm fairly certain. That's ultimate Cristobal before Cristobal. That's what you know what we should do, David, on this show? Every week in football season, we hand out the Sendek Award for the most brain dead, you're an operative sent to destroy people coaching decision of the week. The Sendek Award.
1999.
Did I get the teams right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. You might.
No, but that's a long time ago.
And
okay,
wow.
Oh, you got the video?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing?
And fumble, picked it up in the end zone.
And we're going the other way.
And there's nobody there. He took it 101 yards at Baylor.
At Baylor?
Oh, yeah.
No.
At Baylor.
Yeah, man, UNLV wasn't getting that home game.
The good news is there wasn't a lot of people in the crowd. I can see in
Right.
the end zone it said Baylor.
This was yeah, this is where they tarped everything.
I love your reaction, Rico. You see the fumble, and you see the logo. That's Baylor. That's amazing.
Yeah, there ain't nobody there. Grainy footage. Excellent. All right. David, you want to do our first tournament update? Brought
Let's
to you
do it.
by Herb Sendex balls, which he
do
dropped
it.
on all of our heads like a Peaky Blinders hat. We'll do it next. I'm not letting Herb Sendek off the hook today. That was unbelievable. FanDuel, early win on your pre-live money line bets. That way, if someone goes full Sendek, you still win. When your team goes up 10, doesn't matter if someone goes Sendek and does something stupid, you win. You lock it in, but you got to be up 10. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. Bet the bracket with FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Tokens are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including token expiration, market requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's check in, David. We got some results, some games coming down to the line, and we will let you do your thing here. A little tournament update for the people as they cruise around on a Friday.
Yeah, we do have some games.
Breaking news from the 97.1 Broadcast Tournament Command Center. Herb Sendek is a penis.
But he tried to call time.
Well, see, I'm glad you mentioned that, Rico. You're right. He did try to call timeout, but the refs, that's one they missed. They weren't even looking at him. And then in overtime, there was a block
into a travel.
Block three-pointer.
Block three-pointer into a travel. The guy took 5 steps before he passed it up for the breakaway dunk.
And Mark Pope looked like he put it on the whiteboard.
Didn't see anything. The refs, they got to be better. I get it. Mistake by the coach, but come on now.
All right, so there you go. Kentucky advances. Miracle half court off glass. Sendek poorly coached.
And my apologies to you.
I don't care. Oh, please. It ain't that real.
I'm sorry I got excited.
I like busting your balls. It ain't that real. All right, this ain't good, fellas. Relax.
Well, what is real? I don't want to get walked into the garage.
Can I ask a question? Did Mark Pope save his job?
I think so.
For today. You know what? No. Different sport. He's on the Ed Orgeron plan. You know he's going to get fired, but he just won't lose that game so we can justify it today.
And Santa Clara does it. Not that that's fair to Santa Clara because they're a quality club. You lose to that as Kentucky. That's a very easy. It's like Hubert Davis. Mm-hmm. That's an easy button loss.
Yes.
You lost to VC who?
Right. So Mark Pope, he's going to go back to his hotel room and sleep well. Hubert Davis, he's not answering phone calls.
Well, let's get to that because I do want to touch on last night. North Carolina did lose to VCU, the 11C VCU, 82-78.
Yeah.
And how long does it take until we hear the announcement that Hubert Davis has lost his job? Because I've been refreshing all day.
I'll leave it to Rico because I don't know Hubert Davis's contract particulars. Is there some poison pill in there? Is there a huge buyout?
I don't know if it's a buyout, but I do know, David, because it's North Carolina, they're going to have to really say, oh, we got to get the right coach. Who is this right coach? And here's what hurts Hubert Davis. In the 4 years that John Shire's been at Duke, they've won a ton of games. They've gone to the tournament. They've made it to the Final Four, and they're lapping North Carolina. And being 8 miles apart, Carolina fans do not like this. So is there that person that can come back and save the program? That's what they're looking at now.
North Carolina is now 48-2 when leading by 10-plus points at halftime of the tournament. Both losses are under Hubert Davis. 22 national title game, and then last night.
And last night's the greatest collapse in the round of 64 with a 19-point second half lead. It's come on, man.
Let's get to a final. It's just gone final. The 5-seed Texas Tech has advanced. They beat the 12-seed Akron. It was close for a while. It was a 5-point game at halftime. Akron was keeping it close, and then they got to under 5 minutes, and then Texas Tech just took control of it.
They ran out of gas. And Tech plays frenetic, and they play physical. A tough combo if you don't have a lot of depth. And they just kind of outpaced them, outlasted them. And look, this is what Tech has done now, going on 2 months since losing JT Toppin. They just keep finding ways. Free throw shooting's got to get better, though. 1 point in the game, they missed 6 straight free throws. You want to beat anybody real?
Yeah.
Come on now.
Pressure comes down. Yeah, because Kentucky was trying to give the game away because Lord knows they could not make free throws.
Well, this game at halftime is shocking. The 14th seed Wright State is leading number 3 Virginia 43-38, and Solomon Calican 16 points, 5 of 7 from 2-point range, 4 of 6 from 3.
Look, I hate Virginia, so I'd be more than happy to see them leave.
See, here's the thing. We talked about it in the break. Virginia's style has changed.
I know.
I'm so used to Virginia, first team to 25 points wins.
They were wealthy St. Mary's for years.
And now they all of a sudden, Tony Bennett had that thing going to a crawl. Now they're actually fun to watch, but in my mind, I'm still thinking,
PTSD.
That's Virginia.
I want them to pay a price for the years they punished Earth. So go Wright State, go.
Oh, by the way, Hubert Davis could get bought out. They would owe him $5.3 million.
That's nothing. At North Carolina, that's a rounding error.
So then I ask again, why haven't we heard about this
I think
yet?
Rico's right. Maybe they wait until Sunday. I will be shocked if he's still the coach.
Put it this way. You know how, and it's sad because in watching this tournament, I was talking to Rieger about this today. You're looking at players saying, oh, well, he's not going to be there next year. Oh, well, this guy would look great. And if this school should call him. I think North Carolina is doing that with coaches now, where they're going to be following coaches and looking at an upset. Hey, let's put that on the short list of coaches that maybe we want to call, see if he can bring his players with him so we can get this thing jump-started at North Carolina.
Well, speaking of people that won't be there, players that won't be there, I want to touch on last night's game, okay?
Okay.
Because BYU lost the game 79-71, but DeBonsa,
my God,
35 points, 10 rebounds. He did everything possible to win that game, but he had no help. And we talked about this in the preview, Rico. Missing Saunders, they completely they were a different team, and they were missing that other scoring element. And that showed here. Half the points and they lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, he just needed somebody to please help me out. No, I got to do it by myself. And, yeah, this was the strategy. You know what? Let him score 40, shut everybody else down, and we'll walk away with a win. He'll get his NBA highlights. He'll be gone, and we'll move on to the second round.
One note, did you see what Sean Miller said? Like, I love when coaches are actually honest once in a while. He gets asked the question, how do you slow down A.J. DeBonsa?
Yeah,
he paused for a second, and he goes, we don't. he just deadpanned. He goes, we can't.
Mm-hmm.
And at that, I mean, you tip your cap. We've been saying it for a few weeks. I think that's your number one pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I can't trust Peterson. And as much as I like Kingston Numbnuts from Houston, or you want to go a different direction, that's fine. A-Cuff, this kid is 6'9", with polish. Operating on the
NBA
perimeter,
ready.
and he operated as a point forward in a lot of this too, as a ball handler. He's fabulous.
He's NBA ready, and apparently something's going on out in Soak City because they got a top recruit coming in next year.
They sure do.
And Bruce Branch III. So
yeah, you know what's going on? Money. That's all that is.
That's a religious school, man. It is not about money.
And Texas did it again, right? We always talk about a play-in team. They did it again.
David, I kind of saw that coming, that Texas was going to win that game, and they may make it to the Sweet 16.
And then I will leave with this here because, Mike, you kind of mentioned it earlier, and I do love the new nickname I found for Kevin McPhail from St. Louis.
Robbie Avila.
They won 102-77. That's the nickname I'm going with. I know Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is great, but that's the nickname I love.
I like Larry Nerd.
You do? Okay.
Because of the glasses and everything. He just looks like he should have been in White Man Can't Jump as the ringer. Like he walks up to the court and you're like, I want him.
No, I know it has
sure.
and I know it has no chance of happening. But I'll just say it now, like I said a couple of years ago. Josh Schertz is exactly the type of coach I'd hire the day Izzo leaves. I know it won't happen. I know it's going to be an Izzo hire. They'll bless one of his lieutenants, whatever it is. But you look at what Josh Schertz has done. It's a beeline arc. He did it at D2. He did it at a high level. He went to an absolute garbage pile in Indiana State, and he did it at a high level. He's gone to St. Louis, and he's doing it at a high level. And you know what I like? He turned down Syracuse. He signed an extension to stay. I'm better than that. I'm going to stay right here. His offense and the way they play. You give that guy a budget, Rico. Come on, that's basketball poetry, the way they play offense.
We can continue this if you want.
That is your
Did I do something wrong?
Live look in.
Oh.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. March Madness Day 2 ongoing here. We've got a couple finals in the books. Kentucky just beat Santa Clara 89-84. It took overtime. Texas Tech took down Akron 91-71 as well. Arizona blowing out Long Island, the 16 seed there, 61-34. Just about 5 minutes into the second half of that one. Wright State up 43-38 over Virginia. That's a 14 versus 3. Tennessee State and Iowa State getting ready to tip off along with Hofstra and Alabama. A.J. Hinch announces starting rotation for 2026 for the Tigers. We already knew that Tarek Skubal and Framber Valdez would be the top 2. Flaherty is 3rd. Justin Verlander is number 4. His first start aligns at home to be on Easter Sunday, and Casey Mize will round it out in 5th as well. Hinch said the following about Kevin McGonigal's roster outlook, quote, "We'll take that all the way down to the wire. No decision has been made. If you've covered us, these guys will tell you the morning of opening day that we've sent out our final decisions. We're going to take as much time as we need at the end," end quote. The Pistons have the Warriors tonight at LCA. I've got the pregame starting at 7:05 right here on 97.1. Cade Cunningham obviously out with his collapsed lung. Marcus Sasser joining him with right hip soreness. Kevin Huerter and Jalen Duren are questionable. Steph Curry also out among a variety of Golden State players. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour 2, good to have you with us. We'll get more on the tournament momentarily. A little bit of a lull here as we start the second games, but I wanted to ask a question, Rico. I am trying desperately to get Kenny. Obviously, Cookies is not here when we're doing radio, but I have said I'm not writing the Wings off from making it. I can't because of math, not because I enjoy watching them, not because I'm excited about it, but because math. Now, last night, they had arguably their biggest win of the season. Beating Montreal 3-1. You got John Gibson standing on his head saving this team's season. Mm-hmm. But that's a win over a playoff team. It's a win they had to have. They've now stacked back-to-back W's over Calgary, over Montreal, stole the point in Dallas. They today are minus 290 to make the playoffs. They were minus 250 before the game. Kenny refused after the Flames win, saying, "I need more." I am simply revisiting the conversation, Kenny. This is not to harangue you or bust your chops. I'm asking, what more are you going to need to buy in? The math says they're making it, and that was a huge win last night.
That was a large win last night. I'm going to need to see at least bare minimum. They have to beat Boston on Saturday. They have to.
That's it right there.
That's not it. But that's where we begin. That's a good starting point of this conversation. They also have to win their first game against Philly, because I'm sorry, but if you can't beat the bad teams while we're in a playoff push, then I got nothing for you. All right. Now they beat Calgary and they beat Montreal last night. That was a great win against Montreal. That was a playoff type win. I'm not on board yet. It'll take quite a bit for me to get on board, but the starting place is Boston tomorrow.
Now, if they do that,
they've piqued my interest, and I'm still a little bit upset about it.
I would like to know where the Hockey Elite is on this, and maybe this is a terrible idea amidst the NCAA tournament on a sunny Friday, but I listen, we're not just going to sit here and do what do you like on your nachos. It was a huge win, and I know the tournament's happening, but guess what? Much like hockey, not everybody loves college basketball. There was a massive win. I'm just trying to see what it's going to take to get people to buy back. And again, I think you can say, I think they're going to make it and still be annoyed, still be frustrated. The fact that we're even having the conversation deep into March in year 7 about golly gee willikers, can they sneak into the playoffs? Yes, that's massively frustrating. But I'm dealing in reality that I've never written them off. I didn't do the whole March collapse. Cookies buried this team. Cookies said it's over. They're down for the count. I'm going, dude, the math doesn't agree with you. You're a math guy.
See, I think for Cookies, it could be two things, Mike. Well, at least for Kenny, I think it's PTSD. For Cookies, I think it's the reverse of the reverse. Whenever Cookies blesses something and says, book it, Costa lock, gonna happen, it falls apart. So maybe this was his reverse of the reverse, where how about this? Wings are done. And then it goes the opposite and he hits his way.
Yeah, they're not done that.
See, I think for Kenny and a lot of Wings fans, I think it is just March PTSD.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. Kenny, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's an important PSA I want to offer, and then take all the time you want. This is not gotcha radio. I hate that crap. I don't care about it. I'm not knocking anybody who wrote him off. I'm making a point when I talk about Jim. I'm not making fun of him. I'm saying when you strip the emotion and you look at math, data, what Vegas is saying, I can't write them off. Do I want to? Yes, deeply. Because watching them largely has been pain. But math. So it's not gotcha stuff, and I don't want anyone to worry about calling. No. I don't care. You don't need to apologize to Lord Iserman. None of that. You're fans. It's a roller coaster, and you've been put through hell the last decade. So that's all, Kenny, please.
So you bring up numbers, and I think it's important to talk about numbers. The data would suggest, and even Vegas odds might suggest, that the Wings are a playoff team, and that's all well and good. But let's look at the teams around the bottom of this logjam. You have Montreal, 84. We're at 84 points for clarity. Montreal's at 84 points, plus 12 goal differential. Columbus Blue Jackets, 83, plus 11. Pittsburgh, 84, plus 25. Boston, 84, plus 15. The Islanders, 83, plus 7. Now, goal differential is not the end-all be-all by any measure, but this is kind of where those playoff teams lie.
Yeah.
The Wings at the bottom of the wild card, -1. So I'm sorry, but is there a sustainability issue? Because I think that's kind of the symptom of the lack of a sustainability that has put us from the first in the Atlantic. Remember, we used to be first in the Atlantic with this sort of a goal differential. Now we're falling out of the wild card.
But they've answered the bell the last 3 games. And did I hate the Dallas game? Did I hate watching it? Did they get extremely lucky? All of these things are true. But they came home and they're doing what they need to do in this seminal moment of their season, this homestand. We talked about it. Are they a guarantee? No. All I'm trying to gauge is, Kenny, who this team has hurt, or Cookies, are you willing to take them out of the grave and give them a chance at being resuscitated here? Guys, the math is telling you that they are in a better spot than maybe emotionally you've put them. So I just want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. Yeah, David, go ahead, buddy.
But if I may, I do want to ask a question, and you all can let me know if I'm being unfair to Kenny or whatever it is. But when he says win the next 2 or win against Boston and all of this stuff, it sounds similar to me to when Wojo wouldn't say anything about firing Brady Hoke until, he's fired. Now I'll write the article. Of course, if you keep winning, you'll believe more. Of course, if the Wings keep winning, you'll believe more. Isn't it easy to do it that way? His way?
Yeah, it is.
Or just saying now, you know what? I believe now, or whatever it is. It feels easy, the easy way out.
But
Kenny did you're saying Kenny took the easy way out.
It feels that way.
And Robert Tepper said it best on the Rocky IV soundtrack. There is no easy way out.
See, I don't think Kenny is taking the easy way out, David. I think Kenny doesn't want to be hurt again. If Kenny buys back in, and Kenny, you know what, I'm acting as if you're not sitting right here. So how about I let you speak
And he
for
didn't
yourself?
say what he said to you Monday.
Rico, I've just seen this story before, and it's not because I've been hurt before. It has nothing to do with emotion, because emotionally, I've disconnected from this team to the point where once they started winning yesterday, I was like, of course they did. Of course they're going to do this. They're going to bring all the fans back. They're going to bring all the bots back just to crush your soul again. I'm not going to be one of those
All right, but
people.
hold on. How this is what I mean, though. See, you're bringing up the gotcha stuff. That's entered your psyche.
Absolutely.
Any clown who calls up to trumpet them actually making it in year 7, they're talking to themselves.
They'll say, see, I told you. Told me what? That it took 7 years to make the playoffs and you're going to get bounced in 5 games by probably Buffalo?
Well, see, now you're being negative. Look, you know it. Look, the NHL playoffs is largely a poker tournament. You need a chip and a chair. Mm-hmm. Anything can happen. You just got to get in. I'm just saying, Kenny, if you take it overly negative, then you're giving people a leg to stand on.
And you know what? You're probably right. I am probably guilty of that. But I'm looking at this team the way I looked at last year's team and the team before that, a team that I don't feel is particularly much better. So if you're not that much better, if you're relying on John Gibson to stand on his freaking head for you to be a playoff team, even a meaningful playoff team, I'm sorry, guys, but that's just not the recipe.
248-539-9797. Let's get some phone calls on this. There are a lot of people who want to answer the bell on it. I want to do it. We'll do it for a couple of segments, and we can get to David's tournament stuff later. We do have Who Said It.
It is Friday.
Did Evan leave? Where is Evan? I haven't.
Yes, Evan left.
Oh.
I'll explain during the break.
Oh, what was he in stall 3 for a while? Okay, no. Tough scene for Evan. 248-539-9797. We will get to the people. I have tried to keep the faith here with the Wings, even though I have a love-hate relationship. We're seeing if we can get Kenny to not unplug Nona. Here we go. You ready, buddy? Come on, man. Just get on the bus, pal. Get on the bus. Beep. Just get on the bus. Beep. Minus 290. There was a big win last night.
It was a big win. I don't want to diminish that.
Let
that was
love into your heart. All right, America's favorite place to watch sports stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a perfect view of that big screen. Located again at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas on Fremont. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com.
All right, we've talked a little bit of tournament stuff. What's the worst thing that a coach could do? Plus, right now we're talking about the Red Wings and the buy-in factor for people like Kenny, for people like Costa. Are you ready to buy back in and say this team is a playoff team?
For the record, I didn't write them off, and if I'm the source of hope, things are effed. But I've been here, and I may loathe watching them sometimes because, man, it's tough. That was a huge win last night.
Just so you know, the day they mathematically are in the playoffs, I'm going to wear the hat the entire show.
Respect. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the Hockey Elite. They are out in droves, and I'm here for it. I want to know because they're damn near minus 300 to make it. You have to have an element of confidence based on the mathematics. And for people who go, why do you give a damn what Vegas has to say? Guys, it's all algorithmic.
Vegas is not emotional.
It's on tens of thousands of data points, and it's not like an emotional thing or a discount thing. Minus 300 is pretty heady stuff.
Vegas is just about balancing the money. That's it.
To the people. Josh, 97.1. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
Same to you, man. What's up?
So I think I'm kind of aligned with Kenny, but I think the game on Saturday, if we take down Boston, that's about all I need. I think there are some big differences between last year and this year.
Two words, John Gibson.
I was just going to say Gibson standing on his head. You know what I mean? So as long as we got him in between the pipes, I think we really do got a chance. DeBrincat played with a real edge last night. He wanted to win. And I think good things started in Calgary because, we just started getting pucks that were going in the net, right? And although, last night was a really tightly checked game and it felt like a playoff game, we still, I think, took advantage of the opportunity when it was there. So, as long as we, like you said, mathematically, we take care of Boston on Saturday. If Vegas likes it, I like it. And again, I don't like us relying on Gibson playing as well as he is, but if the man's hot, don't leave the table when you're on a heater, right?
Well, he's playing arguably the best hockey of his career over an extended period of time. Now, Josh, here's the critical question, because it's the more complicated one.
Sir,
let's say they get in. What is your happiness versus frustration quotient? Like, man, I'm happy they're in, but damn it, why did it have to be this difficult in year 7?
The injuries play a big factor into that, right? Larkin doesn't go down, Kopp doesn't go down, for that little bit of time that he was, even Rasmussen, as much as people don't love him, you know what I mean? It is what it is. So it's hard for me to get really frustrated if we make it, just because, like you said, NHL, if you get in, you got a chance. So I'm just a happy fan, man. I've been a lifelong Red Wings fan. I can't get frustrated if we make the dance.
Okay. No, Josh, you know why I'm asking. And it's no judgment. It's just I want to know. And I wish I could be more like that. Maybe I would be if I haven't done this for 25 years. I do. I carry a frustration with my teams when it's like, man, this has been a nightmare. Mm-hmm. Now what? You want me to give you a party hat and take a picture? I wish I could be more like Josh.
A little jaded. I get it.
Very. It's okay.
I'm getting there. That's why I look in
Herb
the mirror.
Sendek.
And I'm like, oh, my God. I'm turning into Mike.
No. Kyle, save yourself.
You know how... go ahead.
Kyle, go ahead. 97.1.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
So I think it's going to take the next 4 games for me, personally.
Okay.
Two of those games are on Saturday, and they're on national TV on ABC, which... you get a whole national audience, so it's something to get excited for the team. They rally together knowing that the whole nation's going to be watching them. And also, you got a chance to play Buffalo, you got a chance to play Ottawa. So you have some quality games and some quality TV times, and you're also going to be without Larkin, which could help make everybody feel more comfortable and make everybody believe more. And I want a few more games for the team to develop with the new guys we got at the trade deadline. You look at some of them guys like Pran, and they're playing their hearts out right now. They want to win. They came here to win. So them coming here to win is going to motivate guys like DeBrincat and motivate these young guys like Finney to want to win and Seider to want to win. So I really think these next 4 games are really going to determine my belief and my, positivity and as if they're going to make it or not.
All right. And your level, again, I'll ask you the same question I asked Josh. The happiness of finally getting it done versus the frustration of how long it took if they get this done.
I think there's going to be a lot of happiness, but, not making excuses, but sports are a lot of excuses with injury and schedule and whatnot. We had some injuries last couple of years towards the end, and which cost us a game or two, which ended up costing us the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So I see why things end up happening the way they did. We had some goaltender issues, but I think it'll be a relief. I think it'll be finally like, okay, we're going in the right direction.
That's a good word.
We're teaching these young guys what it's like to be a playoff team, what it's like to win.
I think that's where I'd be at with like Michigan State football, where it's been like this wholly embarrassing experience basically for 7-8 years. You had one blip of joy. Like if they were able to beat Michigan and let's say win 8 or 9 games, it wouldn't even be elation. It would be relief. Like, oh, so there is a pulse.
Maybe we're headed back on the right path.
Maybe we're getting somewhere.
It's so tough to even find that relief for college football nowadays with the NLI that you may never get that relief anymore. There's going to be teams and there's going to be legacy in franchises that you might never make those. Unfortunately,
you know what makes me sad is you're right. Thank you for that, Kyle, because you're right. I know you're right. It's part of, Kyle, is what we were talking about off the air, and we haven't had a chance to do it on air because of what Herb Sendek did. And we're all collectively wearing his ball bag as a clown wig. It's a lot of these games are not good because these teams start over every year. There are very few teams where you keep continuity. Now, State is one, fine. By and large, you're seeing it, though. And like last night, case in point, Georgia quit. They quit because there's no buy-in. We're not going to be here next year. My agent's already told me I got an offer from Houston. So it just...
Or coach has already said, we're not bringing you back.
Yeah, like Will Wade. This is going to be the worst team we ever have. Coach? What?
I got rid of my boombox guy. I can get rid of you.
Thank God. Oricon. How about get a job?
He does have a job. Carrying a boombox.
Yeah, Team Bleep Hole. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, how you doing?
I'm not too bad. What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
You tell me. What's the good word?
Well, I mean, it's just nice that we're at March 20th and we're not talking in negative sense about the streak of collapsing. It seems like we are going, like you're saying with Vegas, putting us at almost minus 300, borderline that for the Wings. It seems like the last couple of games that they've been playing inspired, being down a few guys. I'm not saying he's not good. When it comes to Larkin, it's nice that some guys are stepping up and filling in for in his role, if you must. But I called a week or so ago, and I heard Stoney kind of laugh when I mentioned having Kane around, and this, maybe being like his twilight years. But he's been on a tear the last week and a half. He's been contributing. Guys are stepping up, making plays. Obviously, Gibson's playing lights out, and I mean, Big Mo Sider, that guy. I'm hoping he's one of those guys that's going to be around for quite some time in the Wings wheel because he's a force back there. So it's the weather outside is suiting for my outlook for the rest of the season for the Wings here.
So let me ask you, same question: happiness versus relief.
It's relief. I'm not expecting. I mean, like you guys said, any team can get hot. As playoffs go, you might not have the best team on paper. You might not be the healthiest team, but when you got a guy like Gibson is playing his best, net minding he's probably ever played in his career.
Yeah, you might goalie somebody. How many times has that happened to Wings over the last quarter of a century? You get goalied. Maybe you can goalie to goalie. I just, Phil, it would be relief for me. It would not be happiness. It's year 7. It's taken too long. The pain of the last 3 years. For me, it'd be relief. If you're happy, that's fine. I'm trying to gauge it because it's been emotional warfare for the fans and this team. So just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I just think we got we were spoiled, from the mid 90s into the 2010s with how competitive and our 25 years of consecutively making the playoffs, and then for it just to come to a screeching halt. And then we were like the basement teams, and that was a tough pill to swallow. So it's just nice to have some meaningful hockey, some inspiring-looking hockey, and that's the relief on it. Sure, I'm not 100% satisfied because, like you're saying, it did take substantially way too long for us to turn this around for the history of our team and what the organization is founded on. Obviously, when owners when one passes away and it gets passed down to the son or to the other family members, you see who was more serious about opening up the checkbook and bringing guys here to who's not.
Well, see, hold on. There's a bit of and Phil, look, there's a bit of a misnomer here. I mean, I hate to break it to you. I'm going to say it again. Don't put me in a position to defend ownership. It makes me feel dirty, and we don't have a shower at work. But here we are. You can put the blame on Steve Yzerman. There's a salary cap. You spend money. He makes all the decisions. He wasn't taking the job without complete autonomy. He doesn't do some daily check-in. If you want to lay blame, you lay it right at the feet of laser beams. You don't need to invoke the owner or do this whole thing of, well, Mike Ilitch spent, there was no cap.
Yeah, and I think it's easier to blame the owner.
I know, but I don't care about easy.
Guy.
It's also easy to foul when you're up 3.
There we go.
Herb Sendek. I'd love to do an edit to his last name, but I'd get in trouble on a Friday. All I got to do is replace one easy letter, and it would tell you what I think of that guy.
Bendek?
No, that's the wrong letter. Thank you, Vanna. 248-539-9790. We will get to the people. David on text communications. We'll have a tournament update for you in about 30 minutes. We got Who Said It. Lots to do on a Friday. 97.1. Hey, quick note as we get back to the callers, and I'll get the text. Just some NFL stuff. I know not everyone likes hoops or hockey. Looks like, seems like, sounds like, feels like. You're going to see a post-June 1st A.J. Brown trade to New England. Just all the signs based on A.J. Brown, $40 million dead cap hit if you trade him pre-June 1st, $19 million post-June 1st. And that still A.J. Brown's camp wants out. And New England is the one who has all the goods, and they got rid of Steph Diggs and all of his babies.
They like rehab in New England, I guess.
Well,
because I was wondering, because the post-June 1st, like what happens with A.J. Brown, what happens with Brandon Ayuk, two guys who don't want to be there and are actively trying to get to another team.
Yep. Just keep your eye on it. Just something interesting. David, text, we haven't checked in a while, and then we'll get back to the callers. Go ahead, bud.
It is insane that the playoffs cut line for the Western Conference is 68 points, and the East is 84 points right now.
Yeah.
The Wings are in the toughest conference with the toughest division by a mile, but they will make the playoffs.
And the Tigers are in the easiest division, and the Pistons are in the easier conference. Guys, this is sports. It goes in cycles. I mean, it's not Burger King. You don't get to have it your way all day.
Mike and Rico, I'm not hockey elite, therefore I'm ready to back this team, and I agree. We have to grab 2 points tomorrow. LFG Red Wings, Bill in Lapeer.
Bottom line is they've got 5 points over the last 3 games. They've stemmed the tide. It was a big win last night, and they're damn near minus 300 to make the playoffs. I'm just trying to see if I can get Kenny back aboard. Cookies has not responded. He's probably taken his much-deserved afternoon nap after being up at 3 in the morning. But he's got him dead and buried. I can't. And Jim, if you guys think I get entrenched on opinions, which I really don't, I'm willing to change them. Jim is the captain of the Titanic. He will go down with the steering wheel.
And justify it.
Or attempt to, yeah.
The water's up to our waist. Well, it's not over our head yet. Okay.
Well stated.
David. I love the math, boys. If they play consistent throughout the rest of the next few weeks, those others are likely to fall off, and they will make it all in. One other text says, I am 100% with Kenny on this one. I have zero faith in his franchise. They are absolutely abysmal 5-on-5. They cannot score in a whorehouse. They will miss the playoffs, guarantee it.
Was that from Jim Costa?
It does not say.
Okay.
Someone else says, can someone give Kenny a hug, please? My goodness. Yes, the Wings are making the playoffs. Just believe, man.
Why are you so sure? Well, give me if you text that in, that's fine. I'm glad that you have that opinion, and I want this team to make the playoffs. But what's your reasoning behind that? Because the last texter before that kind of outlined what I said. Is bad 5-on-5, and then their goal diff is terrible.
I sympathize with Kenny, but here's why. I believe in them more than last year because, 1, they have learned to win tight games. There's no quit. 2, Gibson. 3, defensive pairings are significantly better.
Those are actual reasons, but it doesn't take away from they are useless 5-on-5.
I was going to say that they're not tough. They don't score 5-on-5. They have no.
Hold on. Now hold on. True or false? They played with some edge last night.
Yeah, for the first time I've seen it all season. Mike.
All right. Hey. You got to walk before you can run, or what's the Chinese proverb? 1,000-mile journey begins with the first step. I'm just saying factually, they played like red asses last night.
Cool. I hope they do it again. Playing a team that is a red-ass team in Boston.
He's getting close to buying it.
I'm trying really.
He's getting close.
I'm giving this my best effort.
He's giving us a day, and then after that, Kenny will be back.
Go to the people. Oh, also, Chuck Norris died. Let's go to Paul, 97. No, he did. I just read an article. He died.
I know.
I'm so new.
What do you want me to do? Queue up Ava Maria?
It was just a weird time to drop that in.
No, it reminded me of that update when the horde that he's dead.
Yeah.
So that's what that reminded. Oh yeah, and Chuck Norris is dead.
I guess we go at a speed on this show that you're right. I was just passing along news. I just read it in the New York Post.
From the Mike News Update Desk, the Wings are alive. Unlike Chuck Norris, he's dead.
I didn't say it that way.
Let's go to the calls.
Why don't you say to Rico what you said Monday?
Oh. Never going to live this down, huh?
Nope.
All right.
Nope. And there's a deep drive to right.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting this headset on anytime soon.
That's all. It just reminded me of when the update guy did it. He's dead. Like, wow. Okay.
I didn't mean it that way.
That was about Secretariat, right?
What?
No,
it was about Secretariat, wasn't it?
No, that was Barbaro.
Yeah, Barbaro. Who
Okay.
broke his leg, yeah.
What a disrespectful update that was. That was terrible. Let's go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, maybe Brad Holmes could come over and help Yzerman with a couple of these acquisitions, because I'm with you. I mean, I love Stevie Y, but my God, that's been a goat rodeo. But since he's taken over, but a couple quick things. You know who I have faith in? This again. I called you a few weeks ago, and you had a question about, give me a couple reasons why you think they'll make the playoffs. But they do play lackluster at times, but I have a tremendous amount of faith in Todd McClellan. And if you look at his history, yes, he hasn't won any Stanley Cups, but he gets a lot of miles out of nothing. And I'm one of those that believe, I think they're going to sneak in. I'm not warm and fuzzy about it, but I believe when it's all said and done, they're going to sneak in. And then one more quick point.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about, the Wings of the old, I wish we could get back to those days and da-da-da. But the real nice thing about the Wings in their heydays, besides having those great players, was when you had those great players, you could afford to keep guys like Cronwell and Abdicator and Mantha in Grand Rapids for a couple, 3 years until they're NHL ready, versus calling up a lot of these kids who, in my opinion, aren't NHL ready. And then, I don't know who's bringing some of these players in, but they've had a lot of soft, overrated players in the past.
Well, and it's, I give you an example. A couple articles came out last night that once Kopp is back or Larkin's back, guess who might be heading down to the farm? ASP. I mean, he's just not Sandin Pellikka. I mean, he's just, again, a ballyhooed. Yeah. We waited years for him. Yes, he's 21, 22, but look, he's not good, and he's not playable at a high level. And then you acquired Falk, and it cut his minutes. So now you're going to get Andrew Kopp back, and to your point, one of your prize prospects who you prayed would be helping you, he's going to be playing for the Griffins probably.
Yeah, and that's where he should be. That's where he's going to learn. That's where he's going to develop. That's where he's going to. The main thing is, and I've never played at a high level, but I can tell you that there's a big difference in getting called up and playing with confidence, and then playing it back on your heels. And in the NHL, if you blink for a second, you're a zone behind. Yeah. So thanks for letting me make my comments, guys.
Of course,
Love
man.
listening to your show.
Chuck, appreciate you, man. Have a hell of a good weekend, buddy. Kenny, when I was talking about ASP, you looked like you bristled.
No,
I don't want to accuse you of bristling.
I didn't bristle. No bristle.
I hearken.
I was actually nodding at you because I agree with everything that was just said there. Because if you rely on rookie depth, if you call up the young guys who you quote unquote tout or value, that's a good thing when they come up, I guess. But a lot of them aren't ready for the NHL pace. And ASP's been spending a lot of time in the press box.
Correct. And now he's going to go to the minors.
Exactly right.
Which, look, we've had this conversation. We don't need to do it today. But when you look at the, quote, young player pool, it's for year 7, very underwhelming.
That's what happens when you rely on prospects, man.
But I'm saying we were promised it would be different. We were promised it would look different. It would be different. That Yzerman was just simply smarter. Go up and down that list of guys that are truly difference makers that you have, that are from the Yzerman draft develop deal. I'm sorry, it's very lacking. Go ahead, Kenny. Tell me I'm wrong.
Lucas and Mo and friends.
Hey, you can leave the friends. Oh.
I mean, Casper's been playing better, but I mean, we're talking about the middle 6. We're talking about decent, not good enough.
Casper's been a ghost.
Okay. Oh, look at David with the jokes.
Oh, wow.
Don Rickelson to my left.
Wow. Punny. Jeez.
I'm so sorry, guys.
That was really David. You sounded like that goofball who called the Miami, Ohio game the other night.
That was a horrible dad joke.
Oh, hey there, Spanarks. What?
Yeah, but he didn't yell and scream it, so I'll give him credit for that. David.
Oh, I'm like.
David didn't yell and
scream.
Oh, my. The text that just came through says, Chuck Norris has died, and that's a deep drive to right.
Way to go, Mike.
That is not how I. Okay. You know what? To hell with it. The guy was 86. He lived a full life. What do you want me to do? I was just providing an update.
I know. I saw it earlier today, but it was just, You just all of a sudden, Chuck Norris is dead.
All right, I'll do breaking news with Ave Maria in the background, and we'll have David holding a rosary as I say Chuck Norris is no longer with us.
It just came from nowhere. That's all.
Because my mind works really fast when we're doing this show, and I'm like, oh, well, hey, by the way, Chuck Norris died. All right, let's go to the phones. I didn't.
To be fair, the caller he went to was named Chuck.
It was all on my mind. Gotcha. I don't know.
Okay,
they're going to send ASP down. Chuck Norris is dead. Let's go to the phones.
I call that multitasking. And it's like the mini updates that they play on this station. You hear those during the commercial break? 52, cloudy. I'm like, all right, that's a verbose
Chuck
update.
Norris, dead.
48 and windy. Chuck Norris is dead. Your lucky numbers? 2, 4, and 8. There you go. It's just, I'm sorry.
He didn't die. He just told life, I retire.
Right. Good one. I like that. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. We'll get you a tournament update. We've got Who Said It coming up as well. Brackets are filled out. Moran Buick GMC Sterling Heights has got the best deals. They're loaded. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 GMC Sierra Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month, or a 26 Buick Encore GX, $219 a month. Both deals, 24 months, $999 down. And Moran, premier Buick GMC dealer in the area. They're focused on elite car buying experience. No games, no pressure, just no BS. They treat you right. So visit them. They're on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. 52 and sunny. Chuck Norris is dead. All right, let's get to it, shall we? See, is that better?
Yeah.
All right, let's round out the Red Wing calls, the text communications, and then we'll lock in. And look, quick note, Hofstra's given Bama the absolute business right now. And it's not just YOLO balls.
No.
They are breaking them down on the perimeter. Bama's guards are not staying in front of people, and Bama is ice cold from deep. They are down by 10 early. Well, not early, halfway through the first half.
Yeah. The problem with teams like Alabama who live and die by the three, when the threes aren't falling, you just die. There's no plan B.
No, and here's the thing. I was saying this to Kenny. This isn't a great shooting Bama team compared to maybe past years where like Mark Sears was always available to.
And they're minus a player.
And that's the key. Your second leading scorer decided to go, the biggest boss mode, 2 pounds of weed.
He's going full Nino Brown.
And he's not playing. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And Wright State is up 1 on Virginia with about 6 minutes to go. So we'll get all those updates in about 10 minutes. Let's go to the people, though. Go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mikey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully my phone doesn't cut out like last time.
That's all right. You sound great.
Good. Hey, I think they're going to make the playoffs now. I'm not on board like overly enthusiastic. I just think they're going to make it. It's just a gut feeling I have. The goaltending's better, and I have the stupidest reason ever for thinking that they're going to make it.
Okay.
And that's puck luck. We're getting a little puck luck. Starting with that Dallas game where the guy knocked it into his own net.
Big
that was
time.
The first one. And those are the types of goals that you score in the playoffs. They're not these ticky-tacky-toe goals that you see during the regular season. They're the grind goals where Raymond was in front of the net and it bounced in off of him. Those are the goals that you score in the playoffs. I just think we're going to make it. Our goaltending is way better. Now, as far as if we make it, is it happiness or relief? I think it's a little bit of both, but probably relief first, relief and then happiness.
I'd be in the relief category because Paul, tired of doing the same shows. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of just because he's not going anywhere. So you end up in a space of, well, F it, we may as well turn this around. I can't take anymore.
Yeah, and I salute you and your positiveness. And then Kenny, I don't know, man.
Listen,
what are you going to do?
Kenny is very passionate. He's very emotional. I'll get Kenny there. Don't worry. He's going to be okay, Paul. We're going to get him where he needs to go. They got to play well against Boston. Kenny has set forth what he requires. Much like back in the day in his cold cut relationship, there were requirements.
That's right. Double meat, double cheese.
All right.
Extra Kenny.
Oh, Jesus. So do you ever think back and wonder if her family listens to this show?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I think they moved out of state also.
You make a number of unsavory remarks.
You can listen to the show anywhere.
Everywhere. I think the remarks were actually very savory if you think about it.
Okay, good.
Sandwich.
Move on.
Okay. So I was going to ask you. I thought it was funny. I don't know.
Just please.
All right. I was going to ask you a question, though, Mike, about this team. If as negative as I've been or perceived to be negative, and you're still on board.
Yeah.
If they lay an egg tomorrow.
Yeah.
Where does your headspace?
Still on board.
Still on board.
You get a reprieve. You can't do this roller coaster of one win every. Look, how about this? I want to coin a term. Remember earlier we said we're going to start giving out the Sendek Award because he didn't foul up 3 and he killed all of us? We're going to start giving out the Jim. This is a term. You can't be Costa. That's exactly how Costa does his radio show. That's the type of fan Jim is. If they win, everything's perfect. Eyes are playing, laser beams. He's on social media shaking his ass for the crowd.
Get the car flag.
If the team loses, oh my God, they're dead and buried. I can't take this anymore. Whack. Then they win, back to car flag boner and laser beams. And then they lose, I hate my life. Dude, you can't do that.
So your philosophy is never go full Costa.
You can't. You got to, in the aggregate, look at the math. Like, you could be pissed about a performance. I was pissed the way they played against Tampa because it was lifeless. But you can't just say, well, this one loss ends it. Now, look, if it's the last week of the season, and let's say you were playing the Bruins, and you're tied in the standings, or you're 2 points back, and you get them at home, that's a gotta-have-it spot. That finite moment, you can do that. but it's in the aggregate. It's like yesterday. We didn't go off the deep end with Cade. Why? Math. And wait for the next medical update. Right. That's all.
The only reason I'll give Costa a little bit of grace here, though, is because in past seasons, I might agree with you. They've done this to the fan base year over year over year. So riding the roller coaster, I actually kind of understand where he's coming from a psyche perspective.
Well, Kenny, it's why I said you and a lot of fans, it's just that March PTSD where you want to believe, but you just know they're going to let me down at some point. You know what? Uncle Cletus will just do something stupid once again.
Remarkable. Let's go to Justin, Uncle Cletus. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Justin. What's on your mind?
Yeah, just I'm at the point now. I believe they're going to make the playoffs, and it all starts with John Gibson. I mean, you got the great goaltending, man. They can take you far. And really, on top of that, Seider and DeBrincat, I think they're playing on a whole nother level as well. I wish Raymond would get on top of that game too, but hopefully these next couple of games he brings his A game.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny, where are you at with Raymond? Like Justin, I used to get attacked by Kenny because I was never as hot for Raymond as some people. Like, I think he's fine enough, but I don't think he's some superstar in the making. But like Kenny, we talked about this. Players have to step up. Now, DeBrincat played A+, or Mo Seider raises his game. John Gibson. When do we get to start saying Lucas Raymond put the team on his back when Larkin was out?
So if it was this happened with Raymond either last year or the year before, where during that playoff push, he played electric. I've seen it out of him. I know he's capable,
but it's not consistent.
It's not consistent. If he grows into it, though, if he grows into that role, yeah, I think he's capable of it. And I'll tell you this: you asked me what I think the Wings need to do to convince me. If Raymond steps up, I'm there. I'm all the way there.
Okay. Justin, will it be happiness or relief if they actually get this done?
Yeah, for sure it starts with relief. I mean, I was ready to get rid of Yzerman last year, to be honest with you. I mean, it's taken this long. I'm hoping all these prospects, I'm hoping it's going to bring, like, this team's going to be great for the next 20 years for how long we've been waiting for at least the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know about it. Well, I'll respect your hope angle, but let's be real. Nothing I've seen from the young players is suggestive of great for extended period of time. No, I can't go there with that. You can hope for it, but, no offense, but I'd need to see like a Matthew Schaefer or a Calabrini or something. Like, you got to show me something here. All right, we'll get more to people. We got a lot to talk about with the tournament as well. We'll cover all our bases next. 97.1.
Day 2 of March Madness ongoing here. Virginia just knocking off Wright State in the Horizon League, 82-73. That was a 3 versus 14 earlier. Iowa State running away against Tennessee State, 48-26, but an interesting development early in that one. And one of Iowa State's best players, Joshua Jefferson, helped off the floor and taken to the tunnel. Didn't look great. Hofstra leading Alabama 30-25. Still 3 minutes left to go in the first half there. According to Connor Eargood of the Detroit News, Louisville's second leading scorer, Michael Brown, will not play again tomorrow against MSU after missing their first round win yesterday. The Tigers have filled out the rest of the rotation behind Tarek Skubal and Framber Valdez. Jack Flaherty will be their third starter, followed by Justin Verlander and Casey Mize. AJ Hinch said today that no decision has been made on whether Kevin McGonigal will make the opening day roster. Quote, he's fit right in with our guys and learned a lot in the 6 weeks that he's been here to put himself in a position for us to make a decision as late as possible, end quote. The Tigers tied the Phillies 4-4. Tarek Skubal started, giving up 3 earned runs in 4 innings. The Pistons can officially clinch a playoff spot tonight with a win over the Warriors at LCA. In addition to Kate Cunningham being out, Marcus Sasser is joining him. Jalen Duren and Kevin Huerter are also questionable. Duren did briefly exit the game last night. His injury is listed as right ankle soreness. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, let's get some music, get people set up for the nightcap, and really one of the more interesting games of the entire opening 2 days. Go ahead, buddy.
So now I'm curious, what is your most interesting game? Because I'm looking at the schedule here, and the thing I'm thinking is Clemson, Iowa.
No.
Okay.
If you like games that are a race to 50, sure. I really think St. John's, Northern Iowa is.
Okay.
I mean, it's just, when you look at it, you have St. John's coming off of this dominating blowout over UConn. You get a dangerous mid-major. You've seen a lot of people kind of hinting at Northern Iowa's going to give them a run. And look, St. John's kind of tanked out last year. I'm very interested. And Rick Pitino interests me. Does he wear the white suit?
And just so people understand, that as a 5 seed St. John going against a 12 seed Northern Iowa.
They got screwed too. Like, they shouldn't have been a 5. And they drew what some people believe is the best 12.
It will be tipping off at 17 in the East region out in San Diego. Your thoughts on that game, Rico?
I like St. John's, and it is. I want to see exactly how they handle the disrespect factor, because they beat UConn twice, and UConn's got a better seed than them.
Bottom line, Northern Iowa kind of plays like Drake used to. They're going to slow this thing down. They're not going to let St. John's get out and go the way they want to. Look, I would take the points.
Yeah,
we talked about this yesterday. The only game I was willing to lay big points was Houston. Why? I outlined what they do. They just go out and kick homeless people. I don't know what Kelvin Sampson's problem is, but man, they just demo bad teams, and they did it again last night.
For me, it's UCLA, UCF.
That is a 7 seed versus a 10 seed, 725 tip. Also the East region, but this one's in Philadelphia.
It is. I need to see exactly what UCLA is going to bring. You know, are there star players playing in the game? And if so, you know, are they back from those injuries that they suffered in the Big Ten tournament? Because if they do, I think they could be a surprise team in the East. Not necessarily win it, but they'll be a problem. How about that?
Rico has carte blanche when it comes to UCLA athletics, dating all the way back to the Johnny Zhuzhang era. I just listen when Rico talks Bruin ball.
Which gave me joy when we did the trivia quiz, and I got that one right and beat you to that answer.
I know.
Gave me a lot of joy for that one.
Talk about gotcha radio.
Hey, David, scoreboard.
Wow.
Okay.
You're right. You killed us in that game.
We put the bench in, okay? Nick Sanders was in the game.
Let's move over to the South region. This game being played in Tampa. Tip-off at 6:50. It's a game I thought I was looking forward to until Mike just told me they're not going to score in it. It's the number 8 seed Clemson versus 9 Iowa. They probably won't score.
David, the over-under's 129.
I know.
And you know what that means, David? Shootout. You know, it's the game. Oh, neither team can score. They will both heat up, and it will be the Splash Brothers out there going up against, just it'll be a high-scoring game. But no, in this game, David, it really is. This is one of those NCAA games where it's going to be the first team to 55 will win this thing. And trust me, I've seen a lot of those types of games. Mike, State used to play Virginia, and it was like going to the dentist. But the second you got to that 55 first, you just, okay, we have this thing. If you like defense, if you like, plays being designed, old school basketball, you'll like this. If you like the new up and down the court, watch one of the other games.
You forced me to make a pick that's not the under. I would just take Iowa.
So I'm going to put 3 games here together because in my mind, I don't think there's any concern for the higher seed here. That is Purdue versus Queens University in the West region, Florida versus Prairie View in the South region, and then you have UConn versus Furman in the East region. No concern for the higher seeds there, correct?
No, if you're asking me which one of those underdogs do I think has the capability to play up, I would take Furman. I would just take the pedigree, the program. They've done it in the tournament before. And let's face it, UConn is not UConn of 2 and 3 years ago. They're good. Don't get it twisted. But, they've shown an ability to play down. So, again, of those 3, that's the one I would like. All right, you want me to take 21.5? Take Furman.
See, and of those 3, it would be Queens over Purdue. Why?
Matt Painter's bulbous head.
No, and when Purdue is bad, if you look at they turn the ball over. When all of a sudden Braden Smith he has more turnovers than assists, that's when they're in trouble. Queens can hit the 3 and get extra possessions. That's how you spell the upset. So that's why is it likely? No, but if I had to pick one of those 3, David, I would say watch out for Queens over Purdue.
And before I get to some of the games on Saturday that we can kind of take a look at.
You got a couple here that you need to look out for.
That's what I'm about to do. Let's go to the late game first. The 10-10 tip in the West region in St. Louis. Number 7 seed Miami versus number 10 Missouri.
Yeah, this is a slander game. Everyone loves Miami. Everyone says they could be incredibly dangerous, and then everyone bleeped all over Mizzou. Why are they seated here, etc. It's the same damn thing. I almost feel like it's preordained Missouri will win just to spite everybody.
So they're going to go full Miami of Ohio?
Maybe, yeah. Isn't it similar?
You didn't belong in the tournament.
The other one is Cal Baptist versus Kansas. And I haven't watched Cal Baptist once this year. But they've got a player that allegedly will bust your ass. I want to watch this because also, too, Kansas is not Kansas.
No.
And Bill Self is tanked out early. And you got the Peterson mystery of does he feel like playing tonight?
I do think that Bill Self from here on out will have a long conversation with his top recruits or transfers in. Will you play all 40 minutes of a game? There will be no opt-out factor because he got hit with a garbage can right now. He can't really say what he wants to say. This is one where after he retires, he'll tell you, oh, yeah, that guy got on my nerves. But right now, yeah, which Kansas team shows up? I'm with you on that.
See, and that's why I did not include that game with the higher seeds earlier, the Purdue, the Florida, UConn.
Gotcha.
Not because I believe California Baptist can beat them. It's just you never know what Kansas you're going to get. Will Darren Peterson be engaged?
Right. All of a sudden you break the timeout. He's still on the bench. We have 4 people out here, Coach. Darren, you going in the game? Nah, I'm good. You sure about that? Because we called a couple plays for you.
So let's look at a few games that will be played on Saturday. And I'm going to just start right here with these 2 here.
Sure.
It's going to be an 8:45 tip for this one. Number 4 seed Nebraska versus number 5 Vanderbilt. And right now, and I believe I'm seeing this right, Nebraska's at +1.5 in that game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's, look, on that opening line alone, I would take Vanderbilt. I was shocked by that. If you told me it was Nebraska -2.5, a tepid favorite, okay, I can make sense of it. That's shocking to me. And look, Nebraska had never won a tournament game.
Right
incredibly emotional game, and they played a team that was atrocious. They beat them by 30, and they're an underdog to a Vandy team who struggled with McNeese State.
But see, I think you just, Mike, you just nailed it because no one knows how they will respond because they've never been in these shoes before.
I'll take Vandy.
So my head says, yeah, this should be Nebraska all day, but it's like,
I'll take Vandy.
As you like to say, Vegas knows something.
Then the other one that I'm excited about would be the 4-seed Arkansas versus the 12-seed High Point. And I get it. It says 11.5 favorite for Arkansas. I just believe High Point can keep that game closer than that.
I don't know what to do with it. I don't. I mean, 11.5 point favorite for Arkansas. Tough. I mean, High Point, again, you're the mid-major. You're the darling. You laid it all on the line. It's the biggest win in school history.
Tells me take Arkansas.
Well, I know, and they're telling it. That's the other thing too, David. Look at where this tournament has gone to in the era of NIL. The amount of double-digit spreads you see, unthinkable even 5 years ago. Yeah. Now look at where it is. I tell you the other thing for State and Michigan. Look, for State's getting a huge break. Michael Brown Jr. is not going to play for Louisville. He's out again. That's their second leading scorer. That's their arguably their best overall player. That's a big, big break for State. You got to beat Louisville. Got to. And Rico's going to be there on the bench. You got to beat Louisville.
Actually, I'm going to be there helping Dusty May out. David, Duke is getting 11.5.
They are.
You know what? That's one you can just go ahead and money in the bank. I don't think John Shire, trust me, they probably had practice last night.
So you think they demo TCU?
Because, hey, guys, you embarrassed me. Coach K is chewing me out. So guess what? I'm about to chew you out.
I'll tell you who I like. Enrico's going to make fun of me, and he's got every right to do it, even though I've been right more than wrong. But you know what team I got a soft spot for.
St. Louis?
Nah. Houston.
Oh.
They are going to take this game. This is Michael Jordan looking at the iPad. They are going to take this game very personally.
Yeah. Poor kids versus rich kids.
Yep. And Texas I took it personal.
Right. Texas A&M, you got millions. We got
pennies.
Government cheese.
And I'm telling you, the physicality, the way they guard, the way they'll blitz you in the half court, and offensively, Houston's got a different gear this year. I mean, that freshman, I never remember his last name, Kingston, Hajbadillah. The kid's unbelievable. They got 2 lottery picks. And you got Tugler, who's been there for
Kingston
10 years.
Fleming.
Thank you. He's fantastic. Yeah. But you've got power. You've got that Houston prototype 4 in Tugler. You have the senior leadership. And I'm sorry. I just think they are going to – this is like a bloodlust game. Against Texas A&M, who I think is kind of booty. I like Houston.
It's late in the final, like late in games when they go up in the Final Four. That's when Houston has that brain cramp. But yeah,
they should have won it all last year. I still can't believe they blew that.
It's kind of like what happened today. Coach just had the brain cramp in the final minute of the game.
Send back.
And just because anything from Texas, Gonzaga, VCU, Illinois tomorrow.
What about your team there, homie?
I was about to say St. Louis.
Okay, I mean,
you're laying 12.5. What do you want to do?
What Pale? What did you call him?
Kevin McPhail.
Kevin McPhail.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
From everything I'm looking at, that is the highest over/under for the Saturday game. That's 161.5 is what I'm seeing.
Look, I don't doubt St. Louis's ability to score, but there's another side to that.
Correct.
Michigan's size is going to be a distinct problem for St. Louis defensively. I'd lean St. Louis. It's a lot of points to just go out and drop a bomb on somebody.
This is where Michigan has to make the adjustment that they did in the second half yesterday against Howard, where one of Dusty May's assistants said, Coach, why don't we just throw the ball down low?
Thank you.
They don't have anybody who can handle Johnson or Mara, period. And stop shooting threes and just score twos. If you go that route, yes. If you get into a horse contest with St. Louis, David, it's going to look like the first half against Howard where, heck, this team shouldn't be in the game.
Morgan Freeman gif. He's right, you know.
And
spot on.
Is your late game Friday preview along with Saturday. 97.1.
Imagine a world where you can leave your house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, and you're streaming the other game in 4K. Just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy and a snap with Wi-Fi power boost. And what if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you really wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, Imagine that. Now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate of 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates of 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Tax and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. To get started, call Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
All right, we do it every week. We're never going to duplicate the success we had last week. We got everyone right. So David hit the button. I know this is going to be a revenge tour.
Right.
So I'm looking to see 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
All right. So no Rieger. No Rieger. No, Wojo hasn't worked in like 3 years.
All right. Did Mark Ryan work this week during the week?
Yeah, he was after us, wasn't he?
Okay, no. He said 6 to 6.
6 to 6.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. Yep.
Let's try. Here we go.
If you're relying on John Gibson to stand on his freaking head for you to be a playoff team, I'm sorry, guys. That's not the recipe.
I think that might be me.
I was about to say, that sounded like Kenny.
It sounded emotional, unhinged, imbalanced.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. I totally kidding.
I was going to say, because I definitely had thought that sentiment for a while, and we did talk wings.
Do you want to? Is that your initial thought?
Yeah, I was thinking Kenny or Costa, but that just sounded like angry Kenny.
Yeah, I think that was angry Kenny.
What is this? The Occam's razor you taught me about? All right, we'll just go with it. I won't deliberate. I'll trust you. We'll go with Kenny. David. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, nice job from you today, Kenny.
I said that today?
Today.
Oh.
Today.
David.
No wonder it was fresh on Rico's mind. It happened 7 minutes ago. What the hell's my problem?
See, I was listening.
52 and sunny. Chuck Norris is dead.
You know, Chuck Norris is dead. I'm going to go with Mike.
Never going to live that one down.
That would be hilarious if you put that one on Who Said It, David.
Let's go with number 2.
43 and windy. All right, let's go.
Move over for my cars.
Let's get to the right for my cruise. Chuck Norris is dead. All right, go ahead. So I'm sorry.
I'm not going to sit here and celebrate. You did what you were supposed to do. You did your job.
Now that feels like somebody talking about them beating the Flames. Would it be a double Kenny?
No, or I'm trying to think it could be Pistons related.
What would it be, though?
Which game did they win where it's like, yeah, you did your job?
Well, that would be beating the Wizards.
Yeah. So
look, I wonder if it's Red Wings, and I wonder if it's a response to the win over the Flames. The question just would become, would David go double Kenny, or is that something Costa would say? Can you read that one more time? Because it felt like that had a lot of salt behind that. That was an angry take.
I'm not going to sit here and celebrate. You did what you were supposed to do. You did your job.
You did your job.
Now, I know I speak that way sometimes. But if this is about the Wings, I didn't have that approach about the Flames game because I brought up, look, here's their playoff odds. They did what they were supposed to do. That almost feels like somebody was angry at them for doing what they were supposed to do.
But wouldn't Costa be a bit more, I used the word yesterday, verbose about that opinion? That seems like too quick of an opinion. He would use more verbiage. He would, I don't know. That seems like a snipe that he wouldn't do. But he might have had that opinion. So Costa's not a bad guess. I'm talking in circles here. I have no idea.
I'm going to go Costa just because I don't think even David is mean enough to go back to back Kenny.
I'm thinking that's you. You did your job.
That does sound like
you get very
me.
cynical, like, oh, well, way to go. You did your job.
Hurtful. Maybe it is me, I guess. But I wasn't angry at all about the Wings. I've been the one trying to keep them alive.
Maybe it wasn't the Wings.
Oh, you know what?
Maybe it was like World Baseball.
Okay, you know what? You might be right. All right, well.
Yeah, you've talked me into it too. I'll say Mike.
Wow. So I'm going Cookies. You're guessing me.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be him. That's how this game works. David, who said it?
It was Red Wings talk, and it was...
Oh.
John James.
I knew Costa would have more words for that.
Damn it. 43 and windy, overnight cold. I can't get enough of those.
Oh, boy.
Number
there was
3.
A call this morning.
Overturned UFO. Get to the right for my cruise. Oh, my God.
They talked TCU play calling in the playoff game.
What?
They had a call talking about TCU's play calling, and if Blake Corum was playing in the game, Michigan would have won because, and it was like, I give Costa credit. He was like, you don't want my answer for this question, so I'm going to leave it for John.
53 and sunny. Chuck Norris is gone.
Number 3.
And Chuck Norris has died.
Happy Friday, you're effed. All right, let's go. All right, let's keep it moving, please.
We might be operating in a world where they have to win a first-round series without him against a team like Philly and Atlanta. So those games in the next few weeks, I look at them as pretty important.
Okay, this is Cade Cunningham written all over it.
It is.
I did not say anything like that.
That's very logical. That screams Doug to me.
Captain Kale.
See, he says phrases like "operate in a world where." That's definitely a Doug-ism.
Be
I don't know if he
respectful.
said that, but that's a Doug-ism.
Operate respectfully. Okay, all right. I can talk myself in this. You want to go, Doug?
Yeah, I'm in on Doug.
Is that what we're doing? He was your roommate in college.
Yes, he was.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I had 3 other ones, but sure.
Yeah, but they don't count.
Okay.
I don't know their names, and we don't make fun of them. So I mean, like, what use are they to me?
Come on, man.
Are they
Really?
founders?
No.
Oh, well, then the hell with them.
Well, one's a Kappa, one's a Q.
True or false? Doug Harsh was the first white founder.
No.
All right.
No. There are. But
Really?
No. Yeah.
Fascinating.
We don't discriminate.
Stunning. All right, hold on. Let me get my quarter zip on order.
You want in?
No.
I would love to pledge you, Mike.
Nope. Because that sounds like you're going to do something to hurt me.
No.
It sounds like, oh, yeah, it's part of the process. And he takes a pipe wrench to my skull. No. All right, I'm going with
PVC.
Doug. We are operating in a world of kale. David? Yeah! Come on out to Twin Peaks. All right.
The sad reality, Kenny, is you know what next week is going to be.
Baseball.
Right. Swish.
Hockey puck.
Right. He's just going to be using a sound effect. Swish.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I got one more here for you guys.
He's not happy.
Fine. No, you doing great job today.
David, would you rather us participate, pay attention, think, and give you an honest effort, or toil like idiots?
I like the toiling action. This is funny. This is fun.
Right, because then he just sits back like, ha, ha, I got you.
48
now
and
he's
sunny,
just like,
David's
all right.
angry. All right.
Here's one more for you.
Welcome to your weekend.
When you're playing in the greatest league of baseball in the world, which is Major League Baseball, it's played here in the States. It's all we know about. We know about it. You compete for the World Series. That's what matters.
That, I would say Rieger, but he didn't do anything this week during that
6
time
to
period.
6. Right.
So that's, to me, it sounds like Cookies basically wagging his finger at people. One more time, David.
When you're playing in the greatest league of baseball in the world, which is Major League Baseball, it's played here in the States. It's all we know about. We know about it. You compete for the World Series. That's what matters.
Only thing I'll tell you, and I'm not being a smart ass when I say this, I heard a couple seconds of them talking about it, and then my phone rang. So I stopped listening. The morning show did a topic about the players talking about the World Series versus the WBC. I don't know if that's related to this. I'm just trying to give us a starting point.
I'm thinking Cookies.
Why?
Because it just sounds as if he's telling you what you need to be thinking.
Could this be a sneaky Gov?
Gov was my second choice. He was a silver medal for me.
I think if we split it up, one of us will get it right. So I'm going to say Gov if you go Cookies.
But, apparently he's my evil twin. So,
whoa. Hey, Kenny, do that thing again you did Monday. All right, I'll go with Rico on this. You're going Cookies?
I'm going Cookies.
All right. David, who said it? That's enough. Turned it off. Damn it.
Okay, David, you know what?
You win.
You went out on a high note.
One last one.
Okay.
Duke.
Oh, Kenny Cott during trivia.
Hey, that was me. I said that.
That's not one of them. No.
Oh.
Hey, Kenny, hit the switch, will you? Kenny Cott.
Chuck Norris is dead.
Okay, I'm never living that down. I was providing an update. 48 and sunny. All right, we're good.
That is who said it.
All right, you know what? How about we take a live look in at what's happening right now?
Yeah, live look in here to what's going on in the NCAA tournament. I'm going to start here with the game that is finished. It is the number 3 Virginia versus the 14 seed Wright State. Wright State was winning 43-38 at halftime, and this game was pretty much close until the final 5 minutes of the game, where Virginia went on a 15-3 run to close out that game and win 82-73.
David,
Wright State couldn't hit a shot.
At one point, Wright State was up 70-69, and I looked away, looked back, game over. They hit a 3, and that was it. That was ball game. So yeah, that was one.
I hate Virginia.
They had the opportunity. It was
they blew it
right there. And you know what? But a lot of times the moment just gets too big for the small schools.
Yeah, sure did. And I want to give an update here on this game. It's a blowout in this one. It is number 2 Iowa State versus 15 Tennessee State. But the news isn't even about the game. It's 65-37 Iowa State. That's great. They're better than Tennessee State. But the news here is that Iowa State's best player, Joshua Jefferson, was helped off the floor, turned his ankle, couldn't put any weight on it. That's significant because if he cannot play, that could hurt their chances now on making a run in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and again, this game was 38-9 at one point. This was a beating you rarely see. David, look. You're in a single elimination format. What do you want me to say? Are they deep? Yes. Are they good? Clearly.
Yeah. I think
but you lose one of your best guys. Like,
it's not going to hurt you against 15 seed Tennessee State.
Right. And when they're like, well, he's doubtful. Like, if you see the injury, we can just go ahead with that doubtful. Joe Theismann was doubtful. Okay, this guy, yeah. Kentucky may actually benefit from this because that's their next game.
And let's get to that game because Kentucky won the game in overtime, 89-84 for Santa Clara.
Throw the flag, Mike.
Oh, God.
And
Herb Sendek.
Yeah.
You got to foul when you're up 3, period. Your players, if you're a good enough coach, your players know it. I don't want to hear about the timeout. Your players should be coached up to do it. You had a guy right there. You didn't do it. You let him throw up a damn Hail Mary from half court and go off glass. It's unforgivable. And then they lose the game in overtime. Unforgivable. He should be fired. On the tarmac, Lane Kiffin style. I hate coaches who don't foul up 3. I think it's one of the great coaching malpractices in all of sports.
And on the flip side of that, you look at Kentucky now, David, you wonder, is the pressure off of the Wildcats? Because you now know your coach won't get fired. You didn't screw things up. You somehow managed to luck your way into a victory. Pressure is off now. I wonder if now you see the Kentucky team that a lot of people thought they were going to be this year. So this just something to watch out for. Plus, they got handed the fact that Jefferson won't be playing. I seriously doubt if he plays.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to turn around and play on Sunday.
So if you're Kentucky, maybe you just kind of take a deep breath and say, okay, let's see what we got.
Yeah, let's look at that Alabama-Hofstra game. Alabama's a 4 seed versus 13 Hofstra. Hofstra really taking control.
It's a hurricane right now. They were up 15.
Yep.
Bama closes the half on a big run. Okay, 2-point game at the half. They have come out and erupted. Very similar to what St. Louis did last night. They started the half on a 9-0 run, and they've just kept going. This thing is bordering on they may end up blowing this team out. You're talking about a 30-plus point swing potentially.
Yeah, they started the second half. They're on a 12-4 run currently, and it will probably continue.
Well, and again, look, Bama can go ice cold as well. They're a volume 3-point shooting team. But Hofstra, all the athletic advantage they had early, their guards were slicing and dicing Alabama, getting to the hole. Now Alabama all of a sudden looks infinitely quicker, infinitely more athletic. And this is in their one-on-ones on the perimeter. So I don't know what the hell Nate Oates had at halftime. Maybe Holloway passed around that 2-pound bag of weed, got everybody locked in. I don't know what the hell's going on. They passed around the peace pipe at halftime.
But yeah, Mike, they shoot a volume amount of 3. So they live and die by them. Right now they're living, and they're living well because they're all falling.
Yeah, it's just they're
blowing kazoos.
It's interesting because when we talked about the game earlier, They were dying by the 3.
But David,
it just flipped.
You see it all the time where all of a sudden somebody hits that one step back 3 and then it becomes contagious.
Any thoughts to this game here? The 8 seed Villanova losing to the 9 seed Utah State 22-16 currently. They're in San Diego for this game.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is, look, if I told you Villanova had hit 4 threes already and Utah State had hit none, who's up 22-16?
You would think Villanova's winning.
It's backwards. Villanova is down. Look, Utah State has jumped them from the go, and this has been Utah State's calling card for years. They execute offensively. It's all sets. It's all precision. I don't love Villanova. I had Utah State in the game, but this is one I haven't been able to watch a lot. But yeah, Villanova in 10 minutes of basketball has already taken 10 threes. Buckle up.
No, you're right, because you would think it was the other way around. But yeah, Utah State is getting it done. And David, it's just one of those, it's the 8-9. It's the one matchup I don't like betting on because you're flipping the coin. It's like the next round when the 5s play the 4s, and you're like, yeah, either one of these teams could win. I'm opting out.
Oh, that's chicken bleep.
All right, I'll take Kentucky.
Baby. I owed you that for you running around like the UK band leader out here. Woo! The rest of us are all dying, and you're like, whoa, I want to play him.
T-S.
March is back.
And then one other game that went final, and I don't know if they looked at the 1 seeds yesterday and said, we're not going to let that happen to us, or they're just really that good. Arizona destroyed LIU 92-58.
I think every 1 seed saw what happened with Duke and saw the first half of Michigan and said, no, guys, you better dial in and focus. Don't be a part of history.
And you wonder if, honestly, betting odds may shift after what happened to Duke and Arizona did what they did. You might see Arizona move to that number 1 spot to be the favorite to win this thing. Because Arizona, for a long time this year, they were the best team in America.
They were.
Yeah, LIU, look, your fight song's name is Fight Song. Like, what do you expect here now? Come on.
That is your tournament live look in 97.1.
Spring will be here eventually. Just not yet. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical offering right now a new furnace or AC. You get half off the installation. And Mastercraft are there 24/7 for emergency service. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And they've got financing options as well. Just call Mastercraft today. They are the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators. You name it, they have got you covered. Go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get it going on a Friday. We have a lot of good stuff. Yes, tournament.
You want the flag for today?
No, I don't. It's better I don't watch. We have obvious tournament discussion. We are going to see, I'm going to give Kenny one last chance as the bus stop is open for the Red Wings. I'm going to try again. I'll present the day's math. We'll talk a little Michigan State. But first, I thought we would do what we always do. Day 2 of the tourney, we start the show, and we just jump right in. So, David, you can put whatever. Yes. I want to give you my day 1 thoughts. You can do whatever you like with this. These are directed to the 3 of you or all of the people, okay?
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yeah.
I want to start at the end of day 1 to just give you story 1. It was my favorite game, the one I wanted to watch the most, St. Louis, Georgia. What did we talk about? St. Louis's offense, when it's cooking, is poetry in motion. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Mr. Robbie Avila, or as David now refers to him, Kevin McPhail. Look,
I was going to say Larry Nerd.
They dropped an absolute bomb on Georgia, and they did it with offensive perfection. I will just tell you this. If you're Michigan, yes, you're better than these guys. You best be careful. Bring your IQ to the game. Any mistake you make on defense, they make you pay. Period.
If you're Michigan, you got to be respectful of Robbie because he gives Jokic it's that aura.
He's food stamp Jokic.
It's like, well, he's not that athletic, and before you know it, he's just dropped 40 on you.
He did a spin move last night that took 6.4 seconds. It was like the Matrix. He does a spin move like a 55-year-old father of 4.
Because you got to be thinking, oh, no, Coach, I got this one. And he scored again.
No, I do not. Number 2, I would like to make an official statement. The Troy Trojans should be banned from all NCAA tournament play for having the audacity of a diabolical twin ginger backcourt. Twin brothers that are both unsightly gingers were their starting backcourt, and they got what they deserved. They lost by 30 yesterday. What an embarrassment. You can't win with a ginger. Cutscene. Our starting backcourt looks exactly the same.
But what if you double the ginger power?
You lose by 30 to Nebraska and your guy Sandefort.
G2.
Bottom line, I don't want to see Troy, their red uniforms, their red-headed backcourt, none of it. Get out. Number 3, I know I'm going to end up being wrong and we'll come here Monday and they've probably lost, but damn it, you and I have been Team Arkansas for a few weeks now. Their guards, including Acuff, they can take them places I don't think people expect. Now, I know Hawaii is Hawaii. We wanted to see what Hawaii's weird defense was going to be. This whole idea that they play man, they don't help, they don't double. Yikes, they gave up a C note. But Rico, you can make a case it's the best backcourt in college basketball, and if they get cooking, it's going to be hard to stop.
It is. I saw Illinois, and my goodness.
5 points. Hope you enjoyed that.
My goodness, that's what happens when all of a sudden everything is cooking for them. I don't think that they could do that for 5 more times.
No.
But that's a team that you don't want to play because, man, that's a EuroLeague team.
We talked about it. Like, I included them in team that could win it all because of that level of upside.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of teams. Now, Michigan's one of them. They can. There are not a lot of teams that can get to 90, much less 100. And if they're cooking, they'll just outpace you.
Yeah, who would have thought that you would see 300-point games last night?
Yeah. Well, who would have thought Hubert Davis would still have a job today?
That was me.
The largest collapse in the round of 64 history as UNC blows a 19-point second half lead. I just ask you, how does Hubert Davis still have a job?
I think that it's just a matter of time. Right now, Mike, this is one of those where the higher-ups, the alums, Michael Jordan's on a Zoom call. What are we going to do next? Because you can't lose that game. They didn't score a basket for the final 13 minutes, and that include overtime. They throw one basket.
Not
one
optimal.
basket. Like, guys, I don't know what you're going to do. He played a 6-man rotation. It's bad when all of a sudden VCU is like, yeah, their guys were tired. Well, I don't think that they were tired. No,
they were
actually tired, and you may lose your job over there. Look, they've been wanting to get rid of him for a while.
It has to happen.
This may be the final straw. Maybe they got to get ahead of Kentucky if Mark Pope gets fired. So did you get the best coach?
Look, we're in a day and age, You're a pro coach. You have a payroll. You're allowed to turn your roster. You're allowed to build your team. You're North Carolina. Can't have it. And Hubert's results have been getting worse. And I'm sorry. I wouldn't want him there. Yeah. In that vein, also I have a very philosophical. It's not what's the meaning of life, but it's similar. What is the point of Randy Bennett and St. Mary's existence? Why do they exist? Every year they make the tournament with a gaudy win total. Mm-hmm. They play the slowest pace in America. They struggle to get to 50 and generally are used as a proverbial wet wipe to whoever they play in the tournament. Yet Randy Bennett is up for the Arizona State job? Why? Are you trying to kill your fans with boredom?
You know what? Because you can say, hey, we beat Gonzaga, and that's your claim to fame. Is that every year you're the team that can frustrate Gonzaga. And look, I'm with you. It's going to be a snail's pace, but maybe they're trying to go that 180 degrees from what Hurley brought to Arizona and say, you know what, we want discipline here.
Okay, good. Enjoy being in Tempe and scoring 48 points. All right, let me go to the next one. You can argue it. I'm not mad. It's probably hyperbolic. Best freshman class of my adult life. And by that, it will be the best top of the NBA draft maybe of my adult life. Whether it's the A.J. Debonza, they didn't lose that game because of him. No. He basically dropped 40. No one else helped him.
Yeah, he had half their points.
A-Cuff. You go up and down the list of this freshman class. Rico. Good Boozer.
Good Boozer. Keegan Wagler for Illinois.
Kingston from Houston. True freshman. He showed out last night as well. Yeah. This is an elite freshman class.
This is the year that if you're an NBA lottery team, it's okay if you end up at like 6 or 7.
You're actually going to get a function.
Because you still don't get somebody.
That's a good point. It's a very good point. High points for Flynn Clayman. High points coach gets high points. He was an electric factory after the game.
Oh, yeah.
He attacked. This is what happens. Nobody will play us, and if you play us, this is what happens. Look, I'll only accept this guy being a goofball for one day because that's the greatest day of his life. But I kind of dug it. He basically challenged anybody, play me.
But the only thing missing was him tearing his shirt off and going bare chest
Howard
and
Dean?
saying, let's just fight right now. Like, okay, this was your moment and this is how you choose to spend that moment. That's fine, but okay. I don't think anybody's going to play him next year, especially maybe at a neutral site. I don't know. But again, who did you ask? Who did you bother to see? Would they play you?
One more statement, and then we're going to finish with a question. My statement is this. Greg Gard is a pile of moldy cheese curd, Wisconsin's head coach. I did some digging on this because generally I don't like coaches who dress like high school principals, and I don't like Wisconsin basketball at all. Here's Greg Gard's last basically decade, right? After a Sweet 16 run in 2016. You ready? Mm-hmm. Nothing in 17. First round exit in 18. COVID in 19. Second round in 20. Second round in 21. NIT in 22. First round exit 23. Second round exit 24. And yesterday's disgrace to High Point. Why does Greg Gard have a job?
Wow.
Sorry for doing the research.
When you put it like that, you know why, Mike? Because he'll go through the Big Ten regular season, and I know how you feel about it, but he knocks off the powerhouse teams. And at that point, everybody in Wisconsin's feeling good, like, wow, we beat Michigan. We beat Illinois.
Here's your March Madness. You didn't even get your Diet Coke from the beverage stand. No. You're out of the tournament. That's a disgrace.
No, that was probably only North Carolina pulled off a bigger choke job than Wisconsin did yesterday.
The last one is a question, and I leave it to you. You got to see more of it than I did, and for me, they can show me Saturday when I watch. Do you have a renewed confidence in MSU? They played with a level of urgency or fire, tenacity, whatever you want to call it. It looked hyper-focused. Yes, they were a 12-point favorite, but they still won a game by 30. The parts I saw and then talking to you, do you feel somehow now more confident about State?
Yeah, Mike, I feel a lot more confident about that team. They look better than they did for the final 2 games. Now, Louisville is going to be the test because can you guard the 3-point line and force them to miss shots? Because I think they're kind of a one-trick pony. After that, then yeah, they were playing just that physical ball. They were able to manufacture points, and they scored 30 points off the bench. Like, wow. And 3 of those were only going to Kurt Tang. The rest went to other players.
Oh, Petey Tang.
When Denim Wojcik outscores Kurt Tang, you know you're having a good day.
That's a great place to finish that. So just a wide-ranging, day one thoughts, and it will lead us into a question I want to ask. Because I gave you the best of the best. I want to ask a more general tournament question next.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It took overtime, but Kentucky beat Santa Clara 89-84 after 2 back-to-back long threes from both of those teams at the end of regulation. Virginia also avoided an upset by Wright State, pulling away late. Iowa State's second leading scorer, Joshua Jefferson, departed after a tough-looking injury early on, apparently an ankle to him as well. They're having no problem with Tennessee State, though, in the first round, 90-55, 7:38 to go in the second half. A.J. Hinch announces starting rotation for 26. We already knew that Tarek Skubal and Framber Valdez would headline it. Flaherty is third, Justin Verlander fourth, Casey Mize will round it out in fifth. Hinch said the following about Kevin McGonigal's roster outlook, quote, "We'll take that all the way down to the wire. No decision has been made. If you covered us, these guys will tell you the morning of opening day that we've sent down our final decisions," end quote. The Pistons have the Warriors tonight at LCA. I've got the pregame starting at 7:05 right here on 97.1. Kate Cunningham obviously out with that collapsed lung. Marcus Sasser joining him with right hip soreness. Kevin Huerter, Jalen Duren are questionable. The Lions announced they've signed edge rusher Peyton Turner, a former first-round selection of the Saints in 2021. He had 2 sacks and 2 forced fumbles in 24. Missed all of last year with a injury.
So he's Marcus Davenport's son.
Maybe, yes. Detroit sports anchor Brett Galley has announced his decision to depart Channel 7 after 15 years. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you aboard. I also want to shout out a power move by our update man, Jeremy Otto, saying, quote, "I've got the pregame." Okay.
I do, and you should listen. You better listen.
It wasn't, "Hey, Pistons pregame, and I'll join you at 7." Quote, "I'm the captain now. I've got the pregame."
I have the flex after he told me I sucked at play-by-play yesterday.
I said you were.
Rico said that guy at UAD, he said he sucked.
Hurtful.
Oh, yeah.
That's hurtful. Because I'll tell you right now,
why?
Jeremy should have been doing those first 4 games instead of that Jordan Kent goofball.
No, because last week when I had to sit and watch the games here, and he came over and he was just annoying me the entire game.
Jeremy, you're a wonderful man.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you. All right. Question as we start the 5 o'clock. We've covered Red Wings. We've obviously, tournament's been big. What we haven't done is kind of the cliche thing, but it's the last hour of the week. Both our teams play tomorrow. I want to know where people are at. And I know Michigan fan, like, I know I'm very confident with Michigan. I think they have the answers to most teams' puzzles. We know their fatal flaw, right? There's 2. They're not a great outside shooting team. They're not incapable, but they're not great. Right. And the loss of Kason hurts. It does. But I still think they have most of the answers to most of the tests. I want to know where Michigan fan is, because it was an uneven game yesterday. Second half, they really, I thought you said it beautiful. Locked in. Hey, guys, we got a couple of, NBA-style bigs. How do we do that? Yeah. What's your confidence level tomorrow? Because you're facing a St. Louis team that is unique, albeit you are rightfully a 12-point favorite, but their offensive style it's a nightmare. And it's not one player or isolation ball. It is continual movement, screening, cutting, back cuts, high post entry. You have a center basically operating as a point guard in some of their half court with Robbie Avila. It's beautiful to watch. It's a nightmare to stop. Your confidence level there. For State, it's different in that, and I'm not certainly speaking for Spartan Nation. My opinion of the team has been whatever. They're fine enough. I don't think they have any ability to go to a Final Four. That said, they played arguably the best game they've played in a few weeks yesterday. And yes, you should play that way against a team that doesn't have the talent you have. But State is getting a little bit of an on-ramp here.
What they didn't do is they didn't let somebody hang around. Like, right. You see in a lot of games where you're like,
yes,
well, you should be blowing this team out. Well, we did.
And they did. But here's the interesting part. They're getting a little bit of, they're getting a lot of a break. They're getting an on-ramp to Louisville wins a game simply based on USF decide to lose their mind, take 53s and make 2 of them. But one of their best players, arguably their best overall player, Mikal Brown Jr., he's out again tomorrow. You're playing a team that they just suffered a big loss. It gives State the ability to, look, They're favored. They're favored to win this game. They should win this game. And if you just run Louisville off the 3-point line, you should find a way with your size, with your bigs.
I was going to say both teams,
yes.
Michigan and Michigan State, don't fall into the 3-point shooting contest. This isn't a game of horse. Dump it down low. Take the easy 2. They'll hit some threes.
But what's your confidence? I want to know where people are at with where do you think these teams are going? And do you believe we're going to be here on Monday and talking about both our teams are in the Sweet 16? Look, before you laugh as a Michigan fan, I just want to caution you of something. Look, I have you to win the national championship, so take your insecurities elsewhere. I'm making a point that let's not act like 1 seeds don't lose to 8 or 9s. And this team you're playing put on a clinic against Georgia. And I'm not going to tell you Georgia was a great team. Not even going to tell you they're very good. But it's a 20-win team out of the SEC, and they got demoed.
Yeah.
Start
and to put it in
finish.
Yeah, you put up 101, they put up 102. So they can score as well. I think come Monday, I think both teams should be in the Sweet 16. Come Monday for Michigan, the key play is Mara. And who guards Robbie Avila? Who guards him? Because if it's Mara, I could see a lot of foul trouble if you pull him out and now he's not there to basically clean it up.
The one thing to me, and who cares? We're just talking sports on a Friday. We can nerd out briefly. I love Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or as David is calling him now, Kevin McPhail. But the players you have, whether it's the size and athleticism of Yaxel, who I believe that's who I would put on him, but Mara is the last line of defense. So here's my thing. Avila probably operating on the perimeter and initiating the offense is the role he'll play to drag a big out. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're going to see a lot of the, hey, it's a Jokic. Like he had a couple of spin moves last night that took 10 seconds. Rico, Michigan is not the team to do that to.
Right.
I don't think he will fare well with that. No. But his 3-point shooting, his ability to distribute, and look, operate at the free throw line, maybe open it up for their cutters come from all over the place. Look, all I'm saying is just if Michigan's focused, they'll win the game. I don't know about covering, but be careful. That's not a team to screw around with. For State, I've kind of moved to a point where, look, if South Florida won, I thought South Florida was going to be a problem. Louisville actually ends up being, to me, even though they were the higher seed, I think it's a better matchup. I think Louisville's a one-trick pony. They're down arguably their best player. Like, you got to win that game.
Yeah. I mean, and David, I don't want to speak for your team. I still don't think something's right with Yaxel. Like, his last 2 games, just like 9 points in 27 minutes. Like, you didn't need him to win, but when you score 100 and some points, you would think that he would have a better game, and they kind of did it without him. It was Johnson who really carried this team and put the team on his back and said, okay, enough of this, Howard. We're winning this game. Go back to D.C.
I actually agree with you because as I was watching the game, in my head, I was like, where's Yaxel? What's something's going on here, and I don't quite understand it because you saw it in the Big Ten tournament. I know he's been dealing with some injuries, some nagging things, but something's just not right.
Anything to you were basically a 35-point favorite, and you just like when a horse has a bad race, you draw a line through it. And anything to that? Or?
No, because I go back to the Purdue game when you wanted to win, you were in the championship game, and you still. I think he got injured, and like earlier in the year when Michigan all of a sudden looked very vulnerable.
He was dominating.
He was right, and then he got hurt.
Yes.
And they didn't look the same team, and then he got healthy again, and they went back to beating the brakes off of people. I mean, for this game, when you say Yaxel and Godot and combined 14 points.
Okay.
Like,
no, I was asking. I'm not.
And for State, you as you said, Louisville's going to live by the 3. You got to make every shot contested. You have to make it a difficult shot, and you got to live with it if they make it. But you can't give them open looks the way that you did against Michigan when Yaxel sat in the corner and beat you. You can't do it with UCLA when they did the dribble penetration and kept knocking down corner threes.
Everything to me is you run them off the line.
Yeah.
You take them out of their element. Everything they want to do is generally an analytics deal. It's Pat Kelsey's offense.
Right.
It's what he did at Charleston.
Yeah, you got the size advantage at that point Because if somebody goes to the basket, you got Cooper close to 7 feet, you got Kohler, and then you got Cohen Carr who's got like a 6 foot vertical.
Pretty crazy when you say it that
Mike,
way, but you're right.
I'm not going to completely dismiss what you're saying there, though, Mike, regarding maybe looking past, based off the interview at halftime with the Duke player. When they interviewed, I forgot which player it was, and he basically said, yeah, we look past our opponent.
Yeah,
it could be that. I'm not going to dismiss it.
All I'll say is if you guys are right and Yaxel's not 100%, your hopes are dead. He has to be healthy. He has to be the guy who's a Big Ten Player of the Year, who, again, hit the game winner against Wisconsin, has had huge games against Michigan State and 2 showdown games. But I want to see it tomorrow. Look, if he doesn't play well tomorrow, they would be in some trouble. I mean it. I expect you to win the game. What I'm saying is if you want to win this and not sweat, you got to play, guys. The first round's the only gimme. And I know in recent years, 15s and 16s have done things, but you know what I mean. Right. Every game here on out.
This is your first real game.
The gimme stuff goes away, and you play. And I know I got a soft spot for St. Louis because I love Josh Schertz, the coach, and I love Avila, and I love the way they play. But Michigan's size, Michigan should be able to do whatever they want offensively. Now, if they fall in love shooting perimeter shots and doing goofy stuff, that's different.
And that's just it. I think they're going to start the game off shooting perimeter shots, thinking, well, we could always go back to that, but you don't want to fall down. My thing is just go down early, get the ball to the basket and score and make St. Louis play catch up.
What's your confidence level both these teams are going through? And also, too, as a State fan, do you all of a sudden feel like there is a window to more here? That there's an opportunity to do a little more, be more. They're getting a little break. Let's call it what it is. You're facing a team who just lost an incredibly important player for them.
Right. When I look at State, Mike, for Michigan, this is the team that should make it to the Final Four. For me, it's a season you won't deem a success because they won't hang a banner, but there's a path. They can at least make it to the 8 and lose to Duke.
Bad Boozer. The irony. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone.
If he hits a game-winning shot.
We'll never live it down. We'll get your phone calls. We'll take care of some texts as well. Kenny is sprinting. I hope he's not having a digestive problem. Oh, here he is. Hi, it's Mr. Sprinkles from Miss Doubtfire handing me a missive. Let me take care of this right now. Thanks for the mail, Mr. Sprinkles. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They're going to have what you need when you need it, and most importantly, at the most competitive pricing. So call them today. Get on their schedule. If you wait till spring proper and the weather's beautiful, you're going to have a hard time getting your deck built. Do it now. Call Northville today. Take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Spartan fan, Wolverine fans, how far do you think your team will go in the tournament? 248-539-9797. Look, Wolverines, just realize you're bigger than them, and you're bigger than them no matter what. So go out there, handle your business. State fans, if you can play some perimeter defense, all of a sudden everybody – They looked like a really good team yesterday. It was a bad team, but they let a bad team know that they were a bad team. How about that?
Let's get to the people, see what everybody's got. We'll go to David, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. What's the good word?
Oh, nervous is the good word.
Okay.
I haven't liked how this team has played for 4 games. That's the 3 games in the Big Ten. That's yesterday. I understand they were a 30-point favorite yesterday.
You're talking Michigan, right?
Yeah,
okay,
Michigan.
Okay.
The lackluster play yesterday, the lack of perimeter defense for over 4 games now. Yaxel looking like this new version of Yaxel. Don't care for that. The no backup point guard after the injury to the knee. Gale is hit and miss. The freshman McKinney looks like he's going to be freshman of the year 1 game and then completely just goes away the next game. I don't know. And then I can't trust Cheddar to not do anything other than foul. So I don't know. And then I see what St. Louis did last night with that offense and how Michigan loses itself defensively at least 2 or 3 possessions a half against St. Louis tomorrow night. You're going to lose by 6 or 10. And that's where I'm at.
I mean, look, I still think you're going to win, but I understand a level of nervousness. You want your team firing on all cylinders. I still don't know how they lost to Purdue. It just didn't add up to me. Everything else was fine, right? Like, I know they didn't play great against Wisconsin, but Wisconsin played their A-plus game, and you hit the game winner, and you got to Sunday.
I think they were just drained. By the time they got to Purdue, it was so many close games that you just run out of steam. Yeah. And Purdue caught them on a bad day. Plain and simple. That's the only way that I see that, because there was really nothing special. It wasn't like Purdue was out there raining threes.
Right.
They just kind of beat Michigan at their own game, going down low, and Mara wasn't getting the blocks.
Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's good, buddy?
Hey guys, great weekend. I hope you guys have a good one.
Hey Rob.
Hey guys, it's so funny to me that I always think that Tom Izzo's teams, regardless of talent on offense, they're going to play defense, right? They're a bunch of dogs, very fundamentally sound. Listen to this, Mike. So yesterday they shot 50% from 3.
Yeah.
The entire season they shot 36% from 3. Yesterday they shot 90% free throws. They're 76% on the season. Field goal percentage yesterday, they shot 60% on the season. They're at 47%. You asked the question, did you see a little more juice, or I don't know how you worded it.
I thought there was urgency. I thought there was a tenacity to it.
No question. I mean, I watched the entire game, and it was like, who is this team? Like, they were just, guys like Kang, Trey Ford. Where did he come from? I mean, he had a great game. Those guys, I think it's going to take the Forts, the Wards, the Pete Tang, those guys to hit big shots, right? Like, you're going to get Colin Parr doing things. You're going to get Jeremy playing well. Kohler's been great all year. They need those other guys to step up. And if they do, like they did yesterday, I agree with you. I don't know if we have a Final Four team here. I don't think they are. But they will most definitely get to next weekend, and they will be a team to be messed with. And I loved what I saw yesterday. That urgency, the tenacity, just the approach to the entire game. So I'm really
Rob,
excited
I'll
about
say
tomorrow,
this.
And
I've seen less skilled teams make it to the Final Four that Izzo has coached.
And let's hope I mean, I would love to see it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I don't know if I can say that now, but based on the way just that one game sample size and how they played, if they continue that, it's hard not to argue that they are going to go somewhere in this tournament, just based on yesterday. So,
Rob, what time Notre Dame play?
Oh boy. Huh. Man, just hit me hard. You're trying to support
Listen,
State, and you just
hold
hit
on,
me right
hold
in
on.
the nuts, Mike.
Listen. Now, wait a minute. Now, all football
I feel
season,
like I'm
I gotta
against Jeremy Fears. He just hit me in the nuts.
Rob, come on. We got a loving relationship all football season. I gotta sit here. We talk Notre Dame, and my team can't get up off the floor. I know what you're gonna do to us in September. Give me one. That was a jab. That's all. Come on.
Go green, baby.
All right.
All green tomorrow. Go green, boys.
All right, Robbie, you got it, buddy. Thanks, pal. I mean, you make me feel terrible. What was worse, what I did to Rob or when I mentioned Chuck Norris died?
Probably what you did to Rob.
Okay.
Because Rob didn't see it coming. You just Pearl Harbored him.
Oh, kind of like Bama just Pearl Harbored Hofstra.
Right, you shook his hand and then punched him in the face.
I just tasted Nate Oates' shoe. Okay, this thing was like a 5-point game 2 seconds ago, and now Bama is just hurling YOLO balls out there left and right. We'll see. All right, David, text communications.
Mike Enrico, I see Michigan winning tomorrow like we did yesterday. Close first half, then we'll pull away in the second half. They'll keep Mara on Avila. That's what I see with no switching on D. Greg and Clarkston.
Okay.
But see, I think I don't think you want to do that because if that's the case, Avila's better off playing a decoy. I'm going to stand at the top of the lane. Mara's going to be out here with me, leaving the basket unprotected. So I wouldn't go with that philosophy, but I get what the person is saying.
As a Michigan fan, I am very concerned with the game with St. Louis. I have not seen a great game by Michigan without Kason yet. If they come out like they did versus Howard, they will be down at halftime. Someone says Yax is using all his energy guarding the point guards. It's the problem. He's conserving his energy. Even Dusty said after the game that he could have posted Yax up all game with the guy 6'4" on him. Yax locked down the guy who hit 4 to 5 threes in the first half. He locked him out in the second half. He is fine. The guy couldn't even get a shot off. They need to find a way to get Yax off the guards, though. That would help.
Yeah, and look, that's St. Louis just presents a different challenge between Brown and Green. They've got multiple ball handlers, and Avila, like I said, he can trigger the offense. There are times that he brings it up the floor. He's very, I'm never going to, there's no one comparative at the level of Nikola Jokic. I'm just saying, like a dirt cheap, 80% off sale version. That's Avila's deal. He don't look athletic, but there he is doing things. And you're like, wait, did that guy just do a Euro step into a butter roll? I just think Michigan, that's a tough ask.
Is he out there with a cigarette in his mouth?
He may as well be. Never looks like he's moving fast. Never looks like he's actually trying. But he's a really fun player to watch.
Right. You know, it's funny because, a smaller version of that, it was funny watching Cassius play for years. It's like.
It's good. That's a good comp.
How is he beating everybody off the dribble? He's not going that fast.
But there he is. David, go ahead.
Text here says both teams will make the Sweet 16. I'm not worried about either in the games tomorrow. That is Bill in a car. And then this one here says Louisville turning over 22 times gives me more hope that Michigan State will turn them over and capitalize more than USF did.
No, I got to stop you. USF went full court press, went trap, did things State doesn't do. Just to be clear.
Right. The only time you'll see a full court press, State's down by 10 points.
As a Michigan fan, I think the hardest thing about watching them play is having to listen to and look at Bill Raftery. Please go away.
I don't mind Bill Raftery. As old as he is, he's still enjoyable, knows his role. I don't think he does too much, but all right, hey, to each their own.
Another text here says, yes, I am definitely worried about St. Louis because they can score, but our bigs should hopefully close it out late in the game.
I mean, the beauty of it is, David, it's the first game. You win. You could sit back, put your feet up, and say, okay, I can now watch and root for every upset out there. My team is done.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I thought State was Sweet 16 good before the tourney. I thought UCF could be a real problem for them, but they're not here. And Louisville, their best player's dead. Right. So, okay. I don't know. Then you just root like hell for UConn to lose.
Right.
I don't know what else to say.
That game, to me, probably a coin flip against UConn. They played before. Didn't count, but it was a secret game.
Take him to church, will you please?
Guys, you see, it's like 60 degrees outside. It feels great. And pretty soon, your lawn will start budding along with